Hello, fellow Taoists. This episode marks the final step in Han Li's journey to immortality. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated and supported me throughout this entire series. I have created a new channel, and the link is provided in the pinned comment below. The new channel will cover Reverend Insanity, and possibly beyond the timescape. Even though its theme leans a bit towards the demonic dark side, I have to admit that Reverend Insanity features the most brilliant, high IQ scheming I have ever read. Although I initially planned to cover other series, this masterpiece just keeps popping up in my head. As for Renegade Immortal, since there are already so many channels doing it, I was hesitant, but if you guys still really want me to cover it, I will definitely consider it. Regarding the other Donghua you guys suggested, I will need to look into them first, as I don't have much knowledge about them yet. I hope to receive your continued support on this new path. Before the light from the Bodhi Dao fruits had completely faded away, layers of spiritual light appeared over the bodies of many of the cultivators present, and a strange atmosphere descended upon the entire venue. Oh, there really are people making breakthroughs here. The Reincarnation Palace master cast his gaze toward a table in the distance to discover that a young man who had accompanied a senior of his clan to the banquet had just broken through a bottleneck to reach the late golden immortal stage. Immediately thereafter, 7 or 8 more cultivators made breakthroughs in rapid succession. The Reincarnation Palace master noticed that almost all of them were below the high zenith stage, which made sense, considering the loftier one's cultivation base, the more difficult it was for one to make breakthroughs. However, judging from the excited looks on the faces of the high zenith cultivators present, it was clear that they had also benefited immensely from this experience. Even though the great encompassment cultivators present had predominantly received Tao fruits of a higher caliber, their cultivation bases were already too lofty for the consumption of their Tao fruits to make an immediate difference. However, that was certainly not to say that they weren't also benefiting from their Tao fruits. Only after a long while did all of the banquet attendees awaken from their meditative state, and Gu Huijin swept his gaze over the entire venue with a wide smile as he said, "I'm glad to see all of you taking full advantage of this opportunity." A white-robed young man who had just made a breakthrough rose to his feet in excitement, then knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Huijin as he said, "It's all thanks to your infinite generosity, Supreme Lord. We are forever grateful to you." Many of the other banquet attendees also followed suit, expressing their gratitude to Gu Huijin and the heavenly court. A faint smile appeared on the Reincarnation Palace master's face upon seeing this, and he mused, as expected of the heavenly court to be able to win over so many hearts with just these Bodhi Dao fruits. He wasn't speaking particularly loudly, nor had he done anything to amplify his own voice, but given the cultivation bases of everyone present, his words were still loud enough to attract everyone's attention, and most of the banquet attendees were not very pleased to hear this flippant remark. An elderly man sprang to his feet as he yelled, "The Reincarnation Palace has always been going against the heavenly court and the natural order, wreaking havoc throughout the entire true immortal region. In his infinite generosity, the Supreme Lord has allowed you a seat at this Bodhi banquet. The least you can do in return is keep your mouth shut." That seemed to have opened the floodgates, and a flurry of complaints and accusations were levied against the Reincarnation Palace master. Gu Huijin continued to maintain an amicable, smiling facade as he made a quieting gesture, and the commotion quickly died down. "Do not be so hostile, everyone. Our heavenly court and the Reincarnation Palace have been at odds with each other for countless years, and it's already impossible to recall what initially sparked the conflict and which side is in the wrong. I have invited the Reincarnation Palace master to the Bodhi banquet to propose a peaceful resolution, not for a public lynching," Gu Huijin said. Everyone nodded in praise of Gu Huijin's foresight, and I for the bigger picture upon hearing this. As expected of the ruler of the heavenly court, I don't think there's anyone else under the heavens that can tell such atrocious lies with the same degree of composure as you. The Reincarnation Palace Master chuckled. Are you doubting my sincerity? Is it not already enough of a show of sincerity that you were able to arrive here safely, while the armies that you've assembled outside my heavenly gates have not been forcibly quashed? If you're willing to set aside our past differences and strive for peace, then I would be eager to do the same, Gu Huijin said. Many of the banquet attendees were clearly not very happy to hear this. You're going to become allies with a scoundrel like him. You're going to simply let bygones be bygones. Then what about my personal differences with the heavenly court? What about the lives of all of the loyal subordinates of the heavenly court that were taken by the Reincarnation Palace? True Lord Kang Wu yelled. We can't just hold on to past grudges forever, fellow Taoist Kang Wu. While it's true that many heavenly court cultivators have perished at the hands of the Reincarnation Palace over the years, the reverse is also true. If we do not move on, then there will only be more bloodshed, and when will the cycle ever end? Gu Huijin said in a sincere and heartfelt manner. You make it sound so easy. If the heavenly court isn't going to stand against the Reincarnation Palace, then I'll do so on my own, True Lord Kang Wu declared in a defiant manner. Looks like the heavenly court isn't filled entirely with spineless yes-men after all, the Reincarnation Palace Master remarked with a hint of praise in his voice. I've shown you my sincerity, Palace Master. Are you really not willing to accept a peaceful resolution? Gu Huijin asked. A peaceful resolution? Why don't you take a look at my face first before you decide whether your offer still stands? The Reincarnation Palace Master harumphed coldly as he finally removed the veiled hat that was perpetually on his head. A hint of incredulity flashed through Gu Huijin's eyes upon seeing the Reincarnation Palace Master's true appearance, and the other Tao ancestors beside him were also displaying similar emotions of astonishment, particularly Li Yunju. Han Li Yunju involuntarily exclaimed. This was a name that most of the banquet attendees were familiar with. Initially, it was a name that was only occasionally brought up in passing, but as his powers and feats continued to grow, his name was heard more and more frequently, with his most recent and most astonishing confirmed feat being his defeat of Tao ancestor Feng Qingshui. After that, it was rumored that he had brought about Xuanyuan Jai's demise, but there was no substantial evidence to back up these claims, so barely anyone had taken the rumors seriously. Regardless of how powerful the three paramount laws were, surely it was too far-fetched for a great encompassment cultivator to have slain one of the 7 heavenly Tao lords. The Reincarnation Palace Master is Han Li. But that doesn't make sense on the timeline. A great encompassment cultivator that had been battling against the Reincarnation Palace for many years murmured to himself. Isn't Han Li a cultivator of the laws of time? What's going on here? Could it be that Supreme Lord Xuanyuan Jai really has fallen, and his demise was brought about by the Reincarnation Palace? Ali. The entire venue had erupted into a frenzy, and there were all types of wild theories and conjecture being thrown around with regard to Han Li and the Reincarnation Palace Master. Yu Menghen was also astonished beyond belief, and she was almost unable to suppress the urge to rise to her feet upon catching a clear glimpse of the Reincarnation Palace Master. But thankfully, Meng Po was able to react in time and hold her down by the shoulder. Don't be reckless, she scolded through voice transmission. She didn't know why Yu Menghen had suddenly lost her composure, but she had a feeling that it had something to do with that 5 lightning true mantra. However, Yu Menghen calmed down on her own, and she carefully examined the Reincarnation Palace Master for a moment before murmuring to herself, "It's not him." No wonder Chen Tuan's past divinations yielded such confounding and ambiguous outcomes. It's because the cycle of karma has already been thrown into disarray. Gu Huijin murmured to himself with an enlightened expression, as if a question that had been weighing on him for many years had finally been answered. It sounds like you figured it out already, fellow Taoist Gu, the Reincarnation Palace Master remarked. I feel like I have a good grasp on what's happened. You are Han Li, and Han Li is also you, is that correct? Gu Huijin asked, and his question only served to further confuse everyone. All those years ago, you hunted me down and killed my Tao partner just because you couldn't tolerate someone else standing at the pinnacle of the laws of time with you. In what I had thought were going to be my final moments, I was able to go back in time, and I reinvented myself into the Reincarnation Palace Master. Do you still think our past differences can simply be set aside now? The Reincarnation Palace Master asked. Everyone was becoming more and more perplexed by the second, while Li Yunju raised an eyebrow, seemingly having just pieced together part of the puzzle. He was naturally aware that it was impossible for one person to simultaneously cultivate two of the three paramount laws at once. The Reincarnation Palace Master and Han Li were the same person, but also not the same person. In that case, which one of them was the one that had bestowed those cultivation arts upon him in the past? Ultimately, it still comes down to a battle of great Taos. I suppose it can also be regarded as a conflict from a previous lifetime. Now that you've mastered the laws of reincarnation, I'm sure you understand that such conflicts are unavoidable. Right now, there is no longer any direct conflict of interest between us, so why not let bygones be bygones? You can replace Xuanyuan Jai as one of the 7 heavenly Tao lords, and I can help you reach the pinnacle of the laws of reincarnation. What do you say? Gu Huijin proposed. To you, these are nothing more than trivial matters of the distant past, but to me, these are excruciating experiences that are ingrained into the very fibers of my being. Besides, the conflict between the heavenly court and the reincarnation palace no longer concerns only the two of us. Countless more people have been swept up in this conflict, so no peaceful resolution is possible, the Reincarnation Palace Master replied with a shake of his head. Gu Huijin didn't appear surprised by this response, and he asked, "In that case, what do you plan to do, Palace Master?" "This conflict will only truly subside once one of us ceases to exist," the Reincarnation Palace Master declared. "Despite our past differences, I had always thought of you as someone who would be able to understand me and see things from the same vantage point as I do, but it seems that I was wrong. You are still too short of sight and too narrow of mind," Gu Huijin remarked in a disappointed manner. The Reincarnation Palace Master remained silent, seemingly waiting for Gu Huijin to continue. "The death of your Tao partner, the battle of the great Tao between you and me, and even the deaths of the countless cultivators of the Reincarnation Palace and the Heavenly Court mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. Have you not thought about what lies above and beyond the Heavenly Tao?" Gu Huijin asked, and his amicable facade faded to reveal the ambition and ruthlessness underneath. "You want to rise beyond the Heavenly Tao. You are already the Time Tao ancestor and stand at the pinnacle of all cultivators. Are you still not satisfied?" the Reincarnation Palace Master asked. "I suppose it's no surprise that you don't understand me. After all, you're not a true Tao ancestor, so you don't know how suffocating it feels to constantly have the heavenly Tao hanging over your head. It's an indescribable feeling that makes me want to punch a hole through the heavens," Gu Huijin said as he clenched his fists tightly. Everyone was rather taken aback to see this. They had never seen Gu Huijin speak like this, and they felt like this Gu Huijin was very different from his usual self. "Are you finally displaying your ambition? It's a pity that your grand plan won't come into fruition," the Reincarnation Palace Master chuckled, and as soon as his voice trailed off, the space on either side of the Jade Pond Paradise suddenly began to tremble violently as countless chaotic silver ripples appeared without any warning. The entire Jade Pond paradise was enshrouded within powerful restrictions set up by the Heavenly Court's Tao ancestors, and they were immediately activated on their own to clash against the silver ripples. Bursts of tremendous power were sent sweeping through the banquet venue, sending some of the guests at the edge of the venue flying through the air, and some of the cultivators with the lowliest cultivation bases present sustained severe injuries as the entire situation descended into complete pandemonium. Right at this moment, a vast blanket of white clouds appeared on either side of the Jade Pond paradise to oppose the silver ripples, and their power was instantly nullified. At the same time, Tao ancestor Bai Yun rose up into the sky above the Jade Pond paradise, while the cultivators that had been severely wounded were frantically flying toward the center of the venue. Beside Pure Clear Lake, Li Yuanju and the other Tao ancestors all turned to Gu Huijin and the Reincarnation Palace Master with uncertain expressions, but Gu Huijin wasn't displaying even the slightest bit of emotion, seemingly completely disinterested in what was taking place before him, and the Reincarnation Palace Master was reacting in much the same way. Contemplative looks appeared on the faces of Li Yuanju and Kai Rong upon seeing this, while a faint smile had appeared on Chen Ruyan's face. As for Yin Ming, he had closed his eyes like an old monk going into a stint of meditation. The other Tao ancestors were all quite puzzled to see this, and they were at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Tao ancestor Bai Yun continued to conjure up more clouds to oppose the silver ripples that were sweeping through the surrounding space, aided by all of the restrictions around the Jade Pond paradise. However, right at this moment, the silver ripples suddenly began to glow radiantly as two bursts of tremendous and peerlessly sharp power erupted out of them. A loud tearing sound rang out as the white clouds on either side of the Jade Pond paradise were torn apart, and the restrictions around the venue weren't able to fare much better. Tao ancestor Bai Yun shuddered violently, and only after stumbling back close to 20 steps was he able to steady himself. Clearly chagrined at being embarrassed in front of all of these banquet attendees, Tao ancestor Bai Yun immediately prepared to spring into action again. But right at this moment, the space on either side of the Jade Pond paradise was torn apart by the silver ripples to create a pair of bottomless spatial passageways. Countless figures came flying in through the spatial passageways, and those arriving from the left were all purple-robed cultivators of the devil realm, led by none other than the devilish monarch, Shikangyu. At the moment, Shikangyu was clad in a suit of purple armor that was riddled with black patterns, and a crimson cape was flapping audibly behind him. There were 4 figures standing on either side of him. To his left were a man and a woman, the former of which had a head of limp, straw-like long hair and an alarmingly emaciated body, while the latter was stunningly voluptuous and beautiful, like an evil flower that inspired both fear and entrancement. Of the 2 people standing on Shikangyu's right, one of them was a woman in a white dress who was remarkably tall, towering over even the devilish monarch. She was also extremely rotund, resembling a mountain of meat that was not dissimilar in build to Patriarch Miro. Standing beside her was a yellow-robed man who appeared to have only been in his 20s. There was an ordinary-looking black longsword strapped to his waist, and his appearance was also quite unremarkable, but his eyes were extremely hollow and lifeless, looking as if they belonged to a dead man. Their auras indicated that all of them were Tao ancestors, and there was a collection of around 40 to 50 great encompassment cultivators gathered behind them. Among them were Shi Pakong and Shi Jingyan, both of whom had reached the early great encompassment stage. Standing beside the 2 of them was a handsome young man dressed in imperial attire, and the auras of Shi Pakong and Shi Jingyan were completely dwarfed by his late great encompassment stage aura. Assembled behind them was a mighty devilish army, all of whom were at or above the golden immortal stage, and it was clear that all of the elite forces of the entire devil realm were out in full force. Meanwhile, true spirit beings of the primordial land were pouring out of the other spatial passageway, and they were led by none other than Bai Zai, Yue Mayan, and a bald, middle-aged man with a nonchalant smile on his face. The bald man was clad in a suit of ancient copper armor that was devoid of all patterns, making it appear no different from a suit of armor one would find in the mortal world, but it was made to appear extraordinary by its wearer. Standing behind the trio were around 30 to 40 great encompassment stage beings, including some tribal chiefs, as well as Lekama, Xiaobai, Liu Lair, and Fox 3. They were also joined by an army of the primordial land's most elite forces, and the two mighty armies had the entire Jade Pond paradise surrounded in an instant. Ali. Meanwhile, in the ubiquitous myriad Immortal formation. With a sweep of his sleeve, Han Li released his 72 azure bamboo cloudswarm swords, all of which were sent hurtling directly toward the 4 Dao ancestors that had just stepped into the formation. Dongli sprang forward to position himself at the forefront of the group, shielding his 3 companions behind him as he joined his palms before thrusting his hands forward. His hands resembled a pair of sharp swords that parted the space up ahead, and bursts of golden light surged out from within to form a huge mountain. Even though the mountain had no substantial form, it was just as mighty as any mountain. The flurry of azure bamboo cloudswarm swords crashed into the mountain, but were unable to penetrate through it. Instead, they blasted a series of holes into the mountain before sliding away to the side, diverted off their original paths. The 72 flying swords flew away into the distance before dispersing and transforming into 72 sword spirit children, all of which crossed their arms as they observed the 4 Dao ancestors with furrowed brows, seemingly in no hurry to attack or arrange themselves into any formations. "What an honor it is to be visited by 4 Dao ancestors at once," Han Li said as he approached the 4 Dao ancestors with his hands clasped behind his back. Dao ancestor Bai Yun's complexion instantly paled at the sight of the 2 almighty armies, and he hurriedly stopped cold in his tracks. Right at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared by his side, one of whom was a white-robed, middle-aged man who appeared to have been around 40 years of age. His hair and short beard were all white, and his entire body was giving off a frosty aura. The other new arrival was an elderly man who was less than 5 feet tall. He had a bright, red complexion and a fiery, red nose, which gave him a very warm and approachable appearance when coupled with his benevolent smile. Both of them were also Dao ancestors, and they positioned themselves in front of Gu Huijin and the others along with Dao ancestor Bai Yun. What are these devilish cultivators and primordial true spirits doing here? All of the banquet attendees had risen to their feet in an alarmed panic to gather around Gu Huijin and the others. True Lord Kang Wu swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of crimson light that enveloped Meng Po and Yu Menghen, following which he also flew over to all of the heavenly court's Dao ancestors. All of a sudden, another group of people appeared beside True Lord Kang Wu's group, and they were led by a physically imposing man with a head of azure hair and the aura of a Dao ancestor. "Fellow Taoist Feng," True Lord Kang Wu greeted as he cupped his fist in a salute toward the man, who returned the salute with a smile. Even though the 2 of them weren't particularly close, they had reflexively banded together in the wake of this sudden turn of events. Right at this moment, a red-robed elderly man flew onto the scene, then descended beside True Lord Kang Wu and the azure-haired man. The elderly man was completely bald, and his face was thin and withered, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp and bright, and he was also a Dao ancestor. Greetings, fellow Taoist Feng, fellow Taoist Kang Wu. You wouldn't mind if I joined you for a bit, would you? The red-robed elderly man asked with a smile. True Lord Kang Wu and the azure-haired man exchanged a glance with one another, then welcomed. Of course, fellow Taoist Zhen. We are more than happy to have you join us. The red-robed elderly man's name was Zhen Xian, and he was a vagrant Tao ancestor who resided in a small, immortal region. He had a rather enigmatic personality, and he hadn't founded any sects, nor taken any disciples, but his power was not to be understated, and he had left behind many legendary tailies in quite a few immortal regions. With the three of them joining forces, their chances of safely weathering the storm would be significantly increased. As was usually the case, most of the Tao ancestors across the true immortal realm actually hadn't come to personally attend the Badhai banquet, instead choosing to send their juniors to attend on their behalf. So true Lord Kang Wu's trio were the only true Tao ancestors present. Hence, with the three of them forging an alliance, many of the other banquet attendees hurriedly gathered around them for protection. Ali. Inside the ubiquitous myriad immortal formation, Han Li was looking as calm and composed as ever, and a sense of apprehension welled up in the hearts of Zai Shan and the others upon seeing this. They were an almighty collection of 4 Tao ancestors, yet for some reason, they were feeling fear in the presence of a single man who wasn't even a Tao ancestor. Regardless of whether they normally got along, now that they had entered the formation, they had to set aside all of their differences and focus on eradicating this common enemy. Zai Shan took a glance at Dong Lihu and Zhu Yan, both of whom nodded in response before positioning themselves to the right and the left of Han Li, forming a triangular encirclement with Zai Shan, while Meng Yuan remained standing behind her. In light of this, Han Li began to assess the situation. Judging from how Dong Lihu had just warded off his azure bamboo cloudswarm swords, it appeared that he was a cultivator of mountain law powers, a subsidiary of the laws of Earth, so his fortes were most likely going to be his strength and his defenses, making it difficult to strike him down in a short time. As for Zai Shan and Zhu Yan, the fact that they were directly confronting him indicated that they had to have been cultivators of certain offensive law powers. That left Meng Yuan, who was clearly not adept in direct combat, which meant that he had to have had some other tricks up his sleeve. With that in mind, it was clear that Meng Yuan was the one that he had to kill first. Right as Han Li made up his mind, the space up ahead rippled violently, and a sea of scorching, purple flames erupted toward him without any warning. Purple flames, she's a cultivator of fire law powers. Han Li sprang back in retreat as his mantra-treasured axis appeared behind him, and it began revolving rapidly while giving off countless rays of golden light that enshrouded the entire surrounding space. As soon as the purple fire came into contact with the rays of golden light, it was instantly slowed down significantly, allowing Han Li to get away. However, at the point where the flames met the rays of golden light, bursts of loud crackling began ringing out incessantly as the rays of golden light were rapidly burned away. Right at this moment, a figure that was entirely enshrouded in flames emerged from the purple fire, wielding a fiery, purple longsword that they thrust directly toward Han Li's heart. Han Li was already prepared for this, and he threw a punch at the tip of the sword in retaliation. A burst of explosive power swept through the air in all directions as countless balls of purple flames erupted everywhere, and before Han Li had a chance to withdraw his fist, a gargantuan, golden mountain suddenly came crashing down upon him from above. Swirling around the golden mountain was a layer of dense, yellow clouds that was giving off incredibly formidable earth law power fluctuations, and the entire space beneath the mountain was forced downward by its tremendous weight. Han Li looked up at the underside of the mountain, then thrust the palm of his other hand toward it, releasing a giant palm projection to strike the mountain from below, bringing it to a juddering halt. However, the mountain was only stopped for a split second in its descent, before continuing to crash down from above. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he kept his palm raised to the heavens, catching the mountain from below. He shuddered slightly under its immense weight, but was quickly able to steady himself. Right at this moment, a thunderous roar rang out from above, and a streak of golden light descended outside the golden mountain. Within the golden light was Dong Lihu, and there was a layer of blinding, golden radiance around his entire body, giving him the appearance of an almighty deity clad in a suit of golden armor. He laid one hand out before him, then joined the middle and index fingers of his other hand, using them as a brush to inscribe something onto the palm of his spread hand. Before long, the words Capital Sun Mountain had taken shape on the palm of his hand in large, flowing characters. The style with which these characters had been inscribed onto his hand was very similar to that of the inscription of runes in that all of the strokes were connected to one another in an unbroken sequence, giving the characters the appearance of an undulating mountain range. A miniature mountain appeared over the palm of his hand, joining another even smaller mountain that was already hovering above his hand, a golden mountain that was twice the size of the one that Han Li was supporting, appeared in the heavens before crashing down onto the original mountain. Waves of golden ripples spread through the air in all directions, and Han Li shuddered beneath the combined weight of the two mountains as his arm was forcibly bent at the elbow, to the extent that the back of his hand had almost come into contact with the top of his head. He wanted to retract his other arm, only for the fiery, purple longsword to hurtle toward him once again, forcing him to extend his fist in retaliation. At the same time, an earthquake of unprecedented magnitude took place on the tallest five-mountain peak on the Yellow Mountain continent in the mountain-moving Immortal region, causing the entire summit to crumble. As the mountain Tao ancestor, Dong Lihu was capable of moving any mountain from any of the immortal regions. However, his powers were also hampered by the ubiquitous myriad immortal formation, albeit to a lesser extent than Han Li. As a result, he was unable to directly draw upon the true form of the mountains, but he was still able to draw upon their aura to unleash tremendous power. Seeing as Han Li was still able to support the two mountains with one arm, Dong Lihu drew upon his law powers once again and inscribed the words Divine Origin Peak onto the palm of his hand, which manifested a third miniature mountain. Immediately thereafter, yet another enormous mountain came crashing down from the heavens to land atop Capital Sun Mountain, and this time, Han Li's arm completely folded, forcing him to carry the three mountains on his shoulder. Beneath the three mountains, Han Li was made to appear as tiny as a speck of dust, but the smile on his face had never faded. His head was slightly cocked to the side as he cast his gaze toward Zhu Yan, who was hovering in midair with her hands clasped together in a strange seal, while the light emanating from her body was constantly fluctuating in brightness. For some reason, Han Li's intuition was telling him that outside of Meng Yuan, she was the one that he had to be most wary of. All of a sudden, Zhu Yan vanished from the spot as a streak of light, hurtling directly toward Jin Tong. It seemed that their objective from the very beginning had always been to stop Jin Tong from devouring this space. She abruptly appeared behind Jin Tong in a wraith-like manner, yet before she had a chance to do anything, a cold look suddenly appeared on Han Li's face as a golden mountain rain abruptly took shape up above before crashing down from the heavens. It descended with such incredible speed that Zhu Yan had no time to take evasive measures before she was crushed under it. As soon as she was crushed under the mountain range, particles of sand that were imbued with tremendous law powers converged toward her from all directions to envelop her entire body. The layer of light emanating from her body was flashing urgently as she attempted to struggle free from the constraints of Han Li's illusory dawn sand. But to no avail, and she was quickly inundated as if she had fallen into a sea of quicksand. Furthermore, there were also thin roots extending toward her from all directions before wrapping themselves around her body in layers. A sense of foreboding welled up in Zai Shan's heart upon seeing this, and she immediately sprang back in retreat, right as a fiery storm of shooting stars came raining down from the heavens. At the same time, an animalistic roar rang out as Han Li abruptly swelled to over 100 times his original size, transforming into a devilish deity with 3 heads and 6 arms that easily shrugged off the 3 mountains weighing down upon him. An indescribably fearsome aura erupted out of his body, forcing Dong Lihu into retreat. Freed from the burden of the 3 mountains, Han Li was finally able to direct his gaze toward Meng Yuan, who was currently seated in midair with a ring of white light beneath him. The ring of white light was riddled with all types of runes and countless star patterns, and it was giving off an extremely peculiar law aura that Han Li had never felt before, one that didn't seem to belong to any of the 5 elements, nor was it related to souls. I thought facing 4 Tao ancestors at once would be quite a challenge, but it seems like I was wrong, Han Li remarked as he looked down upon the trio. Zai Shan's expression remained unchanged as she turned to Meng Yuan and asked, "Are you still not ready?" Meng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils were glowing with the radiance of countless stars as he smiled and said, "I'm ready." Li Yuanju and the other members of the 7 heavenly Tao ancestors were finally beginning to display some concern at the scene that was unfolding before them, but Gu Huijin remained as relaxed and composed as ever. "Shikangyu, our heavenly court and your devil realm have already signed a peace treaty. Are you trying to instigate a new war?" Tao ancestor Bai Yun accused. "Your heavenly court sent your forces into our devil realm and plundered countless resources while slaughtering our brethren in droves. This is the day that we exact our revenge," the devilish monarch declared, and the devilish army behind him let loose a collective roar of fury. As for the bad blood between the primordial land and the heavenly court, that required no further elaboration, and all of the primordial tribes were glowering at the cultivators in the Jade Lake Paradise with intense hatred in their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Zi and the others had instructed them to stay put, they would have already pounced on these detestable human cultivators. Tao ancestor Bai Yun surveyed the surrounding hostile forces with a hint of alarm in his eyes. At the moment, he was the one running the heavenly court, and he had arranged everything related to this Badhai banquet. The Jade Pond Paradise was situated deep within the heavenly court, with countless layers of restrictions around it, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. On top of that, there were also many Tao ancestors and great encompassment cultivators stationed here, so he had thought it to be an absolute safe haven. It was for this reason that he had sent out the majority of the heavenly court's forces to deal with all of the attacks that the Reincarnation Palace was staging on the Middle-earth Immortal region. At the moment, there were many guards in the heavenly court, making it just about the worst possible time for a devilish and primordial infiltration. Tao ancestor Bai Yun swept his gaze over the banquet attendees as a contemplative look flashed through his eyes. Even though the banquet attendees were far outnumbered by the forces of the devil realm and the primordial land, all of them were top-tier cultivators who stood at the pinnacle of their respective immortal regions. Among them were over 100 great encompassment cultivators, as well as the 3 Tao ancestors in the form of true Lord Kang Wu's trio. So when it came to top-end power, the heavenly court still held the advantage. With that in mind, Tao ancestor Bai Yun was put slightly at ease as he turned to Gu Huijin to await further instructions. Gu Huijin paid no heed to the devilish monarch or the primordial Tao ancestors. Instead, he turned his gaze to the reincarnation palace master, but right as he was about to say something, he suddenly reached out to make a grabbing motion with his right hand. A giant golden palm projection appeared several thousand feet to his right, then swooped down from above. The space before it was instantly torn apart, and the reincarnation palace master stumbled out from within, while the reincarnation palace master that was still seated at his table slowly dissipated into nothingness. The golden palm projection continued to swoop down upon the reincarnation palace master, who threw a punch in retaliation after steadying himself. A dark red, hexagonal plate appeared above his head, revolving rapidly while releasing a burst of tremendous suction force, and everyone in the Jade Pond Paradise felt as if their souls were about to be sucked out of their bodies. The hexagonal plate appeared just in the nick of time to oppose the golden palm projection, and the two clashed with an earth-shattering boom, while dazzling golden and red light swept through the air in all directions. Right at this moment, 4 figures appeared around the reincarnation palace master without any warning, and they were none other than Li Yunju, Kai Rong, Tao ancestor Bai Yun, and the short elderly man with the red complexion. Golden, crimson, white, and black lights surged out of their bodies to form an incredibly dense 4-colored light barrier, containing the reincarnation palace master and the explosion of red and golden light. The light barrier appeared nigh indestructible, and there were countless runes of 4 different colors swirling around inside. In the face of the collective power of 4 Tao ancestors, the reincarnation palace master was struggling to even lift a finger, and it was as if there were a gargantuan mountain weighing down upon him. Meanwhile, the golden and red light around him quickly dissipated before fusing into the runes swirling around within the light barrier. All of this had taken place in the blink of an eye, and only now did everyone fully comprehend what had just happened. The devilish monarch and the 3 primordial Tao ancestors immediately prepared to enter the fray, while Gu Huijin took a glance at Chen Ruyan and Yin Ming. Chen Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly as she vanished from the spot, only to reappear before Bai Zi's trio an instant later, joined by that white-robed, middle-aged man with the frosty aura. "I do not wish to fight you, so please don't force my hand," Chen Ruyan said as a layer of blue light surfaced over her body. Deep within the blue light was an antiquated blue stone gate that was giving off a primal aura, as if it had been in existence even before the creation of heaven and earth. Within the gate were countless churning waves, and it didn't appear all that remarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would be struck by the illusion that the stone gate had suddenly become infinitely massive, encompassing the entirety of heaven and earth, while the waves within threatened to inundate and crush anyone that dared to stand in their path. "This is the Myriad Water Gate." Bai Zi, Yue Mayan, and the bald man all stopped in their tracks as wary looks appeared on their faces. Meanwhile, Yin Ming appeared before the devilish army without any warning, and the devilish monarch also drew to a halt. However, the rotund woman beside him continued onward without pause, and a massive black mace that was even taller than herself appeared in her grasp before being swung through the air. The black mace swelled drastically in size to form an enormous, black shadow that came crashing down upon Yin Ming with unmatched power, and the devilish monarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he made no effort to stop her. Meanwhile, Yin Ming remained completely still on the spot, allowing the black mace to strike him head-on. His body instantly exploded upon contact, only to disintegrate into a vast cloud of black smoke. The rotund woman faltered slightly upon seeing this, then gave a cold harumph as she swept her mace through the air, conjuring up a gust of fierce wind to scatter the black smoke. However, right at this moment, A dazed look suddenly appeared in her eyes, following which a horrified look surfaced on her face, and she let loose a blood-curdling scream, as if she had fallen into some type of illusion. At the same time, she swung her mace wildly through the air, unleashing countless mace projections that swept through the air in all directions. The three devilish Tao ancestors that were about to enter the fray all stopped in their tracks upon seeing this, while the devilish monarch's expression darkened slightly as he swept a sleeve through the air. Countless ripples instantly appeared in the space around the rotund woman, and all of the mace projections, as well as the mace itself, were sucked into the spatial ripples. Despite the rotund woman's best efforts, she was unable to free her mace from the spatial ripples, and before long, half of her body had also been inundated. Immediately thereafter, the devilish monarch appeared before her, then pressed a finger against her glabella, and a hint of lucidity quickly returned to her eyes, while the irrational horror faded away. "Thank you, devilish monarch," she said in a grateful manner while panting heavily. The devilish monarch swept a sleeve through the air, and all of the surrounding spatial ripples faded away, while the rotund woman turned to discover that Yin Ming was still standing in his original position, seemingly having not even moved a single step. "You've mastered the laws of heavenly devils, which transcends beyond the laws of inner demons. You must be the heavenly devil Tao ancestor," the devilish monarch deduced. Yin Ming offered no response, continuing to stand in the devilish army's path in silence. The rotund woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, as did the expressions of the other three devilish Tao ancestors, while the rest of the devilish army looked on befuddlement. Most of the banquet attendees also had no idea what the devilish monarch was talking about, with only the true Lord Kang Wu's trio and several exceptionally old great encompassment cultivators, one of whom was Meng Po, turning to stare at Yin Ming with stunned expressions. "Who is this heavenly devil Tao ancestor, mistress? Everyone seems to be very afraid of him," Yu Menghan asked through voice transmission. The heavenly devil Tao ancestor is a Tao ancestor from ancient times, said to have lived for even longer than Supreme Lord Gu Huajin. It's said that whenever he goes into seclusion, his spiritual sense would split up into countless avatars that infiltrated all of the realms, searching for suitable cultivators to contaminate their mental state in order to further his heavenly devil law powers. Those spiritual sense avatars of his are what's commonly referred to as extra-realm heavenly devils, Meng Po replied. "So all of the extra-realm heavenly devils were created by him," Yu Menghan exclaimed in a stunned manner. Extra-realm heavenly devils had always been a major cause for concern for all cultivators beyond the grand ascension stage, as there was a chance that one would arise with each breakthrough that they made, and countless cultivators throughout history had perished to these feared entities. Of course, that's just a rumor, so it may not be true, but the heavenly devil law powers are extremely fearsome, able to easily infiltrate a cultivator's mind and drive them mad, following which the heavenly devil Tao ancestor would feast on the power of his victim's emotions to enhance his own powers. In his quest for power, he destroyed no fewer than 1,000 lower realms and even several immortal regions. The ruler of the heavenly court at the time had sent out over 10 Tao ancestors to hunt him down, and he completely faded into obscurity after that. "I didn't think that he was still alive," Meng Po said as a hint of fear flashed through her eyes. "That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps the heavenly devil Tao ancestor from back then is already dead, and this is someone else who's managed to cultivate the laws of heavenly devils to the top," Yu Menghan speculated. "That's definitely a possibility, but in any case, this is an extremely dangerous individual that we must stay far away from," Meng Po said. "Ali." Inside the ubiquitous myriad immortal formation, Han Li was observing Meng Yuan with slightly furrowed brows. White light was currently rippling over Meng Yuan's body, which was rapidly withering away, as a series of wood-like patterns appeared over his skin. At the same time, his robes had turned into a spruce of withered grass, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had transformed into a living scarecrow. A peculiar feeling welled up in Han Li's heart upon seeing this, and he had no idea what type of law powers he was dealing with. It's said that the words of the gods of ancient times were like heavenly decrees, allowing them to speak anything into existence. I wonder how their powers would have compared with my laws of curses, Meng Yuan said, as a ball of crimson light suddenly appeared in his left hand. At the same time, Han Li was struck by a burst of sharp pain in the palms of the three hands on his left side. He looked down to discover that the palms of his three hands had been pierced through, and the resulting holes were bleeding profusely. He hurriedly channeled his immortal spiritual power to try and heal the wounds, but not only did that not work, his blood was only flowing faster. The show's only just getting started. Enjoy, Meng Yuan cackled, and as soon as his voice trailed off, three huge holes suddenly appeared in Han Li's three left arms, and these wounds were also bleeding profusely. Han Li was meticulously scouring his surroundings with his spiritual sense to see if he were being targeted by certain obscure attacks, but that did not appear to have been the case. Could it be that he really is able to inflict injuries upon others just with curses alone? Where should I target next? Let's go for the shoulder. Han Li immediately reacted upon hearing this, as a burst of radiant, white starlight erupted out of the profound acupoints on his shoulders to form a protective barrier. However, his efforts proved to be completely futile, as a hole was blown into his left shoulder. Han Li's expression darkened slightly as he reverted back to his human form. I must admit that your law powers are very unique. Given my physical constitution, I shouldn't be this inept at dealing with your attacks. Would you be able to enlighten me on the nature of your powers? Han Li asked. Sure, I'll tell you everything once you're dead. I'm going to target the lower abdomen next. It's going to hurt a bit more this time, so get ready. Meng Yuan cackled, and sure enough, a hole around the same thickness as an infant's arm appeared in Han Li's lower abdomen without any warning, instantly soaking his robes with blood. Han Li's complexion paled slightly as he stumbled back a couple of steps, and he attempted to raise his mangled left arm, only to discover that it had become as heavy as lead. There's no need to put on an act, fellow Taoist Han. I can tell that these injuries are not enough to make you stumble. Not to worry, there's a lot more left to come, Meng Yuan sneered. I wasn't putting on an act. I was just employing a minor distraction, Han Li said with a smile, as he made a hand seal with his right hand, which was concealed up his sleeve, and two streaks of golden swordlight suddenly appeared behind Meng Yuan without any warning, before racing toward the back of his head and chest at an incredible speed. However, they were stopped in their tracks by Zai Shan and Dong Lihu, who had swooped in to protect Meng Yuan. So my assessment was correct. Even though I've sustained such severe injuries, those who have chosen to protect you rather than continue to attack me, so it must be the case that you cannot move while using your law powers. In that case, why didn't you use your law powers outside the formation? Wouldn't that have all but guaranteed your victory? Han Li asked. This time, Meng Yuan was happy to give an answer. The ubiquitous myriad immortal formation isolates the space encompassed within it, so I'm unable to use my law powers on you from the outside. Otherwise, how do you think this formation was able to trap you? I see, Han Li mused with a nod as a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. All of a sudden, all of his 72 azure bamboo cloudswarm swords began hurtling toward Meng Yuan's trio at once. Zai Shan and Dong Lihu positioned themselves in front of and behind Meng Yuan as the former conjured up a fiery, purple barrier, while the latter produced a golden light barrier, and the two combined to form a huge, spherical light barrier that encompassed the three of them within. The 72 azure bamboo cloud swarm swords rained down upon the spherical light barrier, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks upon it, but were unable to pierce their way through. Meng Yuan, cut the chit-chat and kill him already, Dong Lihu snapped. You do it if it's so easy. Meng Yuan countered as he continued to channel his law powers, and in the next instant, Han Li felt a burst of searing pain in his chest, and another hole was torn in his body right beside his heart. Cold sweat began to bead up on Han Li's forehead as he discovered that the entire left half of his body was beginning to go numb, and it wasn't the type of numbness that would result from excessive blood loss. Instead, his muscles, sinews, and bones had been sealed away, leaving him unable to even channel his immortal spiritual power and starpore. It was as if he were slowly transforming into a scarecrow. This is not good. All of a sudden, the 72 azure bamboo cloud swarm swords reverted back into their childlike form at Han Li's behest, then adopted a certain formation, and an almighty heavenly gate took shape high up in the sky. Hurry up, Meng Yuan. He must already be catching on to the fact that something's not right, Zai Shan urged. All I need to do is drive one more needle into his dantian, and he'll be completely powerless to resist, Meng Yuan assured, and at the same time, he was proceeding with the utmost caution. His curse law powers was one of the laws that went most against the heavenly Tao, and not only was it exceedingly difficult to use, it made him much more susceptible to assimilation from the heavenly Tao than other Tao ancestors. As he was speaking, a transparent needle that was invisible to the naked eye was slowly being driven into his body slightly below his lower abdomen, and it was inching its way toward his dantian. At the same time, Han Li also began to feel a hint of barely detectable pain in his dantian. Right at this moment, the heavenly gate up above sprang open, and a massive lightning sword projection formed by hundreds of golden lightning dragons came crashing down upon Meng Yuan. Dong Lihu looked up to discover that the sword projection was aimed precisely at the seam between the light barriers that he and Zai Shan had conjured up. That was the most vulnerable part of the spherical light barrier, and it was clearly not going to be able to withstand the falling sword projection. With that in mind, he withdrew his half of the spherical light barrier and sprang up into the air as several mountain projections appeared in his hand as he threw an almighty punch. His fist was imbued with the power of several vastly renowned mountains, and as soon as it crashed into the sword projection, the latter instantly exploded without being able to pose any resistance. A hint of triumph flashed through Dong Lihu's eyes upon seeing this, but his expression then instantly swiveled as he hurriedly swung around in alarm. That sword projection had been nothing more than a distraction, and it had actually disintegrated on its own, so Dong Lihu's punch had only struck empty air. At this point, Zai Shan had also realized that something was amiss, but it was already too late. There was an azure bamboo cloud swarm sword concealed within the scattered sword projection, and it had already reached Meng Yuan. At this point, the transparent needle was only an inch away from piercing into Meng Yuan's dantian. A flurry of radiant lightning flashed over the azure bamboo cloud swarm sword, and Han Li abruptly appeared beside it, even though he had been hundreds of thousands of kilometers away just an instant ago, and he grabbed onto the hilt of the sword before slashing it through the air without any hesitation. Meng Yuan's head flew up into the air, decapitated from his body, while dark golden blood spurted out of his body. Han Li caught the head, and a flurry of golden lightning erupted out his hand, forming a golden lightning cage around the decapitated head, while Dong Lihu and Zai Shan could only look on helplessly from afar. Upon being decapitated, Meng Yuan's head had reverted back to its original appearance, as had his headless body, and it was revealed that there were 4 holes on his left arm and abdomen, corresponding with the locations of the injuries on Han Li's body. So your curse law powers allow you to wound your target by harming yourself. No wonder you hadn't dealt any fatal blows upon me up to this point, Han Li mused, and his injuries were already healing as he spoke. I only needed a bit more time to leave you completely helpless, but seeing as I've already lost, I have nothing to say, Meng Yuan said, and on the surface, he was looking quite calm and collected, but internally he was very frustrated. He had been so close, only for Dong Lihu to ruin everything at the last moment. Under normal circumstances, I would have spared you so that I could examine your unique law powers, but given that I have to deal with 3 other Dao ancestors, I'll have to send you on your way, Han Li sneered. He really was very curious about Meng Yuan's curse law powers, but leaving him alive was too much of a risk, one that he wasn't willing to take. Han Li, I curse you, Meng Yuan roared as a furious look appeared on his face. Do whatever you please, Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. Li. While all of the devilish and primordial Dao ancestors were confronting Chen Ruyan and Yin Ming, the reincarnation palace master was still working to free himself. Dark red light flashed urgently around his body, as waves of fearsome reincarnation, law powers crashed against the surrounding light barrier. The 4-colored light barrier shuddered violently, while Li Yuanju and the other Dao ancestors were also beginning to display signs of strain. Gu Huijin made a hand seal in an expressionless manner upon seeing this, and the golden palm projection swooped down once again before fusing into the 4-colored light barrier. A palm print rune appeared over the top of the light barrier in a flash, and an additional color was given to the 4-colored light barrier, while its power and thickness both increased significantly. The Reincarnation Palace Master had been trapped in what was known as a 33 Heaven Space Locking Formation, an ability that had been passed down in the Heavenly Court since ancient times. In order to conjure up the formation, multiple Dao ancestors had to combine their law powers to form a restrictive space. Furthermore, the more types of law powers that were incorporated, the more powerful the 33 Heaven Space Locking Formation became. It was said that if 33 types of law powers could be assembled, then the resulting formation would be capable of sealing the entire true immortal realm. However, the more types of law powers that were incorporated, the more difficult the formation became to set up. Gu Huijin had only passed down this formation to some of the Dao ancestors serving the Heavenly Court, and most of them were only able to conjure up a 4-man 33 Heaven Space Locking Formation. The palm print rune on the light barrier was flashing incessantly, while releasing waves of golden ripples that swept through the interior of the light barrier. And this time, the Reincarnation Palace Master was completely immobilized. Despite this, Li Yuanju and the other Dao ancestors were still frantically making hand seals to keep the formation intact. A 33 Heaven Space Locking Formation that incorporated 5 types of law powers was already far beyond what they were capable of controlling. Gu Huijin made a grabbing motion with his right hand once again, releasing a streak of golden light that vanished into the Reincarnation Palace Master's body before quickly re-emerging with a silver talisman, which was delivered into his hand. The talisman was riddled with complex silver patterns and was giving off extremely subtle spatial power fluctuations. The devilish monarch's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. A spatial location talisman. No wonder Shi Kangyu was able to bypass all of the restrictions of my heavenly court to open up spatial passageways here. This is why you came to attend the Badhai banquet, right? Unfortunately, you overestimated your own abilities. You should have never come to my heavenly court on your own, Gu Huijin said in an indifferent manner. Subjugated within the 5-colored light barrier, the Reincarnation Palace Master was unable to respond. Take him away and seal him, Gu Huijin instructed as he crushed the silver talisman in his hand, and Li Yuanju and the others gave a collective, affirmative response before flying away with the five-colored light barrier. The banquet attendees erupted into excited cheers upon seeing this. It was no exaggeration to say that the Reincarnation Palace Master was the Heavenly Court's nemesis, and he had finally been captured. With his capture, the Reincarnation Palace was no longer a cause for concern, and it also served as a massive hit in morale for the devilish and primordial armies. Indeed, he should have never come here on his own, even if his purpose was to carry that spatial location talismans into the Jade Pond paradise. Looks like the legends of his unmatched power and wisdom were severely exaggerated, true Lord Kang Wu thought to himself. Now that the Reincarnation Palace Master had been captured, the Heavenly Court had clearly gained the upper hand, so perhaps it was time to pick a side. With that in mind, many of the banquet attendees were beginning to turn their eyes toward the Heavenly Court's Tao ancestors, including true Lord Kang Wu's trio. This shift in attitude naturally didn't escape Gu Huijin's attention, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Yet right as he was about to say something, two resounding thumps rang out, immediately followed by two agonized cries as a burst of tremendous power swept through the air. Gu Huijin immediately swung around to discover that a massive, black claw the size of a house was grabbing down upon him, and its five scythe-like tips seemed to be capable of tearing through anything that came into its path. The giant claw was giving off an incredibly evil aura, as if it had been stewing in resentment for countless years in the depths of hell, and behind the massive claw was the Reincarnation Palace Master, who had somehow managed to free himself. Behind him, Tao ancestor Bai Yun and the red-faced elderly man had both had their bodies split into two and were laying in puddles of their own blood. They weren't dead, but they weren't going to be able to move anytime soon. As for Li Yuanju and Kai Rong, those two were nowhere to be seen. Gu Huijin's brows furrowed slightly as he swept a sleeve through the air. His robe was clearly also an immortal treasure, and its sleeve swelled drastically in size before forming a golden light barrier. The golden light barrier shuddered violently, and the black claw was able to pierce almost halfway through it, but was ultimately stopped in its tracks. Right at this moment, a blazing fireball shot out of the space behind Gu Huijin before crashing into his back. Within the fireball was a formation that was formed by countless crimson lines, and it was giving off incredibly fearsome heat, melting through the nearby space with ease. The entire surrounding area was illuminated a crimson color, and the Jade Pond paradise was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Kai Rong emerged from behind the crimson fireball, and at the same time, countless strands of golden light appeared around Gu Huijin, all of which were imbued with astonishing metal law powers. The nearby flames were sliced to shreds, as was the unbearable heat in the air, providing everyone present with some temporary relief. All of the strands of golden light were piercing toward Gu Huijin, and they had been released by none other than Li Yuanju. Gu Huijin's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. He was inundated by the crimson flames and strands of golden light before he had a chance to react. Supreme Lord, the debilitated Tao ancestor Bai Yun and red-faced elderly man exclaimed in unison. The Tao ancestors confronting the devilish and primordial armies were also stunned by this abrupt turn of events, but everything had unfolded too quickly for them to be able to do anything. What's going on? Li Yuanju and Kai Rong have defected to the Reincarnation Palace. All of the banquet attendees were struggling to believe their own eyes. Right at this moment, all of the crimson flames and strands of golden light around Gu Huijin suddenly fell completely still, presenting a bizarre sight to behold. The Reincarnation Palace Master's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he hurriedly drifted back in retreat, while Li Yuanju and Kai Rong also did the same, and it seemed that the three of them were trying to avoid something. In the next instant, a layer of blue light suddenly appeared in the sky, following which a burst of vast glacial law powers descended from the heavens, instantly transforming the scorching hot environment into one that was teeth-chattering cold. The Reincarnation Palace Master, Li Yunju, and Kai Rong were momentarily stopped in their tracks as this blanket of glacial law powers descended upon them. Meanwhile, the white-robed man that had been opposing the primordial Tao ancestors with Chen Ruyan suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a sweep of his sleeve, countless blue ice spikes took shape before raining down upon the trio below. Every single ice spike was imbued with immense glacial law powers, and they were freezing the very space around them. At the same time, hundreds of streaks of light of different colors were sent hurtling toward the trio alongside the barrage of ice spikes. As it turned out, the near 100 great encompassment cultivators serving the heavenly court had finally seized an opportunity to attack. The collective might of close to 100 great encompassment cultivators was nothing to be scoffed at, and the Reincarnation Palace Master chose not to fight fire with fire as he vanished from the spot before reappearing in the air above the devilish army. At the same time, Li Yunju and Kai Rong also flew over to join him. "Get back here, you traitors!" the white-robed man yelled as he prepared to set off in pursuit, and the heavenly court's great encompassment cultivators were quick to follow his lead. Tao ancestor Bai Yun and the red-faced elderly man were also doing everything in their power to recover from their injuries as they prepared to retaliate. But right at this moment, Gu Huijin's voice suddenly rang out from deep within the crimson flames and strands of golden light. "Stop!" All of the heavenly court cultivators instantly stopped in their tracks. A cloud of golden mist began to spread from deep within the crimson flames, and there were countless golden runes dancing within it. The ghostly, black claw, the crimson flames, and the strands of golden light instantly began to rapidly decay upon contact with the golden mist, and it wasn't long before there was nothing left. Everyone in the nearby vicinity hurriedly fled from the golden mist like the plague, but right at this moment, the cloud of golden mist faded away to reveal Gu Huijin. Not only was he completely unharmed, even his robes were immaculately unscathed. "Are you all right, Supreme Lord?" Tao ancestor Bai Yun and the red-faced elderly man asked in a concerned manner as they flew over to Gu Huijin's side after reassembling their bodies. "I'm fine. Such petty tricks would never harm me," Gu Huijin replied. A hint of excitement flashed through Tao ancestor Bai Yun's eyes upon hearing this. The Reincarnation Palace Master, Li Yunju, and Kai Rong were all among the top 10 most powerful cultivators in the true immortal realm, yet their combined powers hadn't even been enough to leave the slightest scratch on his robes. Gu Huijin cast an incantation seal into the bodies of Tao ancestor Bai Yun and the red-faced elderly man, and they instantly reverted back to their original condition. This wasn't any type of healing ability. Instead, it was as if they had never sustained any injuries in the first place, as if they had gone back in time to before those injuries were sustained. The Reincarnation Palace Master's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, while Tao ancestor Bai Yun and the red-faced elderly man gleefully expressed their gratitude to Gu Huijin. Gu Huijin waved off their gratitude as he turned his gaze to Li Yunju and Kai Rong, and Tao ancestor Bai Yun did the same as he interrogated in a cold voice. "Li Yunju, Kai Rong, the heavenly court has always treated you well, and you've even been granted 2 seats among the 7 heavenly Tao lords and promised the opportunity to transcend beyond the restrictions of the heavenly Tao in the future. So why have you betrayed the Supreme Lord for the Reincarnation Palace?" Everyone else in the Jade Pond Paradise also turned to Li Yunju and Kai Rong with perplexed expressions, while true Lord Kang Wu's trio was astonished by what they had just heard. During the earlier conversation between the Reincarnation Palace Master and Gu Huijin, the notion of transcending beyond the heavenly Tao had been mentioned, but they had only thought that that had been a figure of speech. However, it seemed that this was a far more tangible thing than they had first imagined. As Tao ancestors, the assimilation of the heavenly Tao was their foremost concern. So if there really was a way to transcend beyond the heavenly Tao, then they were desperate to find out how. Looks like you haven't detected anything at all, fellow Taoist Bai Yun. You better be careful that you don't get sold by Gu Huijin like a fool, Li Yuanjiu said with a faint smile. How dare you slander the Supreme Lord like this? Tao ancestor Bai Yun yelled in a furious manner. You'll know if it's slander very soon, Li Yuanjiu said with a faint smile, then retreated to behind the Reincarnation Palace Master, while Kai Rong also did the same, positioning the Reincarnation Palace Master at the forefront. Fellow Taoists of the true immortal realm, I have not come to this Badhai banquet to cause trouble. Instead, I have come to tell all of you something, the Reincarnation Palace Master declared. Gu Huijin's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but his composed facade quickly returned. What I'm about to tell you concerns a plot that Gu Huijin has been hatching for a very long time, so long that some of you hadn't even begun cultivation at the time of its inception. I am not exaggerating when I say that this is the most heinous plot in all of history, and for his role as the mastermind, he deserves to die countless times over. The Reincarnation Palace Master declared as he stabbed a finger in Gu Huijin's direction. What insolence! You are the one who deserves to die countless times over for your crimes, you scoundrel. The cultivators of the heavenly court were furious. Have you come here just to levy baseless accusations against me? What evidence do you have to back up your claims? Gu Huijin asked with a composed smile. It's a very long story, the origin of which must be traced back to the distant past. As I'm sure all of you are aware, Tao ancestors are able to draw upon the law powers of the heavenly Tao, but also are constantly under threat of being devoured by the heavenly Tao. This is the biggest concern for all Tao ancestors, and it's a problem that all of the Tao ancestors throughout history have been trying to resolve. Some people have attempted to cultivate secret techniques that bolster their mental fortitude to resist the heavenly court. Some have refined special immortal treasures for the purpose of warding off the heavenly court's assimilation. And some have even tried emulating earthly immortals by taking in the power of faith. Unfortunately, none of these attempted solutions have proven effective, but things began to change when the heavenly court welcomed its previous ruler before Gu Huijin. The Reincarnation Palace Master said. Gu Huijin's expression changed ever so slightly upon hearing this. The previous Supreme Lord of the Heavenly Court was a peerless prodigy who was able to reach the pinnacle of the laws of time, and he also invented a way to combine law powers of different attributes into one through the use of formations. The Reincarnation Palace Master continued, as a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. Everyone in the Jade Pond Paradise was astonished to hear this. It was extremely difficult to fuse together law powers of different attributes, and it was only achievable through an extensive process of mutual acclamation. Hence, it was incredible to think that this could be achieved through the use of information. Such an extraordinary figure should have been vastly renowned across the entire true immortal realm, so why had they never heard of him? That Supreme Lord's name is Gu Daoshan. With the passing of time, many have forgotten him, but I'm sure this is a name that Gu Huijin and the other fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Court will be very familiar with, the Reincarnation Palace Master said with a faint smile. Contemplative looks appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this. Gu Huijin and Gu Daoshan both shared the same surname, so was there a connection between the two? Tao ancestor Bai Yun took a glance at Gu Huijin, then suddenly interjected, "What's the point in telling these stories? You brought the cultivators of the Devil Realm and the Primordial Land to this place, and also turned Li Yuanju and Kai Rong against our heavenly court, all so that you could start a war. In that case, why waste all this time with words? What's the hurry? Could it be that you have something to hide? The Reincarnation Palace Master asked with a cold sneer. All of the banquet attendees had begun chattering among themselves through voice transmission upon hearing this. Could it be that the Reincarnation Palace Master was telling the truth, and Gu Huijin and the Heavenly Court really were plotting something in secret? With these questions hanging in the air, the cultivators who were planning to side with the Heavenly Court were beginning to have second thoughts. In reality, even the likes of Dao ancestor Bai Yun didn't know much about Gu Daoshan. All they knew was that he had been the previous Supreme Lord, and that something had happened between him and Gu Huijin when the position of Supreme Lord was passed down from one to the other. They didn't know exactly what had happened at the time, but it clearly wasn't going to be something beneficial to them, given that the Reincarnation Palace Master was choosing to bring it up now. Gu Huijin remained calm and collected, making no effort to cut off the Reincarnation Palace Master. Supreme Lord, I don't know what he's about to say, but we can't allow him to keep swaying hearts like this. Even though we're outnumbered, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome them with your powers. As for all of the banquet attendees, even if they don't help us, I'm sure they wouldn't dare to turn to the Reincarnation Palace. The red-faced elderly man urged through voice transmission. It's fine, let him speak. Go ahead, we'll listen. Gu Huijin said as he turned to the Reincarnation Palace Master, not bothering to hide what he was saying behind the veil of voice transmission. Dao ancestor Bai Yun and the red-faced elderly man were clearly still of the opinion that this was not a good idea, but there was nothing that they could do, given that Gu Huijin had already given the Reincarnation Palace Master permission to continue speaking. As expected of the ruler of the Heavenly Court, you may be a deplorable man, but you're certainly not lacking in poise, the Reincarnation Palace Master chuckled. Gu Daoshan discovered that the combination of multiple law powers could ward off the assimilation of the heavenly Tao, so he combined 9 types of law powers to create the divine Tao seal. The reason why consuming Bodhi Tao fruits can delay the assimilation of the heavenly Tao is precisely because they contain the power of the divine Tao seal. The Reincarnation Palace Master revealed, and only then was everyone present made aware of why the Bodhi Tao fruits had the effect that they did. Meanwhile, true Lord Kang Wu was looking at the Reincarnation Palace Master with a complex mixture of emotions in his eyes. He had just been denouncing the Reincarnation Palace Master for his recklessness, but not only was he actually extremely well prepared, he was also privy to information that was beyond the knowledge of almost everyone present. In comparison, he felt like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, and with that in mind, even his desire for vengeance had abated significantly. So you're even aware of the divine Tao seal. Looks like you really do know quite a lot, Gu Huijin remarked in a calm manner. The divine Tao seal is far from Gu Daoshan's greatest creation. Instead, that would be the 3,000 Tao's divine formation, something that he dedicated his entire life to. Then again, there's no need for me to tell you that, considering you, his self-corpse soul, were the one who helped him complete the formation, the Reincarnation Palace Master scoffed. What? Everyone turned to Gu Huijin with incredulous expressions upon hearing this, including even the likes of Dao ancestor Bai Yun. A hint of surprise flashed through Gu Huijin's eyes upon hearing this, but he quickly settled back into his composed facade and remained silent. The fact that he wasn't denying any of this created another stir among everyone present. All of a sudden, Zhen Xian, the red-robed elderly man standing with true Lord Kang Wu, suddenly interjected. What is this 3,000 Tao's divine formation that you speak of, Palace Master? Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. There were many people who were internally displeased with the heavenly court, but given Gu Huijin's unmatched power and authority, no one dared to openly oppose the heavenly court. So it came as a shock to everyone that Zhen Xian dared to directly interact with the Reincarnation Palace Master at a time like this. Its information capable of both destroying worlds and creating worlds, the Reincarnation Palace Master replied. "What's that supposed to mean? Can you elaborate?" Zhen Xian asked as he raised an eyebrow. "If I'm not mistaken, the 3,000 Tao's divine formation is a formation capable of incorporating all of the laws of the world. Once the formation is activated, the entire world will be destroyed, returning everything to chaos. The wielder of the formation will be able to draw upon its power to overcome the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, mastering the laws of chaos, said to be the origin of all laws, to become an entity that transcends beyond the heavenly Tao. From there, they'll be able to create a new world that they will be the absolute ruler of," the Reincarnation Palace Master explained. The entire Jade Pond paradise had fallen into a stunned silence, and this was no surprise, considering the astonishing revelation that everyone had just been met with. All of the heavenly court Tao ancestors were just as astonished as everyone else, while Gu Huijin remained as calm and unflustered as ever. Zhen Xian turned to Gu Huijin with a horrified expression as he asked, "Is the 3,000 Tao's divine formation how you plan to overcome the heavenly Tao?" Everyone instantly turned to Gu Huijin upon hearing this. "That is the only way to transcend beyond the heavenly Tao, isn't that right, fellow Taoist Gu?" The Reincarnation Palace Master answered before Gu Huijin had a chance to speak. "Are you telling the truth?" Zhen Xian asked as he turned to stare intently at the Reincarnation Palace Master. In order to activate the 3,000 Tao's divine formation, two prerequisites must be fulfilled, the first of which is that there must be an extremely vast energy supply, and that's why the heavenly court has been plundering spirit materials from all of the immortal regions over the years, the Reincarnation Palace Master said. "And what's the second prerequisite?" Zhen Xian asked. "That would be to gather as many types of law powers as possible, and that's something that the heavenly court has also been secretly working on. I'm sure all of you are aware of what happens to the fugitives captured by the Immortal prison. On top of that, the heavenly court has also been constantly collecting treasures that contain special law powers for the same purpose," the Reincarnation Palace Master replied. All of the banquet attendees seemed to have been convinced by the Reincarnation Palace Master's story, and they collectively turned to Gu Huijin with mixed emotions in their eyes. Tao ancestor Bai Yun could see that the tide of public opinion was quickly turning against their favor, and he hurriedly yelled, "That's pure nonsense. How could there possibly exist a formation that's capable of destroying an entire world? As for the law powers extracted from the fugitives in the Immortal prison, that's done as a punishment, and their law powers are used to refine immortal treasures. The materials with special law powers that are collected by the heavenly court are also used to refine certain special treasures to be used to oppose the Reincarnation Palace. Do not be fooled, everyone." "That's right. The Reincarnation Palace is constantly seeking to wreak havoc and dissension everywhere, and it's now attempting to do so in the very heart of the heavenly court," the red-faced elderly man yelled. "Fellow Taoist Bai Yun, I've also always been curious about why your heavenly court has been extracting the law powers of its fugitives, and my investigation tells me that those extract law powers have not been sent to the 100 Refinement Peak, where the heavenly court refines immortal treasures. Instead, they've been sent elsewhere," Zhen Xian said. Tao ancestor Bai Yun turned to him with a cold look in his eyes upon hearing this. "At this point, I am unable to continue placing my trust in the heavenly court. I have no intention of taking any part in this conflict, so please excuse me now," Zhen Xian said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute, then turned to fly out of the Jade Pond paradise. The Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch exchanged a glance with one another, and the latter raised a hand, upon which the devilish army parted to allow Zhen Xian safe passage. As opposed to actually departing, Zhen Xian chose a safe place to stop nearby, and many of the banquet attendees quickly began to follow his lead, flying their way to safety. True Lord Kang Wu and the azure-haired Dao ancestor exchanged a glance with one another, then also followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, most of the cultivators in the Jade Pond paradise had departed, leaving only less than a third left. Dao ancestor was both alarmed and infuriated to see this, but with no instructions issued by Gu Huajin, he didn't dare to try and keep anyone from leaving by force. Meanwhile, Chen Ruyan and Yin Ming remained firm in their positions, standing in the paths of the devilish and primordial armies. With most of the banquet attendees gone, the Heavenly Court's forces were placed at even more of a disadvantage. How impressive that you were able to weaken the Heavenly Court's forces by so much just through a few words, the devilish monarch remarked through voice transmission. You're far too kind, devilish monarch. I was only revealing the truth. If it weren't for Gu Huajin's heinous ways, there's no way I would have been able to convince anyone, the Reincarnation Palace Master replied. You've done well, Palace Master. Leave the rest to us, the devilish monarch said, then swept a sleeve through the air, and the devilish army immediately began to march forward, with their collective footsteps producing a thunderous rumble. The primordial army also began to advance, and the encirclement was shrinking by the second. A burst of lightning erupted out of the palm of Han Li's hand, and plumes of smoke began billowing out of the orifices of Meng Yuan's head. Regardless of whether this final curse of Meng Yuan's was nothing more than a furious diatribe or an actual curse, Han Li had no interest in hearing it to its conclusion. Moments later, Meng Yuan's aura completely faded away, and Zai Shan and Dong Lihu exchanged a grim glance with one another. As a safety precaution, Han Li sent the essence fire raven into Meng Yuan's already charred black head, then tossed the head back onto his headless body, which instantly erupted into silver flames. You two are next, Han Li said as he turned his gaze to Zai Shan and Dong Lihu. Looks like we have no choice but to engage him in a direct battle. If we prove to be no match, then just incinerate everything in this ubiquitous myriad immortal formation. There's no need to worry about me, Dong Lihu sighed. Zai Shan was silent for a moment before nodding in response. Dong Lihu swept both hands through the air, and bursts of formidable law power fluctuations instantly surged out of his body, as a series of massive mountain projections appeared behind him. Han Li, do you dare to oppose my fist head-on? Dong Lihu roared. Sure, show me what you've got, Han Li said with a faint smile as he released his azure bamboo cloudswarm sword, and it transformed into a sword spirit child before flying away to the side. In the next instant, he launched himself at the oncoming Dong Lihu, while releasing a golden spirit domain that encompassed both of them. Countless golden ripples were sweeping through the entire spirit domain, and Dong Lihu instantly felt as if he were advancing through treacle, with his progress slowed down significantly. However, he refused to back down as he clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch at Han Li. The mountain projections behind him began to dissipate, transforming into bursts of golden light that surged into his arm, then flowed into his fist, and it began to glow with blinding, golden radiance. At the same time, numerous vast mountains in several immortal regions were suddenly completely depleted of their spiritual qi before exploding without any warning. This punch of Dong Lihu's was imbued with the power of over 100 mountains. A hint of excitement and battle intent surfaced in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and his 5-time law treasure manifestations behind him flew into his body, while a burst of destructive, five-elemental power took shape in his fist. He threw an almighty punch forward, releasing a gargantuan, golden fist projection that struck Dong Lihu's mountainous fist, and both instantly exploded violently upon impact. A burst of incredibly violent power swept through the surrounding area, creating countless spatial rifts, but unfortunately, all of them were extremely small and only lingered for a moment before fading away. The resulting shockwaves sent both Han Li and Dong Lihu flying back tens of thousands of kilometers. Following, Han Li launched himself at the latter once again. Meanwhile, Dong Lihu was looking on with an astonished expression and a trembling arm. He had lost to Han Li in a pure clash of strength. Right at this moment, a sharp whistling sound rang out. A bow had appeared in Zai Shan's grasp, and she had just fired an arrow of purple flames in Han Li's direction. The arrow was racing through the air at an astonishing speed, and in response, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, sending countless ripples surging out of his mantra-treasured axis to oppose the arrow. However, the arrow was somehow able to remain completely unaffected by his time law powers, and it passed through the golden ripples en route to Han Li's heart without even the slightest bit of deceleration. Han Li injected his starpore into his arms before crossing them in front of himself to form a protective barrier, but the arrow passed through his arms as if they didn't exist before nailing itself into his chest. In the instant that the arrow flew into his chest, it immediately reverted back into a substantial form, and Han Li was involuntarily sent flying back through the air as a burst of indescribable scorching pain speared through his chest. Not only was the arrow capable of phasing between a substantial and insubstantial form, it had ignited in his body, and he felt as if his immortal spiritual power had been sealed away, leaving him unable to get up. "Kill him while his body is sealed by my purple flames," Zai Shan yelled, and even without her instruction, Dong Lihu had already sprung up into the air before swooping down upon Han Li. A projection of a mountain-moving giant appeared behind him, and the mountain that the giant was carrying above its head was said to have been Mount Tai, the ancestral mountain of all mountains. If this projection of Mount Tai were to fall upon Han Li, then he would undoubtedly be crushed under it, even with his tremendous physical constitution. However, right at this moment, the Essence Fire Raven suddenly appeared over his chest as a burst of silver flames. As it turned out, the Essence Fire Raven had blocked the arrow for him, and he had only been putting on an act this entire time. However, the Essence Fire Raven was no match for the power of a Tao ancestor, and it had sustained very severe injuries from the arrow. As it returned to his body to rest and recuperate, Han Li sprang up into the ground while delivering it an apology. Immediately thereafter, he channeled all of his true spirit bloodlines and his heavenly baleful purgatory arts at once, instantly transforming into a giant devilish deity with 24 arms and 12 heads, all of which were displaying different emotions. A burst of dark purple light erupted out of the devilish deity's body, causing Dong Lihu to involuntarily slow down in his descent. "What the hell is he?" Zai Shan was very alarmed to see this, and she hurriedly set off after Dong Lihu. As for Dong Lihu himself, it was already too late for him to turn back, so he could only accelerate in his descent toward Han Li, who let loose a thunderous roar as he began swinging his 24 fists upward in a ferocious barrage of attacks. The entire surrounding space trembled violently as bursts of formidable power swept through the air in all directions, forcing back the approaching Zai Shan. The barrage of punches from Han Li was so fierce that it was keeping Dong Lihu aloft high up in the sky, unable to descend any further. Moments later, a loud crack rang out, and countless cracks appeared over the surface of the mountain-moving giant projection behind him, following which it exploded violently. However, Han Li wasn't done with him just yet, and he sprang up into the air before continuing to rain punches down upon Dong Lihu. In the blink of an eye, Dong Lihu had already been struck by 1,000,000 punches, at which point he had already fallen unconscious. After 10,000,000 punches, his entire body had been reduced to a pile of mincemeat, and only then did Han Li cease his merciless barrage. At this moment, all 24 of his eyes were brimming with triumph and fierce battle intent, even though his 12 faces were still wearing different expressions. He turned his gaze to Zai Shan, who shuddered slightly as she took an involuntary backward step. She took a glance at Dong Lihu, who was completely out of commission, and the thought of retreat began to take root in her mind. However, right at this moment, a peculiar look suddenly appeared in her eyes as she cast her gaze toward the mountain range formed by illusory dawn sand behind Han Li. Almost in the exact same instant, Han Li's expression changed slightly as he also turned to the same direction. A large section of the lush eastern vicissitudes divine tree forest on the mountain range had completely withered away, as if all of its energy had been leached away. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the area, but didn't notice anything amiss. However, he suddenly realized that he was no longer able to detect the aura of Zhu Yan, who had been crushed under the mountain range earlier. Inside the Jade Pond Paradise, the tension in the air was becoming more and more palpable by the second, and all of the heavenly court cultivators were watching the approaching devilish and primordial forces with fearful expressions. With the departure of true Lord Kang Wu's trio and the betrayal of Li Yunju and Kai Rong, the heavenly court was at a severe disadvantage when it came to top-end power. As for the few banquet attendees that remained, it was clear from their expressions that they had no intention of helping the heavenly court. The situation has become very unfavorable for us, Supreme Lord, Tao Ancestor Bai Yun said through voice transmission. It's fine, Gu Huijin replied in a calm manner, and his composure was very reassuring to the heavenly court's forces. Gu Huijin had ruled over the entire true immortal realm for countless years, so he was sure to have some tricks up his sleeve. Very impressive, Palace Master. You've managed to significantly weaken our heavenly court's forces without having to incur even a single casualty, Gu Huijin praised. I didn't have to do anything. You brought all of this upon yourself. The Reincarnation Palace Master harumphed coldly as he swept a sleeve through the air, and a streak of light dark red light that was over 100,000 feet in length and several hundred feet thick swept toward the heavenly court cultivators like an almighty wave. In response, Gu Huijin made a hand seal to conjure up a thin streak of golden light in retaliation, and as soon as the two streaks of light clashed, the dark red wave instantly melted away like snow tossed onto fire. However, the thin streak of golden light had also become extremely dim, and it faded away shortly thereafter. With the Reincarnation Palace Master making a move, the devilish monarch and Bai Zi also issued the order to attack, and their armies pounced onto the heavenly court's forces. Even though they were clearly at a severe disadvantage, Tao Ancestor Bai Yun and the heavenly court cultivators had no choice but to engage the enemy. A chaotic commotion instantly shattered the peace and quiet of the Jade Pond Paradise as the two sides clashed, and countless immortal treasures and streaks of light of different colors flashed through the air, while spirit domains clashed and overlapped with one another. Everything in the Jade Pond Paradise was instantly pulverized into nothingness, while the space also shattered like a mirror, releasing bursts of violent spatial turbulence, which were then also quickly eradicated. The entire area had transformed into a vast expanse of dark, shattered space, and the entire heavenly palace continent was trembling incessantly. Thankfully, the continent was enormous, and it had become extremely resilient thanks to the efforts that the heavenly court had made in bolstering it over the course of countless years, so it was able to remain intact. The cultivators that had already evacuated the Jade Pond parodies hurriedly evacuated even further to ensure their own safety. And in the meantime, the Tao ancestors from both sides had also begun making their moves. The four devilish Tao ancestors outside of the devilish monarch launched themselves through the air as four streaks of light, while Bai Zi's trio also did the same. In contrast, Li Yuanju and Kai Rong remained by the Reincarnation Palace Master's side, as both of them stared intently at Gu Huijin. Gu Huijin turned his gaze to Yin Ming, who was already opposing the devilish army, then asked, "Can I leave the devilish army to you and fellow Taoist Ruyan?" Even though it was a question, it was clear that he would only accept one answer. As one of the 7 heavenly Tao lords, it's only right that I fight for the heavenly court, but we are outnumbered, and the devilish monarch hasn't even made a move yet, so the two of us may not be able to keep them at bay for long. Hence, I implore you to make a decision soon, Supreme Lord, Chen Ruyan said. Sure, Gu Huijin replied with a faint smile, and with that, Chen Ruyan flew toward the 4 devilish Tao ancestors as a streak of blue light. With a sweep of her sleeve, a dazzling blue wheel of light shot forth, then split up into 81 radiant blue dragons. These 81 dragons were all formed by blue light, but they appeared no different from true dragons, and all of them were giving off astonishing water law power fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, all of the blue dragons intertwined with one another to form a blue formation that descended upon the 4 devilish Tao ancestors. Meanwhile, Yin Ming raised his hands, and countless black shadows appeared around him. These shadows weren't physical entities, but they weren't completely insubstantial either, and they were able to take on all types of different forms in accordance with the thoughts of the beholder. Among the 4 devilish Tao ancestors, the withered corpse-like man said to the seductive woman and the rotund woman, "His heavenly devil law powers are extremely proficient in manipulating the minds of others, so leave him to me and Brother Jin. He Lan, you and fellow Taoist Gui Ling can take on Chen Ruyan." Chen Ruyan is said to be the most beautiful and most powerful woman in the heavenly court. Let's see if she's worthy of those titles, the seductive woman said as she turned to Chen Ruyan with a competitive gleam in her eyes. She then swept a sleeve through the air to release hundreds of streaks of dark purple light, all of which transformed into giant tree-like purple vines, at the ends of which bloomed stunningly beautiful flowers the size of houses. However, the petals of these flowers were riddled with sharp thorns, and they were constantly moving like living beings, presenting a harrowing sight to behold. The seductive woman pointed a finger forward, and the hundreds of devilish flowers immediately sped toward Chen Ruyan's formation of blue dragons. The two sides clashed with an earth-shattering boom, and blue and purple light erupted in all directions, causing the surrounding gray space to tremble violently. The rotund woman took a resentful glance at Yin Ming, but she also knew that she was no match for his heavenly devil law powers. With a cold harumph, she dropped to the ground, and her body transformed into a black storm that was several dozen kilometers in size, with countless pillars of black wind surging out of it. A low roar rang out as a bloated, black beast emerged within the black storm. The beast had the head of a lion and 9 crimson eyes, but a lizard-like body with a pair of giant, fleshy wings on its back that were far longer than its body. The wings were lined with sharp claws, and with a flap of those wings, the black storm instantly swelled drastically in size before sweeping toward Chen Ruyan, crashing against the blue dragon formation with another resounding boom. The 4 of them had risen to extremely high altitudes, almost to the extra heaven sphere, so the armies down below weren't affected by their battle. The corpse-like man and the yellow-robed man with the deathly aura pounced at Yin Ming, and as he did so, the corpse-like man began chanting an incantation, upon which his body rapidly swelled to over 100,000 times its original size, transforming him into a gruesome-looking yellow zombie. Countless streams of yellow pus were squirting out of his body, producing an indescribably nauseating odor. The giant zombie swept its hands through the air, releasing 10 streaks of yellow light that raced toward the vast expanse of black devilish shadows. In contrast with the rotund woman, the corpse-like man was somehow able to remain unaffected by Yin Ming's heavenly devil law powers. Meanwhile, the yellow-robed man drew his longsword, which was gray in color, then thrust it forward, and an enormous gray sword projection appeared in front of Yin Ming without any warning before hurtling toward him. Incredibly fearsome sword chi converged from all directions, giving off a deathly aura that reduced the entire surrounding area into lifeless, gray dust. Yin Ming's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, seemingly rather apprehensive of the oncoming sword projection, and a hexagram formation appeared beneath his feet. In the next instant, he vanished from the spot, while 6 identical Yin Mings appeared at the tips of the hexagram formation. These 6 figures were completely identical in aura and appearance, making it impossible to tell which one was the real Yin Ming. The yellow-robed man provided a direct and simple solution to the problem, splitting his gray sword projection into 6 to attack the 6 Yin Mings at once. The 6 Yin Mings each made a hand seal in unison, and the sound of countless ghosts wailing at once instantly rang out across the entire space as one dark passageway appeared after another, with countless extra-realm heavenly devils surging out of each one to inundate the pair of opposing devilish Tao ancestors. All of the extra-realm heavenly devils possessed extremely formidable auras, with no lack of great encompassment stage ones among them, and a fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, Tao ancestor Bai Yun, the red-faced elderly man, and the white-robed man were also clashing against the 3 primordial Tao ancestors. The 6 of them were inundated by lights of different colors, making it impossible to tell exactly what was happening, but it was clear that an intense battle was taking place inside. The heavenly court Tao ancestors were able to withstand the collective assault from the devil realm and the primordial land, but the rest of them were struggling immensely, having already been forced to gather together to form a defensive formation. The heavenly court cultivators were able to hold their own for now, but they were extremely passive and incapable of retaliation, and if nothing changed, then they would suffer a slow and painful demise. Countless attacks were raining down from the heavens, and the protective barrier formed by the heavenly court cultivators was becoming thinner and thinner, while their hopes diminished more and more by the second. Looks like the Reincarnation Palace has seized the firm upper hand. Now, it's just a case of whether the Reincarnation Palace Master can defeat Gu Huajin, True Lord Kang Wu said as he observed the battle from afar. If Gu Huajin is allowed to get away, then the true immortal realm is most likely going to enter a period of great turmoil, the azure-haired Tao ancestor remarked. Zhen Xian conjured up a soundproofing restriction, then said, "In that case, why don't we help the Reincarnation Palace Master capture Gu Huajin to ensure the safety of the true immortal realm? In doing so, we'll also ensure that we're on the winning side. From what I've heard, the Reincarnation Palace Master seems to be a decent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bring together both the devil race and the demon race." The azure-haired man turned to True Lord Kang Wu upon hearing this, and the latter was silent for a moment, then chuckled. "I see that you've come here to lobby for the Reincarnation Palace, fellow Taoist Zhen." Zhen Xian faltered slightly upon hearing this, then asked, "Why do you say that, fellow Taoist Kang Wu?" "Back in the Jade Pond Paradise, you were clearly assisting the Reincarnation Palace Master in convincing everyone to leave. Also, I heard that you recently received a large sum of immortal origin stones, with which you bought a huge spirit vine in the Yin Heaven's immortal region, and that you're planning to establish a sect there. If I'm not mistaken, those immortal origin stones were given to you by the reincarnation palace, right? True Lord Kang Wu asked. Zhen Xian's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, while the azure-haired Dao ancestor turned to him with a surprised expression. Not only you, fellow Taoist Zhen, but most of the sects that have chosen to leave the Jade Pond Paradise were bribed by the reincarnation palace at some point, True Lord Kang Wu continued. Is that true? The azure-haired Dao ancestor exclaimed. If not for that, do you really think so many people would be willing to leave just from hearing what the reincarnation palace master had to say? True Lord Kang Wu harumphed. Buying out so many people must have required an incalculable amount of wealth. The reincarnation palace must have spent close to its entire wealth on that alone. What an impressive show of determination from the reincarnation palace master, the azure-haired man praised. Now that I've been exposed, I suppose there's no need for me to hide it any longer. Fellow Taoist Kang Wu is correct in that the reincarnation palace master has indeed approached me in the past. He also asked me to try and win over the two of you, and he has promised the two of you the same compensation that he gave me in exchange for your help, Zhen Xian admitted with a smile. I'm flattered that the reincarnation palace master thinks so highly of me. Given what Gu Huijin is plotting, it's only right that I side with the reincarnation palace for the sake of the countless living beings of this world, the azure-haired man decided. I assure you that's a wise decision, fellow Taoist Feng. Right now, the heavenly court is already on the verge of collapse, and all that's required is another little push, Zhen Xian said in an ecstatic manner, while True Lord Kang Wu remained silent, refusing to take a stance. Fellow Taoist Kang Wu, I know that you have a vendetta against the reincarnation palace master, but now's not the time to be getting caught up in personal vendettas. If we allow Gu Huijin to get away today, the entire world will be in great peril. Also, the reincarnation palace master possesses a 6 paths reincarnation plate that grants him control over the cycle of reincarnation. He has promised to use the 6 paths reincarnation plate to resurrect your fallen disciple if you're willing to lend him your assistance here, Zhen Xian said. Is that true? True Lord Kang Wu asked in an excited manner. Someone of the reincarnation palace master's status wouldn't lie about something like this. However, he has told us that your resurrected disciple won't have his memories from his past life, but he'll still have his cultivation aptitude, Zhen Xian said with a smile. That's fine, I can nurture him again given enough time. In that case, I am also willing to lend the reincarnation palace master my assistance, True Lord Kang Wu said. Zhen Xian was ecstatic to hear this, and the three of them began devising a plan together. Li. Right as Han Li was searching for Zhu Yan's aura, a speck of azure light suddenly appeared amid the withered section of the Eastern Vicissitudes divine tree, following which a small tree quickly emerged. The tree grew rapidly before sprouting 4 limbs and transforming into a petite figure, with incredibly potent wood law power fluctuations emanating from its body. It was a gorgeous young woman who sprang up into the air, and Han Li noticed that her aura was identical to that of the elderly Zhu Yan. Let me introduce you to my laws of vicissitudes, Han Li. The last time I fought a battle of life and death was several million years ago, and during that time my fortunes have transitioned from priority to decay. But on this day, your twin births tree has helped me return to prosperity. You were fated to die by my hands, Zhu Yan yelled in a gleeful manner. She swept a hand through the air as she spoke, and her long black hair instantly swelled to form an all-encompassing wave of black vines that inundated her entire body. All of the space within a radius of close to 100,000 kilometers was quickly taken over by the black wave, and in response, Han Li summoned all 72 of his azure bamboo cloudswarm swords back to his side, upon which they formed a giant, circular sword formation around him. Immediately thereafter, they began to circle around rapidly in the air, while releasing long tendrils of lightning and streaks of peerlessly sharp sword chi to eradicate the oncoming wave of black hair. As opposed to lending Zhu Yan her assistance, Zai Shan picked up Dong Lihu's pulverized body and sent him out of the formation. Han Li flew directly toward Zhu Yan in an unstoppable fashion, completely untouchable within his sword formation. However, after flying for several thousand kilometers, he suddenly noticed that all of the hair that had been severed behind him was hovering in midair to surround him from all directions. All of a sudden, the scattered lengths of hair suddenly fused back together on their own to form a massive, black vortex. The sword formation around him was instantly vanquished, and all of the flying swords were caught within clumps of black hair, unable to escape. Countless strands of hair had wound themselves around Han Li's waist and limbs, and more hair was converging toward him from all directions, crushing him from all sides. At the same time, bursts of indescribable law power fluctuations were constantly surging into his body through the masses of moving hair, making him feel as if there were waves constantly brushing against his body. It wasn't an uncomfortable sensation, but he could sense that with each passing wave, something in his body was gradually seeping away. He looked down at his own arm to discover that his skin had become withered and wrinkled, as if he were being reduced to an old man. It's not an illusion. How could this be? Han Li was also capable of drastically accelerating the flow of time to significantly age someone in an instant. But how was Zhu Yan capable of doing this? On top of that, he was only one step away from becoming a Tao ancestor, making him as close to a true immortal as conceivably possible. So how had he aged so much in the short span of fewer than 20 seconds? After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li quickly composed himself and channeled his own immortal spiritual power, and the withered skin on his skin instantly returned to normal amid a flash of azure light. However, mere moments later, the skin there quickly turned aged and withered once again, only recovering with another injection of immortal spiritual power. With that, a tug-of-war ensued between Zhu Yan's law powers and his immortal spiritual power, and his skin was constantly going through the repetitive cycle of rejuvenation and decay. Furthermore, he could sense that as the cycle continued to repeat itself, Zhu Yan's law powers were gradually infiltrating into his bones through his skin. If things were to continue like this, then even his great encompassment stage body would eventually be broken down. Despite this, he remained calm and collected as he sneered, "Let me show you what true acceleration of the flow of time looks like." His spirit domain rapidly shrank as he spoke, until it was only encompassing the surrounding area within a radius of several thousand kilometers, and his 5-time law treasures also returned to the spirit domain, before manifesting the 5-elemental illusory world. Inside the 5-elemental illusory world, the flow of time was accelerated by 1,000-fold. As a result, the rate at which Zhu Yan was expending her law powers had increased by 1,000-fold, while the cycle of rejuvenation and decay that Han Li was experiencing was also sped up by the same degree. However, Han Li had already devised a countermeasure to this, and he channeled his heavenly baleful purgatory arts, upon which all of his profound acupoints lit up, while his true extreme film surfaced over his body. As a result, the effects that Zhu Yan's vicissitudes law powers had on him were significantly diminished. He took advantage of this opportunity to cast his gaze in Jin Tong's direction, to discover that most of the space around her had already collapsed and was in a very unstable state. This was naturally quite an encouraging sight, and he turned his gaze back to Zhu Yan to discover that she was looking far less triumphant than before. After around 15 minutes, Han Li was still trapped within the vortex of hair, but the hair around him had noticeably receded significantly, and there were many sections that had turned a lifeless shade of gray. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The rate at which Zhu Yan was being assimilated by the heavenly Tao far exceeded the rate at which her law powers were infiltrating his body, so it was only a matter of time before she would be forced to give up. At the moment, Zhu Yan was understandably feeling very frustrated. She had thought that she would be able to break down Han Li's body with her law powers, but her plans had been completely thwarted. As Han Li accelerated the flow of time further and further, the majority of her hair had turned white, and she didn't dare to hesitate any longer as her hair released Han Li at her behest before retreating like a receding tide. However, Han Li wasn't about to let her off the hook, and he grabbed onto her hair with a cold sneer, following which a burst of silver flames erupted out of the palm of his hand, instantly incinerating tens of thousands of kilometers of hair as it spread rapidly toward Zhu Yan. However, right at this moment, Zai Shan suddenly descended upon Zhu Yan's hair before releasing a burst of purple flames out of her hand, which instantly overwhelmed the silver flames before sweeping toward Han Li. After forcing back Han Li, Zai Shan turned to Zhu Yan and said in an urgent manner, "I'll hold him off while you go and stop the gold-devouring Immortal. It'll be too late otherwise." "It's already too late," Han Li chuckled as he made a hand seal, and the 72 sword spirit children instantly flew toward Jin Tong in unison. "Stop them!" Zai Shan yelled, and Zhu Yan's hair immediately set off in pursuit of the azure bamboo cloudswarm swords. Han Li swept a sleeve to the heavens upon seeing this, and all of the stars in the sky formed by his time-severing torch came crashing down like a meteor shower while releasing waves of immense time-law powers. Zai Shan and Zhu Yan were both inundated by the waves of time-law powers, and the flow of time around them instantly ceased, as if they had fallen into a stagnant river of time. Immediately thereafter, a true river of time descended upon them like a jade belt, then enveloped them to fortify the surrounding time restrictions. The full moon in the sky also descended from the heavens to hover above the two of them at Han Li's behest, and this time he learned not to use the mountain range and the eastern vicissitudes divine tree forest growing upon it. Han Li had only just trapped the two Tao ancestors when a resounding boom rang out in the distance. He hurriedly tuned to discover that his azure bamboo cloudswarm swords were flying back to him in their sword spirit children form, having just sliced an enormous gash into the space where Jin Tong was situated. An opening had finally been torn into the ubiquitous myriad Immortal formation. An elated look appeared on Han Li's face as he withdrew his azure bamboo cloudswarm swords, but all of a sudden, he suddenly detected an immense aura behind him, one that was rapidly elevating. He turned around to find that a burst of radiant, purple light had appeared amid his time-law treasure manifestations, and it was quickly becoming brighter and brighter. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he hurriedly withdrew his time-law treasures for fear that they would be damaged, following which he immediately began flying toward Jin Tong. In the sky above the Jade Pond Paradise, Gu Huijin was surrounded by the Reincarnation Palace Master, the devilish monarch, Li Yunju, and Kai Rong. "Gu Huijin, I've been waiting for this moment for countless years," the Reincarnation Palace Master declared as a hint of fierce killing intent flashed through his eyes. Even with 4 top-tier Tao ancestors around him, Gu Huijin remained completely unflustered as he asked, "Do you think you've won? What could you possibly do to turn the tables? I've already sealed all of the Heavenly Court teleportation formations littered throughout the Middle-earth Immortal region, so if you're waiting for reinforcements, then I suggest you perish the thought," the devilish monarch sneered. Gu Huijin was completely unbothered by this revelation, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he quickly made a string of hand seals, upon which what appeared to have been a complex formation appeared over his glabella. The formation was formed by runes of 9 different colors, each of which was giving off a different type of law powers. However, not only were these 9 types of law powers not in conflict with one another, they were fused together in a harmonious state to produce a peculiar aura that was somewhat similar to the power of the heavenly Tao. Radiant, 9-colored light erupted out of Gu Huijin's body in all directions, and his 4 assailants hurriedly adopted protective measures, but the 9-colored light merely swept over them in an innocuous fashion. "What did you just do?" the devilish monarch asked as a dark look appeared on his face, while the reincarnation palace master was also on high alert. Right at this moment, Li Yuanju and Kai Rong cried out in pain and alarm in unison, and a 9-colored diagram appeared over each of their glabellas before releasing lines of 9-colored light that spread rapidly over their bodies. In the blink of an eye, both of them were completely covered in these 9-colored lines, and it seemed that this 9-colored light was attempting to control their bodies. But given that both of them were essential Tao ancestors that commanded tremendous power, they were able to stave off its controlling effects. However, the 2 of them were temporarily robbed of their ability to use their law powers, and right at this moment, a pair of giant, golden palm projections appeared above them before crashing down upon their heads. Gu Huijin had made his first move, and Li Yuanju and Kai Rong were powerless to defend themselves. All off a sudden, 2 streaks of dark red light raced through the air to oppose the pair of palm projections, and it was the reincarnation palace master who had intervened in a timely fashion. The 2 streaks of dark red light were instantly eradicated upon contact, but the pair of palm projections were also slowed down for an instant. At the same time, a burst of spatial fluctuations erupted forth as the 2 of them vanished into thin air, causing the pair of palm projections to completely miss their targets. Several hundred kilometers away, Li Yuanju and Kai Rong re-emerged along with the devilish monarch and the reincarnation palace master. "Are you 2 all right?" the devilish monarch asked while keeping a wary eye on Gu Huijin. "The marks on our foreheads attempted to control our law powers. I don't know what they are and when they entered our bodies," Li Yuanju explained while resisting the 9-colored formation on his glabella with all his might, and Kai Rong was doing the same. "Those are divine Tao seals," the reincarnation palace master declared with a grim expression. "What, aren't divine Tao seals meant to ward off the assimilation of the heavenly Tao?" Kai Rong exclaimed. "That's right, but I tampered with the divine Tao seal a little on this occasion," Gu Huijin explained as he flew over from afar, and right at this moment, all of the cultivators that had just evacuated from the Jade Pond Paradise came flying back from afar. The divine Tao seal had appeared over their glabellas as well, and judging from the panicked looks on their faces, it was clear that they were not in control of their own bodies. Furthermore, blinding light was radiating from their bodies, as if they were burning through their own life force, and they crashed into the defenseless rear of the devilish army. These cultivators were overexerting themselves to the extreme with no regard for their own health, and they were unleashing ferocious barrages of attacks like madmen, displaying superior combat prowess than under normal circumstances. Countless immortal treasures were sent hurtling into the devilish army's ranks, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of casualties had already been incurred. The banquet attendees were far more powerful than the devilish army's forces to begin with, and the latter had also been caught completely off guard. As a result, large holes were quickly torn into the encirclement, and the heavenly court cultivators were ecstatic to see this as they withdrew their defensive formation and also went on the attack. The cultivators that were being involuntarily controlled stormed through the devilish army before crashing into the primordial army, where they continued their deranged spree of slaughter. "Ali, Han Li had only just withdrawn all of his time law treasures when a vast sea of purple flames came sweeping toward him from all directions. With no available path for retreat or evasion, Han Li harumphed coldly. "You've already wasted more than enough of my time." Immediately thereafter, he channeled his great 5 elemental illusion mantra before thrusting a palm forward, and the space within the formation, which had only just regained some connection with the outside world, was instantly turned upside down by some type of strange force, causing the sea of purple flames to rise upward. Immediately thereafter, a gargantuan, golden hand appeared up above before sweeping toward Zhu Yan and Zai Shan like the palm of an almighty deity. At the same time, tremendous power came flooding in from the outside world before surging into the golden hand, and the entire space within the formation finally completely collapsed. Jin Tong reverted back to her human form before flying back to Han Li's side, following which she quickly inspected the surrounding area before remarking, "So we're still in the extra heaven sphere." Han Li peered into the surrounding spatial rifts as he mused. No wonder that formation was so difficult to break. It combined the power of 10 immortal regions. He then turned his gaze to Zai Shan's duo in the distance, and Zhu Yan asked in a grim manner, "What do we do now?" "With the formation broken, we're no longer able to stop them," Zai Shan sighed. "But how do we answer to the Supreme Lord?" Zhu Yan asked. "Meng Yuan has already fallen, while Dong Lihu has been severely injured. As for you and I—" Zai Shan's voice trailed off here. "What about us?" Zhu Yan hurriedly asked. "You and I have also suffered severe injuries," Zai Shan replied with a look of resolve in her eyes. Zhu Yan immediately understood Zai Shan's intentions upon hearing this, and they took a glance in Han Li's direction before flying toward the nearest spatial rift, while Han Li made no effort to stop them. "What should we do? These spatial rifts won't be around for much longer," Jin Tong asked. Sure enough, the 10 spatial rifts were gradually closing, and several of them had already disappeared. "Let's get out of here as well." Ali. The primordial army had been thrown into a state of disarray by the ferocious assault from the heavenly court cultivators, and out of all of the cultivators that had evacuated the Jade Pond Paradise, only several were able to resist the control of the divine Dao Seal. True Lord Kang Wu's trio was rooted to the spot as they did everything in their power to resist the effects of the divine Dao Seal, and at the same time, they couldn't help but be stunned at the scene that was unfolding before them. With this trick up Gu Huijin's sleeve, the situation had become very murky. The heavenly court Dao ancestors were ecstatic to see this, while the devilish and primordial Dao ancestors were naturally far from pleased. "I didn't know that the divine Dao Seal could be used in this way, but just this alone is not going to be enough for you to turn the tables," the Reincarnation Palace Master said in a calm manner, then made a hand seal as his glabella began to glow with translucent light. A translucent chain shot forth before vanishing into the murky, gray space above, while the devilish monarch also made a hand seal before releasing a thick beam of silver light into the same expanse of space. A bolt of gray lightning suddenly flashed through the space there, and that was immediately followed by more flashes of lightning. In the blink of an eye, several hundred bolts of gray lightning had emerged to form a huge gate. A hint of alarm flashed through Gu Huijin's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately threw a punch, sending a mountainous, golden fist projection hurtling toward the gate of gray lightning. The golden fist projection was giving off an unmatched aura, and even before it had fully descended, its tremendous power was already weighing down upon the Reincarnation Palace Master and the others through the gray lightning gate. It was as if all of the air in the nearby area had been sucked away, striking the 4 of them with a sense of asphyxiation. "You focus on the gate, I'll hold him off for now," the devilish monarch said as he sprang forward while raising a hand, and countless rays of silver light emerged from the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers around him. The fractured space was instantly mended, and it had become countless times more stable than before. Furthermore, a burst of profound and potent spatial power was emanating from the silver light, causing everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers to fall completely still, including the Golden Fist projection. However, the Reincarnation Palace Master's trio and the space around the Gray Lightning Gate remained completely unaffected. A hint of relief flashed through the Reincarnation Palace Master's eyes upon seeing this, and he continued to make a rapid string of hand seals. As more and more gray lightning surged into the gate, it began to glow more and more radiantly, completely outshining everything around it. At the center of the gate were countless arcs of lightning, which were being manipulated by some type of force to form a swirling vortex, within which a black spatial passageway was quickly taking shape. Gu Huijin's expression remained unchanged as he casually swept a sleeve through the air, and his eyes suddenly began to glow with golden radiance. At the same time, a series of strange patterns appeared over the exposed parts of his skin, including his hands, his neck, and his head, and they connected with the patterns on his robes like a system of blood vessels, all of which were also a bright golden color. What was most peculiar of all was that the same strange patterns had appeared on his wheelchair as well, and waves of golden light were emanating from his body, proliferating outward in all directions before slowly fading away. In the blink of an eye, countless waves of golden light had spread through the air, all of which were imbued with tremendous time law powers. But in contrast with the time law powers that Gu Huijin had displayed thus far, these time law powers were extremely violent and untamed. These rays of golden light intertwined with the surrounding silver light, presenting a dazzling sight to behold. The space that had been frozen by the silver light began to tremble violently in the face of the endless waves of golden light, and finally, it collapsed violently into an almighty spatial storm. The shattered space was reduced to countless translucent, silver scraps, which were scattered in all directions by the ensuing spatial storms. The devilish monarch wasn't surprised that his spatial seal had been broken, and he thrust a palm forward to release a burst of spatial power, enhancing the power of the raging spatial storms by tenfold. Countless spatial shards were swept up by the ferocious spatial storm before racing toward the Golden Fist projection and Gu Huijin, and the fist projection was instantly inundated before exploding violently. Gu Huijin was caught off guard and sent flying back some distance, but he was able to quickly steady himself, and he remained completely unscathed. At this point, the Reincarnation Palace Master was already finished with what he was doing, and at this point, the vortex within the Gray Lightning Gate had already swelled to fill up the entirety of the gate. All of a sudden, all of the gray light faded away at his behest, revealing everything within the gate. It was a murky, gray world with a white sky that was enshrouded in a vast blanket of gray clouds, beneath which was a black landscape. Everything was black and white, giving the entire world a drab and desolate appearance. The black landscape was riddled with gray figures stretching as far as the eyes could see, all of whom were gray realm cultivators, and their numbers were comparable with those of the devilish and primordial armies. Judging from their cultivation bases, it was clear that all of the elite cultivators of the gray realm had been assembled, and there were even some severed corpse souls among them. Many of the heavenly court's cultivators had turned to these severed corpse souls with alarmed looks on their faces. The gray clouds were filled with the origin chi of the gray realm, which clashed with the world's origin chi to produce a thunderous commotion. The two types of energy were complete counterparts to one another, and the world's origin chi near the Jade Pond Paradise was rapidly being whittled away. Right at this moment, three figures emerged from the spatial doorway, the first of which was none other than Yin Chenquen. As for his two companions, one of them was extremely tall and imposing with pitch-black skin, and he seemed to have come from the Black Rope region, while the other one's face was completely concealed under the hood of their gray cloak, but a pair of long arms were extending out of the hood. The arms were covered in brown, wrinkled skin, resembling a dead body that had been submerged in water for many years, presenting a harrowing sight to behold. Judging from their auras, those two were clearly also Tao ancestors. As soon as the three of them appeared, one of them pointed a finger at the heavenly court cultivators, and countless gray realm cultivators came flooding out of the spatial doorway in a formidable gray wave to intercept the heavenly court's forces. The origin chi of the gray realm naturally suppressed the world's origin chi, so even though the heavenly court cultivators possessed a superior cultivation base overall, they were still immediately stopped cold in their tracks. At the forefront of the gray realm Amy were dozens of severed corpse souls, who had engaged themselves in battle against several dozen heavenly court cultivators. Many of them had gone after the hosts that had severed them in the first place, and due to how familiar all of them were with one another, they were quite evenly matched, even though the heavenly court cultivators had their powers enhanced by the divine Tao seal. As a result, the heavenly court army that had appeared unstoppable just a moment ago had been brought to a juddering halt, allowing the devilish and primordial armies to regroup before surrounding the heavenly court's forces once again. With the situation stabilized again, the devilish monarch and the others heaved a collective sigh of relief. As for the reincarnation palace master, he remained completely unmoved by the unfolding situation as he continued to stare intently at Gu Huijin. All of a sudden, Li Yuanju's eyes sprang open, and a burst of golden light surged out of his body to suppress the nine-colored light around him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he opened his mouth to release a ball of five-colored light, which contained a small vial that was radiating golden, red, blue, green, and yellow light, identical to the vial that Worm 3 and the others had stolen from the Nine Origins Temple. As soon as the five-colored vial flew out of Li Yuanju's mouth, it immediately released a burst of five-colored light that enshrouded his entire body. The five-colored light contained metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attribute law powers, but not only were they not clashing against one another, they were fused together in a harmonious fashion, much like the law powers of the divine Tao seal. A burst of tremendous suction force surged out of the vial, and all of the nine-colored light around Li Yuanju was sucked into the vial in a flash. The golden light emanating from his body glowed even brighter, forcing out even more nine-colored light, all of which continued to be sucked into the vial, and after no more than a few seconds, the nine-colored symbol on his glabella had faded away. Gu Huijin's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but before he had a chance to contemplate what he had just seen, the three gray realm Tao ancestors appeared near the reincarnation palace master and the devilish monarch in a flash, and the five of them formed an encirclement around him. Meanwhile, Li Yuanju pointed a finger at Kai Rong, and the five-colored vial above his head immediately flew through the air to settle above her. With his powers fully restored, Li Yuanju was able to make much better use of the vial, and the suction force that it released became far more potent than before as it quickly devoured the divine Tao seal that had been placed upon Kai Rong. With the two of them freed from the divine Tao seal, they also joined the encirclement around Gu Huijin. I'm very impressed that you were even able to convince these three gray realm Tao ancestors to join you. Gu Huijin chuckled as he turned his gaze to the reincarnation palace master. You've left everyone with no choice but to oppose you. You only have yourself to blame for your excessive greed, the reincarnation palace master replied. His voice wasn't very loud, but it traveled far and wide, and a hesitant look flashed through Chen Ruyan's eyes as she fought against the two devilish Tao ancestors. Ripples of blue light were surging out of her fingertips, and they rapidly swelled to form 5 enormous waves that inundated the entire sky before crashing toward the seductive woman and the giant beast that the rotund woman had transformed into. The dark purple flowers around the seductive woman were filled with corrosive poison, making them very difficult to deal with, but they had to make direct contact with their target to take effect. In the face of these massive waves, they weren't able to do much aside from sway aimlessly like seaweed. The seductive woman's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she swept her right hand through the air, upon which a long, purple saber that was riddled with devilish patterns appeared in her grasp. With a slash of the saber, an almighty saber projection was sent crashing into the fearsome waves. At the same time, the 9 eyes of the giant beast that the rotund woman had transformed into sprang open in unison to release 9 pillars of black light, which came together to form a single incredibly thick pillar of black light, within which countless arcs of black lightning were intertwined, and the pillar of light also crashed into the mighty waves. 2 huge gashes were instantly torn into the waves, and the saber projection and pillar of black light were rapidly closing in on Chen Ruyan. The enormous wave collapsed into a vast wall of water, only to reform a new wave that was even more massive and powerful than its predecessor. The saber projections and pillars of black light sliced through one wave after another, but these waves were able to recover very quickly and return with even more power than before. The 2 devilish Tao ancestors were relentlessly unleashing attacks, but ultimately, they were overwhelmed by the never-ending barrage of waves, and all of their attacks were quickly inundated and overwhelmed. After devouring their attacks, the massive waves continued onward, crashing into the 2 devilish Tao ancestors to send them flying back with tremendous force. The 2 devilish Tao ancestors quickly steadied themselves, but as they were about to resume their assault, they discovered that Chen Ruyan had already retreated to a considerable distance away. The outcome of our battle is hardly of consequence, so why don't we save our energy and wait for the outcome of the battle that truly matters? Chen Ruyan proposed with a faint smile. Never, the seductive woman yelled with intense envy in her eyes, and she raised her purple saber as she prepared to lash out once again. This is not an unreasonable proposition from her, Sister He Lan. I also think we should conserve our energy and wait for the outcome of the devilish monarch's battle, the rotund woman said as she reverted back to her human form. He Lan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she reluctantly lowered her saber, but both of them continued to keep a close eye on Chen Ruyan to prevent her from getting away. A faint smile lingered on Chen Ruyan's face as she stood in silence and cast her gaze in Gu Huijin's direction. Almost at the exact same moment, Tao ancestor Yin Ming also suddenly drifted back in retreat as he said, "The show is about to begin over there, fellow Taoists. This is certainly not something that happens every day. Do you not want to take a look?" The massive zombie and the yellow-robed man exchanged a glance with one another, and neither of them said anything, but they didn't unleash any further attacks either. In contrast, the battle that was raging between Bai Zi's trio and the 3 Heavenly Court Tao ancestors was only becoming more and more fierce by the second. Tao ancestor Bai Yun's trio was very alarmed to see the formidable encirclement that had taken shape around Gu Huijin, and they were frantically trying to disengage themselves from their battle against Bai Zi's trio to rush to Gu Huijin's aid. But the 3 primordial Tao ancestors naturally wasn't going to allow that to happen. At this point, all 3 of them had already adopted their true forms. Bai Zi had transformed into a majestic, white, horse-like beast with a pair of horns on his head and a goatee under his chin, and almighty white storms were surging out of his mouth. Yue Mayan had transformed into the sky-roaming Kun Peng, and there were countless arcs of lightning flashing over his body. As for the bald man, he had transformed into a mountainous, black, fish-like beast that completely dwarfed even Bai Zi and Yue Mayan's true forms. The black beast was very hideous in appearance, and its most noteworthy feature was its mouth, which was enormous and took up virtually half of its entire head. Within the cavernous mouth was a boundless expanse of inky darkness that was giving off tremendous suction force, looking as if it were the entrance to another world. Anything that drifted too close to the almighty beast was instantly sucked into its mouth, and even the nearby space was being devoured. The 6 of them were all Tao ancestors, and they were quite evenly matched when it came to law powers, but Bai Zi's trio were all true spirits with tremendous physical constitutions, so they were able to withstand the frantic attacks from Tao ancestor Bai Yun's trio without backing down in the slightest. "You wish to kill me, is that right?" Gu Huijin asked in a casual manner, seemingly completely unconcerned by the predicament that he had found himself in. "You only have yourself to blame for your greed," the devilish monarch said in a cold voice. "Greed? I only wanted to see exactly what lied at the end of this world. Have none of you ever considered pursuing the same objective?" Gu Huijin asked as he secretly crushed a ring that he was wearing on one of his fingers. "Don't give him time to use any of his tricks," the Reincarnation Palace Master yelled, seemingly having detected something, and he thrust a palm toward Gu Huijin. A dark red ghostly deity that was clad in a suit of bone armor instantly appeared, and bursts of reincarnation law powers were circling around it, producing a loud rumbling sound. The ghostly deity thrust its palm forward, and lashing out at Gu Huijin's head, and the devilish monarch and the others also sprang into action upon seeing this, with all of them unleashing their most powerful attacks from the get-go. The space within a radius of thousands of kilometers was shattered violently as radiant, golden light, near-transparent flames of hell, insubstantial black shadows, and dazzling starlight filled the entire area. Everyone in the Jade Pond Paradise, including the devilish and primordial armies, had already fled to thousands of kilometers away in a panic, but some were not able to get away in time and had been erased from existence. After evacuating to a safe distance away, everyone turned back to stare from afar, not daring to get any closer. The ultimate showdown had finally begun. As the Time Tao ancestor and the leader of the 7 heavenly Tao lords, Gu Huijin had stood at the pinnacle of the laws of time for countless years, and his power was unmatched. Among the 7 assailants that he had been surrounded by, the Reincarnation Palace Master and the Devilish Monarch were the foremost masters of the other 2 paramount laws, and they weren't as formidable as Gu Huijin, but they could compete with him in terms of their caliber of their law powers. As for the remaining 5, they were also certainly not to be scoffed at, and even though their law powers couldn't contend with Gu Huijin's time law powers, with the laws of reincarnation and space on their side, they most definitely stood a fighting chance. Everyone was looking on with bated breath, waiting to see which side would come out on top. All of the space around Gu Huijin instantly collapsed violently, and it was as if the entire sky were about to fall upon him. A serious look finally appeared on his face as he made a hand seal, and the patterns all over his body and his wheelchair began to glow with golden radiance before transforming into a suit of golden armor, the breastplate of which featured a massive dragon design. The dragon design was formed by countless scales, and plumes of golden flames were erupting out of its mouth. The attacks from the Reincarnation Palace Master and the others descended upon him as soon as the suit of golden armor took shape, and 7 bursts of indescribably formidable law powers clashed against the time law powers around him. The 7 bursts of law powers fell stagnant for just a split second upon coming into contact with Gu Huijin's law powers. But it was precisely in this split-second window that Gu Huijin abruptly launched himself upward as a streak of golden light. The streak of golden light tore through the restrictive cocoon formed by the 7 bursts of law powers, but Gu Huijin's suit of golden armor was also destroyed in the process. Hovering high up in the sky, a vast expanse of golden light began to emanate from Gu Huijin's body, and in the blink of an eye, the suit of golden armor returned, as if it had never sustained any damage in the first place. Gu Huijin is able to reverse time, so normal attacks won't be able to inflict lasting damage upon him, the Reincarnation Palace Master said. That is indeed a troublesome ability, but how many times can he unleash it in his current state? The devilish monarch sneered, and as soon as his voice trailed off, the space around Gu Huijin suddenly began to glow a bright silver, and he was abruptly rooted to the spot. "This is our chance. I've frozen the space around him," the devilish monarch yelled, and his 6 comrades instantly sprang into action as 5 spirit domains appeared around Gu Huijin, one on top of the other, exerting an even more potent restrictive force upon him. However, the Reincarnation Palace Master hadn't made a move, and a perplexed look had appeared on his face. "All of your efforts are futile," Gu Huijin said with a faint smile, and countless rays of golden light erupted out of his suit of armor, slicing into the frozen space around him. The nearby space and the restrictive forces acting upon him from the opposing spirit domains were all eradicated, and after freeing himself, Gu Huijin swung around like lightning before making a grabbing motion toward his 7 assailants. A mountainous, golden fist projection appeared out of thin air, and this one was far more formidable than any fist projection that he had previously unleashed. He's using that same attack again. Gu Huijin can't be far away from being assimilated by the heavenly Tao at this point, so all we have to do is wear him down until the heavenly Tao claims him, the devilish monarch said in a cold voice. "This is an opportunity that won't come around again, so we have to take full advantage," Yin Chengquan urged. Meanwhile, the Reincarnation Palace Master was only growing more perplexed. What is he up to? It feels like he's been stalling this entire time. Despite his reservations, the Reincarnation Palace Master still combined his powers with his 6 comrades to eradicate the golden fist projection, following which all 7 of them rushed toward Gu Huijin in unison. 7 bursts of peerless law powers surged toward Gu Huijin from all directions, but he wasn't fazed at all. Right as the 7 bursts of law powers were about to inundate him, a vast expanse of golden light erupted out of his body once again, and in the next instant, he appeared thousands of kilometers away, completely unscathed. However, he had only just steadied himself when a gargantuan, dark red palm projection appeared up above before swooping down upon him, staining the entire space down below a dark red color. An enormous, hexagonal plate projection appeared beneath the gargantuan hand, and it was rapidly revolving while releasing bursts of invisible power. The space around Gu Huijin instantly became warped and twisted as countless spatial vortexes of different sizes took shape around him. Bursts of radiant light were spilling out of all of the vortexes, with figures rapidly flashing in and out of sight, and they were all giving off indescribably vast aura. Gu Huijin made no effort to take evasive measures as he conjured up a small area of golden light around himself to keep the vortexes at bay. However, the number of vortexes continued to increase, twisting and warping the golden space, and it soon became impossible to see what was happening inside. The Reincarnation Palace Master appeared above the giant palm projection, and at this moment, he was looking noticeably more emaciated. His hands and face were covered in striking, dark red patterns, and there was a grim look on his sunken face as he said, "I've trapped Gu Huijin for now. This is the time to make a final push, everyone." As soon as his voice trailed off, 6 figures sped toward Gu Huijin from different directions, bringing with them 6 bursts of devastating law powers. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, all of the bystanders were spectating the battle with their spiritual sense, and they were completely astonished by what they were witnessing. This was a battle between the most powerful cultivators under the heavens, and it was incredible to think that it was possible for one to attain such immense power. It seemed that Gu Huijin had found himself in dire straits. No matter how powerful he is, he's still only just one man. The Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch's law powers can stand toe-to-toe with his, and with the other 5 Tao ancestors also thrown into the mix, this is most likely going to be the end of him. Who could have imagined that the Bodhi banquet would end up like this? Ali. Gu Huijin paid no heed to the surrounding dark red vortexes, and the 6 figures racing toward him as he raised his head slightly and murmured to himself, "Finally." At the same time, the golden palace deep within the heavenly court, where Gu Huijin had previously been cultivating in seclusion, suddenly trembled violently, before exploding to release countless balls of light of different colors. All of a sudden, it was as if countless rainbows had appeared over the murky, gray sky, presenting a stunning sight to behold. At first glance, it appeared that these lights were scattered in a completely haphazard fashion, but in reality, there was method to the madness, and they intertwined with one another to form what appeared to have been a giant go-board over the heavenly court. These lights extended into the distance as far as the eyes could see, and all of them were giving off different types of law powers. All of a sudden, the 3 gray realm Tao ancestors were brought to a juddering halt as they charged toward Gu Huijin, and 3 streaks of light, 2 black and 1 gray, emerged from their bodies before rising up to the heavens. All of this had taken place in the blink of an eye, and everything was enshrouded under a burst of pressure that was loftier than the heavens and heavier than the earth. It was as if the full might of heaven and earth had descended, and even the power of Tao ancestors paled into insignificance in comparison. The nearby space constricted, and everyone present was instantly immobilized. On top of that, the law powers in their bodies had begun fluctuating in an uncontrolled fashion, as if they were resonating with the lights in the sky. The Reincarnation Palace Master was no exception to this, and even with his unfathomable powers, he had been rendered completely immobile. The gargantuan palm projections exploded along with the 6 paths reincarnation plate, and all of the countless reincarnation vortexes around Gu Huijin also faded away. Just like the Reincarnation Palace Master, the devilish monarch and all of the other Tao ancestors present had also been completely immobilized, including even the Tao ancestors of the heavenly court. Regardless of how vigorously everyone struggled against their restraints, there was simply no opposing the restrictive forces acting upon them. "Finally, I've been waiting for this day for far too long," Gu Huijin sighed. "You've already collected all of the law powers required to complete the 3,000 Tao's divine formation," the Reincarnation Palace Master asked. "Looks like you only have a very rudimentary understanding of the 3,000 Tao's divine formation. In order to activate the formation, I don't necessarily have to collect all of the law powers. Instead, as long as I have over half of the law powers and the 36 law powers that serve as the core of the formation, then that is already enough," Gu Huijin explained. "So this was your plan all along, to lure me here along with all of the cultivators of the Devil Realm and the Primordial Land?" the Reincarnation Palace Master asked. "This was indeed my plan, but the main objective wasn't to lure you in. Instead, my main focus was on those 3, Gu Huijin replied as he cast his gaze toward Yin Chenquin's trio. A look of alarm and realization appeared on the Reincarnation Palace Master's face upon hearing this. The aforementioned 36 law powers are very difficult to assemble, particularly because several of them can only be found in the gray realm. I've been constantly sending people into the gray realm over the years, but I've only managed to collect 2 of them, while the remaining 3 all belong to Tao ancestors. Hence, I had no choice but to devise this plot to use your invasion of the heavenly court to my advantage. Without those 3, I would have never been able to complete my formation, Gu Huijin revealed. So everything that I've worked for was all to bring your plan into fruition. You truly are an impressive man, fellow Taoist Gu, the Reincarnation Palace Master said with a defeated smile. You are the only one in this world worthy of hearing this explanation from me, but unfortunately, you won't get to see me create the true heavenly Tao, Gu Huijin said with a faint smile, then thrust a palm forward. And golden arm emerged from each of the chests of the Reincarnation Palace Master, the devilish monarch, and the 3 gray realm Tao ancestors, piercing through their bodies. A plume of golden mist then rose up from the arms to envelop their bodies, and they were instantly reduced to withered corpses. The Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch's bodies disintegrated into dust, while the bodies of the 3 gray realm Tao ancestors had transformed into 3 balls of light, 1 gray and 2 black. Palace Master, devilish monarch. Looks of despair appeared in the eyes of all of the devilish and primordial cultivators present, while Gu Huijin made a hand seal in an expressionless manner, and the 3 balls of light formed by the 3 gray realm Tao ancestors rose up into the air before fusing into the giant go board above. 3 bursts of light, 2 black and 1 gray, appeared in the heavens, and countless runes began surging out of the giant go board, encompassing the entire sky. The pressure weighing down from above instantly increased significantly, while the unrest in the law powers in everyone's bodies was also exacerbated. Cries of agony rang out as rays of light began flowing out of the trembling bodies of the cultivators down below and rising up into the sky. These rays of light contained both their law powers and their immortal spiritual power, both of which were being sucked away by the formation in the heavens. On top of that, all of the cultivators of the devil realm, the primordial land, the gray realm, and the heavenly court were also having their powers devoured by the 3,000 Tao's divine formation, including the likes of Tao ancestor Bai Yun. The only one present who remained unaffected by the formation was Gu Huijin. What are you doing, Supreme Lord? Did you not promise to take the 3 of us above the heavenly Tao with you? Why are you taking our law powers? Tao ancestor Bai Yun asked in a frantic voice as he turned to Gu Huijin with a panicked expression. The activation of the 3,000 Tao's divine formation marks the end of this world and the beginning of a new one. Everything that belongs to this world will be erased, and I have no say in the matter. Hence, the 3 of you will have to sacrifice yourselves for the true heavenly Tao, Gu Huijin said in an indifferent manner, and the complexions of the 3 Tao ancestors instantly turned deathly pale upon hearing this. Gu Huijin paid no heed to them as he rose up into the air, and a fervent look appeared in his eyes as he declared, "You are all witnessing the most monumental moment in the history of this world. All of you are too narrow of mind and too short of sight to see my vision. I am going to create a new world where the strong will no longer have to be subjected to the oppression of the heavenly Tao." As soon as his voice trailed off, he rose up even higher, resembling a dazzling, golden sun that was ascending to the peak of the heavens. From there, he pressed a finger against his own glabella, and a corkscrew-shaped rune surfaced over his skin, giving off a bright red glow like the light of a dying flame. Gu Huijin began to chant a complex incantation, and layers of golden ripples surged out of his body like waves crashing against the shore. Nothing was able to obstruct these golden ripples, whether it be space or tangible objects, and they quickly spread out of the Middle Earth Immortal region entirely. At this moment, the 4 heavenly gates of the Middle Earth Immortal region resembled massive horns, amplifying the golden ripples before transmitting them across the entire true immortal realm. All of the immortal regions under the heavens were basked in the golden ripples at once, and ordinary mortals and average cultivators were completely oblivious to this. Even true immortals and golden immortals only had a vague sense of what was happening, while only those at or above the high zenith stage were able to detect the changes taking place in heaven and earth. However, even if they noticed the changes, there wasn't anything that they could do. Specks of light lit up all over the giant go-board-like formation in the heavens at Gu Huijin's behest, and it was giving off indescribable law-power fluctuations. This marks the beginning of the new world. All of you are very fortunate to be able to witness this, he said with a smile, and as soon as his voice trailed off, the entire formation began to glow with blinding radiance. Immediately thereafter, it transformed into a series of massive pillars of light that erupted into the heavens, tearing through the astral sphere, the ether sphere, and the extra-heaven sphere to reach even further beyond. Meanwhile, the sub-venue on the Eastern Victory continent had descended into a state of complete chaos. Taoist Master Qing Qiu naturally had a clearer sense of the disturbance in the air than everyone else, and he turned to discover that a giant pillar of golden light had erupted into the heavens from his Taoist temple, and its origin was none other than the nondescript Heaven Guard Pavilion. At this moment, the entire pavilion was enshrouded in golden light, and its base, which was no more than 200 feet in size, was connected to an enormous formation that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers in radius, and runes of all types of different colors were rising up into the heavens from the formation incessantly. The same phenomenon was also taking place in the Heaven Guard pavilions on the other 3 continents as well, and the battles taking place there instantly drew to a halt. A sense of indescribable panic welled up in everyone's hearts as they sensed the waves of all-encompassing power sweeping over the landscape. Taoist Master Qing Qiu had been stationed in that Heaven Guard pavilion for no fewer than 30 million years, and even though he was rather lackadaisical and hadn't ever carefully examined the pavilion, it was still astonishing that a Tao ancestor like him had failed to detect such a powerful formation lurking beneath it this entire time. What was even more alarming was that the law powers in his body were beginning to seep out as translucent threads, before flying toward the enormous pillar of light in the distance. He looked around in bewilderment to discover that the same thing was happening to everyone around him, and as more and more translucent law threads rose up into the sky, then began to intertwine with one another to form a huge, colorful net up above. Someone finally realized that everyone present had been reduced to lambs for the slaughter, and he yelled, "Run!" Ali. Everyone, regardless of which powers they were affiliated with, set aside their differences to flee the scene. And many of them were making a mad dash for the teleportation formations in the eastern, heavenly gate in an attempt to leave the Middle Earth immortal region altogether. However, upon reaching the teleportation formations, they discovered that the energy fluctuations released by the Pillar of Light had already completely disrupted all of the law powers on this continent, including the laws of space, rendering the teleportation formations completely useless. In light of this, everyone turned and fled toward the eastern heavenly gate, and they were desperate to escape this place as quickly as possible. Otherwise, as more and more of their law powers were leached from their bodies, it would eventually become impossible for them to get away. "What exactly are you trying to do, Supreme Lord?" Taoist Master Qing Qiu murmured to himself as he cast his gaze toward the heavenly palace immortal region. After a brief pause, he sighed, "Regardless of what you're plotting, I wish to play no further part in all of this." He then turned and flew out of the eastern heavenly gate as a streak of white light, without so much as even a backward glance. However, right at this moment, the heavenly gate suddenly shuddered violently, and the paint on its pillars and the archway at the center peeled away to reveal the engraved runes underneath. Those runes lit up with piercing, golden radiance while giving off bursts of peculiar energy fluctuations, and the cultivators that had just rushed into the gate didn't even have a chance to register what was happening before they were devoured by a giant vortex that had abruptly appeared out of thin air, instantly reducing their bodies to dust. Immediately thereafter, a huge pillar of golden light erupted out of the vortex, and Taoist Master Qing Qiu instantly felt a burst of tremendous suction force begin to act upon him from behind. He frantically redoubled his efforts to get away, but the translucent law threads flowing out of his body were sucked in by the pillar of light, forcibly dragging him back into the vortex in the heavenly gate. With even a Tao ancestor like him unable to escape the vortex's clutches, everyone else naturally wasn't able to fare any better, and the same thing was happening in all 4 heavenly gates. The entire Middle Earth Immortal region had transformed into a slaughterhouse, and no one that possessed law powers of any attribute was able to get away. The Heavenly Palace Continent. All of the clouds in the sky above the Jade Pond Paradise had evaporated as if they had been scorched away, revealing an inky black extra-realm space up above. Within this space was a chaotic vortex that was gradually expanding, and Gu Huijin was standing beneath the vortex, observing the entire Middle Earth Immortal region with a look of excitement in his eyes. Compared with the subvenues, the situation in the Jade Pond Paradise was even more horrific, with countless law threads rising up toward the vortex high up in the sky. Over half of the cultivators present had already perished in battle, and around half of those that were left had met their demise after having the law powers sucked out of their bodies. A pleased look finally appeared in Gu Huijin's eyes upon seeing this. With more and more law powers flowing into the formation, it would be enhanced further and further, and before long, the entire true immortal realm would succumb to its power. In order to change the world, one had to possess the power and resolve to destroy it first. Right at this moment, he suddenly raised an eyebrow as something caught his attention. It was Li Yuanju with his palms raised to the heavens, and golden light was flowing incessantly out of his hands into a palm-sized vial hovering above his head. Golden, red, blue, green, and yellow light were surging out of the mouth of the vial, forming a 5-colored umbrella of light that encompassed an area with a radius of roughly 1,000 feet around him. Under the protection of the umbrella, he was able to remain completely unaffected by the formation. There were around a dozen more figures standing behind him, also taking shelter under the 5-colored umbrella, 2 of whom were Meng Po and Yu Menghen. The 2 of them had refrained from consuming their Bodhi Dao fruits, so they didn't fall under the control of the divine Dao seal and were able to get far away from the battlefield. However, in the wake of the formation's activation, they knew that they wouldn't be able to get away, so they could only seek out Li Yuanju's protection. Li Yuanju initially didn't want to protect them, but with everyone else dead or on death's doorstep, he had to muster up what few allies he could to oppose Gu Huijin. As was the case with Kai Rong, Chen Ruyan had also had the power of the divine Dao seal sucked out of her body by the small vial, and the 3 of them had temporarily forged an alliance. Li Yuanju, you were the latest addition to the 7 heavenly Dao ancestors, and you were the least loyal to me, but you were smarter than all of the rest. Unfortunately, your power is required to completely activate this formation, so I'll have to ask you to surrender yourself over to me, Gu Huijin said. Gu Huijin, I knew you were plotting something insidious, but I didn't think you would go this far. If you want my power, then you'll have to come and take it yourself. Li Yuanju spat through gritted teeth. A faint smile appeared on Gu Huijin's face, and he wasted no time with words as he pointed a finger at the swirling vortex up above. A burst of thunderous rumbling rang out within the chaotic vortex, following which a beam of gray light shot out from within to strike the five-colored umbrella above Li Yunju. The five-colored light barrier shuddered violently, then began to rapidly fade. "If you don't want to die, then help me power this vial," Li Yunju hurriedly urged upon seeing this, and everyone under the umbrella of five-colored light immediately began injecting their power into the vial. At the moment, the dozen or so figures under the umbrella of five-colored light included 6 Dao ancestors, namely Li Yunju, Kai Rong, Chen Ruyan, and True Lord Kang Wu's trio, so their collective power was certainly nothing to be scoffed at. There were many cultivators nearby who still hadn't had all of the law powers drained from their bodies yet, and they were forced to set aside their differences as they trudged arduously toward Li Yunju. With the inclusion of more and more people, the five-colored light barrier was bolstered to the extent that it was able to temporarily ward off the beam of gray light. Gu Huijin merely shook his head with a faint smile upon seeing this, then raised his hands to the heavens, and 2 waves of golden light surged out of the palms of his hands toward the sky. With the injection of golden light, the beam of gray light released by the chaotic vortex became even more formidable, and the five-colored light barrier was completely overwhelmed as it began to steadily shrink. Everyone was forced to huddle up closer and closer to one another, but that was only going to delay the inevitable. Li Yunju heaved a forlorn sigh. Ultimately, all of his efforts had proven to be for naught. Right at this moment, the space behind Gu Huijin suddenly began to ripple, and a massive, silver rune emerged, immediately following which a gate of silver light abruptly appeared. Gu Huijin's brows furrowed slightly upon sensing this, and he withdrew a hand before thrusting his palm behind himself, sending 9 radiant, golden worms racing toward the silver gate. A burst of dark red light erupted out of the silver gate to clash against the 9 golden worms, and a resounding boom rang out as the gate exploded, leaving behind a huge black hole that lingered in the air. At the same time, 2 figures abruptly emerged, one behind Gu Huijin and one in front of him, both of which lashed out at him in unison. Unable to take evasive measures, Gu Huijin conjured up a layer of golden light over his own body to withstand the attacks, and the golden light erupted outward in all directions with tremendous power, forcing back his 2 assailants to hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. As golden light faded away, it was revealed that a trail of blood had trickled down from the corner of Gu Huijin's lips, and for the first time in this entire battle, he had been injured. He continued to power the formation with one hand, while wiping the blood from his lips with the other as he mused. "So the 2 of you were alive all along." The pressure on Li Yunju and the others was instantly significantly lessened, and they hurriedly turned to see who it was that had entered the fray. To their astonishment, the 2 new arrivals were none other than the devilish monarch and the reincarnation palace master, who were supposed to have already perished by Gu Huijin's hands. Each of them had a layer of light enveloping their bodies, warding off the effects of the formation to prevent any loss of law powers. "You don't seem surprised by our return," the reincarnation palace master remarked as he raised an eyebrow. "There are 3 paramount laws in this world. Neither of you have reached the pinnacle of your respective laws, but you are still the 2 closest to me in power in this world, so I would have been sorely disappointed if it had been so easy to dispose of you. However, I must say that you used some very impressive decoys to fool me," Gu Huijin said with a composed smile. "I have a brother by the name of Shikangji, and he stands at the pinnacle of the laws of puppetry. He integrated our law powers into a pair of puppets to create the perfect decoys, so it's no surprise that you were fooled," the devilish monarch explained. "I see. I had always thought that you 2 were at each other's throats and that you had already killed him, but it seems like I fell for nothing more than an act, Gu Huijin said with an enlightened expression. Ali. In the Devil Realm, most of the once majestic Night Sun City laid in ruins. The war between Taoist Zai and the devilish monarch's forces had been an extremely brutal one, and no one that had witnessed the war would have thought that it was an act. In reality, in the beginning, it hadn't been an act. The two sides had truly been trying to eradicate one another in earnest, and it was only the arrival of one man bearing a piece of astonishing news that put an end to the war. That man was naturally none other than the Reincarnation Palace Master, and he had informed the two brothers of Gu Huijin's secret plot. At this moment, Taoist Zai was seated on a cushion in a secret chamber, and he was looking very much worse for wear. What was most astonishing of all was that the left side of his body, from his shoulder to his lower abdomen, was nowhere to be seen, clearly a result of assimilation from the heavenly Tao, from excessive usage of his puppetry law powers. Shi Chuankong was standing nearby, with a concerned look on his face. He had been present while Taoist Zai had created those two puppets using the law powers of the Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch, and at the time, he had also suffered from the effects of assimilation, but to nowhere near this severe an extent. Not long ago, Taoist Zai had been meditating when he suddenly sustained severe injuries, and as a result, the effects of assimilation had been significantly exacerbated. A short while later, Taoist Zai exhaled as he opened his eyes, and Shi Chuankong immediately approached him with a concerned gaze. "There's no need to worry about me. I've only suffered some backlash from the destruction of my puppets," Taoist Zai reassured. "How are things going over there, uncle?" Shi Chuankong asked. "It's difficult to say," Taoist Zai replied with a shake of his head. Right at this moment, a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations suddenly swept through the air, and their law powers began to seep out of their bodies in the form of translucent threads. "What's going on?" Shi Chuankong exclaimed in an alarmed manner. "Gu Huijin has activated the formation. Things must have taken a turn for the worse," Taoist Zai replied in a grim manner. Ali. In the extra heaven sphere, Han Li and Jin Tong were racing through the boundless expanse of darkness. They had originally planned to enter an immortal region through one of the spatial rifts, before traveling to the Middle-earth immortal region via teleportation formation. But they had discovered that all of the teleportation formations leading to the Middle-earth immortal region had become dysfunctional for some reason. Hence, they had no choice but to travel toward the Middle-earth immortal region through the extra heaven sphere. Right at this moment, their law powers began to flow out of their bodies before vanishing into thin air. "What's going on?" Jin Tong exclaimed as she hurriedly stopped cold in her tracks. "I don't know, but something must have happened in the heavenly court," Han Li replied with a grim expression, then attempted to seal in his own law powers with his immortal spiritual power, but his efforts proved to be futile. "What do we do? At this rate, we'll run out of law powers before we even get to the heavenly court," Jin Tong exclaimed. As soon as her voice trailed off, a burst of green light suddenly appeared over Han Li's chest. The green light was emanating from none other than the heaven-controlling vial, and he hurriedly pulled it out from beneath his robe. The green light emanating from the vial enveloped Han Li's entire body, and the outflow of law powers instantly ceased. Han Li immediately extended a hand toward Jin Tong upon seeing this, releasing a burst of light in her direction to forge a connection between the two, and the law powers in her body were also sealed in again. "Looks like the heaven-controlling vial can keep us safe, but I don't know if the effects are permanent, so we have to get to the heavenly court as soon as possible," Han Li said with a grim expression. Jin Tong nodded in response, and the two of them continued on their way. Ali. Middle-earth immortal region, heavenly prayer continent. The rising dragon peak of the Heavenmen sect was still as peaceful as ever, but for some reason, all of the peace trees on the mountain summit had been stripped of their flowers and leaves, as if they had been ravaged by a storm. Without the cover provided by the canopies of the peach trees, the entire mountain summit was made to appear very bare and exposed, and the octagonal stone altar was fully revealed. All that remained of Chen Tuan was half of his face, while the rest of his body had already been claimed by the black vortex hovering over the altar. His lone, blind eye peered arduously into the distance before looking up at the heavens, and there was a concerned and hesitant look on his face. So be it. I've clung onto this pathetic existence of so many years, and now all that's left for me is one final half-divination. As for whether this half-divination will be able to yield an outcome, that'll be up to the heavens, he murmured to himself with a wry smile. He didn't want to know the outcome of the Bodhi banquet anymore. Instead, the only thing that he was curious about now was Gu Huijin's fate. He began to chant an incantation, and a film of blood suddenly appeared over his blind eye, following which it disintegrated into a streak of translucent crimson light that vanished into the space ahead of him. The space there warped and collapsed to form a black vortex, which sucked in the streak of crimson light to form a crimson bridge between Chen Tuan and the vortex. However, he was already a spent force, and the bridge was only able to remain intact for less than 20 seconds before crumbling away. The black vortex flew toward Chen Tuan, then fused with the existing black vortex behind him to slowly devour what little remained of his body. How surprising! Those were Chen Tuan's final words. All of a sudden, all of the peach trees on the entire rising dragon peak erupted into flames, sending large columns of black smoke rising up into the sky. Jade Pond Paradise. The devilish monarch was hovering in midair with his hands clasped together in a seal, and spatial law powers were surging out of his body, while 81 black spikes were hovering before him, giving off a faint glow. All of a sudden, he thrust his palms forward, and the 81 black spikes instantly shot forward before vanishing into the space up ahead. In the next instant, a burst of thunderous rumbling rang out, and all of the black spikes had transformed into massive pillars around the chaotic vortex, forming a spatial formation that sealed the vortex at its center. A clear layer of spatial cracks appeared around the formation, as if someone had forcibly dug out that expanse of space and severed its connection with the rest of the world to form an independent space. This was similar to how the Devil Realm had been created, but at the time, the power of the entire Devil race had been called upon to achieve that monumental feat. Even though this was a formation that had been created using the devilish monarch's power alone, the space that was isolated was far smaller than the Devil Realm, so his individual power was sufficient. Gu Huijin immediately realized what the devilish monarch's intentions were, and he sneered, "You have the right idea, trying to isolate me and the formation from the rest of the world, but it's not going to work this time." He spread a hand open as he spoke to reveal an ancient rune on the palm, following which he pointed a finger at one of the 81 pillars around him. A pillar of radiant, golden light erupted out of the rune, reaching the pillar that it was aimed at in the blink of an eye. However, before the pillar of golden light was able to strike its target, the Reincarnation Palace Master abruptly appeared in its path, then raised a hand to conjure up a ring-shaped, dark red light barrier. There were 6 balls of light of different colors lodged in the light barrier, with a different rune at the center of each one. The pillar of golden light struck the ring-shaped light barrier, causing it to tremble violently, and its power was absorbed by the ring before being converted into a burst of gentle light, which traveled through the 6 balls of light in succession before fading away. The Reincarnation Palace Master pressed a hand against the circular light barrier, and wisps of law powers surged out of his body before flowing into the light barrier. The runes within the 6 balls of light on the light barrier were illuminated one after another, and the entire light barrier instantly swelled to over 100 times its original size, while a massive ball of dark red light appeared at its center before hurtling directly toward Gu Huijin. The ball of light was enshrouded in crimson mist and contained the reincarnation karmic power that the Reincarnation Palace Master had been accumulating over the course of millions of years. And right as it was about to descend upon Gu Huijin, it abruptly exploded into a wave of crimson mist that swept toward him like an avalanche. Gu Huijin was already prepared for this, and he conjured up a time barrier that stopped everything that came into contact with it cold in their tracks. However, the crimson mist was able to pass straight through the golden light barrier without any impediment. A hint of surprise flashed through Gu Huijin's eyes upon seeing this, and he hurriedly swept a sleeve through the air, sweeping up a fierce gust of wind to scatter the crimson mist, only for it to converge into a single stream that shot up his sleeve like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was enshrouded in crimson mist, and his entire body instantly fell stagnant, leaving him unable to even keep his arm aloft to power the formation. "What have you done?" Gu Huijin asked. "Reincarnation and karma transcend beyond time, so your time law powers can't protect you. I've simply gathered all of the bad karma that the heavenly court has created under your command and returned it to you," the Reincarnation Palace Master explained with a smile. "You think this will be enough to bring me down? Isn't that a little too naive of you?" Gu Huijin sneered. Rays of golden light appeared over his body as he spoke, and it was as if he were bathed in the river of time, which slowly washed the karma away. However, not only was the Reincarnation Palace Master not dismayed in the slightest to see this, a faint smile had appeared on his face instead. At the same time, he quickly made a string of hand seals, and a formation began to take shape beneath Gu Huijin. The devilish monarch had also sprung into action at the same time, and 81 translucent chains of black light shot out of the 81 pillars before winding themselves tightly around Gu Huijin. The space around Gu Huijin was instantly sealed, causing the flow of the river of time around him to cease. "Go!" the devilish monarch yelled, and Yin Ming abruptly emerged out of thin air behind Gu Huijin, following which his body abruptly elongated to several hundred feet in length before coiling itself around Gu Huijin like a constricting python. "I'll be taking your soul, Supreme Lord." Yin Ming cackled with his shadowy face no more than 3 feet away from Gu Huijin's. After Gu Huijin's plot was exposed, he had agreed to the Reincarnation Palace Master's alliance proposition without any hesitation. According to their plan, the Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch would be responsible for trapping Gu Huijin, at which point he would swoop in to devour Gu Huijin's soul. Even he couldn't imagine how powerful he would become if he could successfully devour Gu Huijin's soul. He would definitely be able to put an end to Gu Huijin's plans, and perhaps he could even eradicate the Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch at once. A hint of irrepressible excitement welled up in his heart at the thought of destroying the trio that stood at the pinnacle of the 3 paramount laws, and he reared up before plunging headfirst toward Gu Huijin's glabella. If he could enter Gu Huijin's consciousness, then his victory would be sealed. Right at this moment, what sounded like a gong strike suddenly rang out from Gu Huijin's glabella, and waves of golden ripples surged out of his consciousness before sweeping over Yin Ming, whose essential energy was instantly set alight. "No, this is impossible," he exclaimed in a panic as he attempted to distance himself from Gu Huijin, only for a hand to close itself around his throat. "On the path of exploring the Great Tao, I have walked further than all of you combined, so you really shouldn't be underestimating me like this," Gu Huijin said, following which a burst of completely unprecedented time law powers erupted out of his hand to erase Yin Ming from existence in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the layer of crimson mist clinging to his body also peeled away like old paint before dissipating into nothingness. The Reincarnation Palace master sliced a gash into the palm of his own hand upon seeing this, releasing a drop of blood essence that flowed down onto the space before him. The formation beneath Gu Huijin instantly began to glow brightly, and what appeared to have been an entrance to the underworld had opened up, revealing a crimson space, from within which a harrowing cacophony of heart-wrenching howls could be heard. There were also countless crimson figures crawling toward the opening in hordes, but they were unable to crawl out of the underworld even as they desperately clawed and clambered over one another. A burst of tremendous suction force was surging out of the opening, attempting to suck Gu Huijin in. However, he remained completely unfazed, and a corkscrew-shaped pillar of gray light descended from the chaotic vortex overhead before plunging into the opening, and the crimson space within was instantly thrown into a state of disarray. Countless crimson figures were completely obliterated before they even had a chance to react, and the remnants of their bodies rose up with the corkscrew-shaped pillar of gray light to be sucked into the chaotic vortex, causing it to swell drastically in size once again. The Reincarnation Palace master's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he switched to a different hand seal, upon which the formation beneath Gu Huijin slowly faded away along with the crimson opening. The devilish monarch and the Reincarnation Palace master exchanged a concerned glance with one another, and a faint smile appeared on Gu Huijin's face upon seeing this as he remarked, "It seems like you're finally beginning to understand the hopeless situation that you're in." With a casual sweep of his hand, all of the translucent chains around him dissipated into nothingness. The chaotic law powers within this formation are what has created this world, and they're far more ancient than the three paramount laws. Even the heavenly Tao itself was born from chaos, so what makes you think that you can contain it with your spatial law powers? Gu Huijin scoffed, and a grim look appeared on the devilish monarch's face upon hearing this. In the next instant, a rumbling thunderclap rang out from within the chaotic vortex up above, and it swelled drastically to devour the 81 pillars around it. Your time is up, but at least you get to enjoy witnessing the creation of a new world in your final moments, Gu Huijin declared. Bursts of rumbling continued to ring out incessantly as the chaotic vortex expanded further and further. All of the world's origin chi across the entire heavenly palace continent was stirred up into a chaotic frenzy, and all of the law powers were also disrupted, shattering all of the rules that heaven and earth had operated by since the beginning of time. The already severely ravaged Jade Pond paradise came plummeting out of the sky, but it completely disintegrated before it even had a chance to reach the heavenly palace continent down below. Li Yuanjiu and the other survivors began to descend toward the heavenly palace continent, but before they could get there, a series of chasms that stretched further than the eyes could see had appeared all over the entire continent. At the same time, all of the volcanoes had begun erupting at once, while tsunamis were crashing over the entire coastline, presenting a doomsday-like scene to behold. Let's all appreciate the final moments of the old world, Gu Huijin said with a fervent look in his eyes. The devilish monarch heaved an internal sigh as he turned his gaze to the Reincarnation Palace master with tightly furrowed brows. The latter also had a grim look on his face, but it seemed as if he wasn't ready to give up just yet. Extra heaven sphere. Han Li suddenly stopped in his tracks before looking down with a puzzled expression. He was just about to examine whatever had caught his attention when his head suddenly began to throb in pain, and an image depicting the Reincarnation Palace master and the devilish monarch's battle against Gu Huijin surfaced in his mind. At the same time, A sense of intense hatred for Gu Huijin that he had never felt before welled up in his heart, and this emotion was coming from the Reincarnation Palace Master. Instinctively, Han Li had a feeling that his thoughts and emotions were also being transmitted to the Reincarnation Palace Master, and somehow, a spiritual connection had formed between the two. Han Li was rather taken aback by this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which an arc of golden lightning shot out of his sleeve before vanishing into the space up ahead. Immediately thereafter, he latched onto Jin Tong, and the two of them vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, on the Heavenly Palace continent, the Reincarnation Palace Master and the Devilish Monarch were engaged in a fierce battle against Gu Huijin. All three of them had summoned their spirit domains, and numerous spatial, time, and reincarnation passageways had opened up, leading to countless realms and immortal regions to draw upon more power to fuel their spirit domains. Following an almighty clash, the three combatants flew back through the air, and after steadying himself, the devilish monarch swiped his hands through the air in rapid succession, with silver light flashing between his fingers. Dozens of mountainous, silver giants instantly emerged within his spirit domain, before pressing themselves tightly against Gu Huijin's golden spirit domain. These giants were incredibly physically imposing, and their facial features were identical to the devilish monarchs. Their entire bodies were riddled with a type of translucent silver crystals, which were formed by the power of shattered space, containing incredibly violent spatial law powers. All of a sudden, all of the silver giants exploded in unison at the devilish monarch's behest, forming dozens of silver mushroom clouds that sent boundless, devastating spatial power erupting in all directions. A huge hole was instantly torn into the golden spirit domain, and the Reincarnation Palace Master appeared before the hole in a wraith-like manner before throwing a punch, upon which a gargantuan six paths reincarnation plate appeared behind him. The surface of the plate was riddled with countless complex patterns, and countless projections of all types of living beings were flashing over each of its six corners. There were humans, demons, ghosts, devils, gray realm beings. It was as if all of the living beings in this world were gathered here. The gargantuan plate revolved rapidly as it crashed straight into Gu Huijin's spirit domain, and it was giving off an indescribably fearsome aura, far more formidable than the aura that it had displayed back when it claimed the life of Bone Emperor. The golden spirit domain trembled violently as a series of huge cracks appeared over its surface, while the sections of the spirit domain nearest to the plate had fallen away altogether. The Reincarnation Palace Master's entire body was riddled with dark red patterns, and his sunken cheeks became even more gaunt and emaciated, as if all of his vitality were being sucked dry. But he paid no heed to his own condition as he made a hand seal before thrusting it forward, releasing a thick beam of dark red light into the reincarnation plate. The six paths reincarnation plate instantly swelled drastically in size, while the light radiating from it also became far brighter, shattering even more of Gu Huijin's spirit domain. The rate at which the six paths reincarnation plate was advancing was also sped up by tenfold, and it seemed completely unstoppable as it rumbled its way toward Gu Huijin. A serious look appeared on Gu Huijin's face as he made a hand seal, and a thin, golden veil rose up from his body with countless specks of golden light shimmering over its surface, giving it the appearance of a golden galaxy. Boundless time law powers were emanating from the veil, and it was clearly an extremely formidable artifact that was infinitely approaching a first-tier immortal treasure. The veil unfurled itself before transforming into 9 massive, golden light barriers, which had only just taken shape when the six paths reincarnation plate crashed into them with almighty power. A string of dull thumps rang out as one golden light barrier was shattered after another. In the blink of an eye, All 9 light barriers had been broken, and the golden veil reappeared, having already been torn into close to 20 pieces. However, the 6 Paths reincarnation plate was also slowed down for an instant, and Gu Huijin took advantage of this brief window of respite to make a rapid string of hand seals before pointing a finger forward. The torn golden veil erupted into flames, and countless golden stars flew out of it before spreading throughout the surrounding spirit domain. All of a sudden, it was as if the golden light within the spirit domain had been ignited, and a turbulent golden galaxy appeared, sweeping up the 6 Paths reincarnation plate, the reincarnation palace master, and the devilish monarch behind him. Boundless time law powers were churning within the galaxy, and the devilish monarch was caught completely off guard, inundated before he even had a chance to react. The 6 Paths reincarnation plate was also swept up by the golden galaxy, and it instantly began to tremble slightly. The reincarnation palace master hurriedly made a rapid string of hand seals upon seeing this, and the 6 Paths reincarnation plate immediately stabilized itself before crashing down upon Gu Huijin, only for his body to disintegrate into specks of golden light upon contact. The reincarnation palace master faltered slightly upon seeing this, while the 6 Paths reincarnation plate stopped in its tracks at his behest. Right at this moment, the turbulent, golden galaxy suddenly began to revolve, forming a massive vortex in the blink of an eye. The surrounding tearing forces instantly became several times more formidable, and the 6 Paths reincarnation plate began to drift toward the vortex in an unsteady fashion. The reincarnation palace master clasped his hands together into a seal upon seeing this, and the runes on the 6 Paths reincarnation plate instantly began to glow radiantly as it sped up drastically in its revolution. Tremendous reincarnation law powers erupted out of it, helping it ward off the tearing forces of the golden vortex, and it was quickly able to stabilize itself again. However, right at this moment, countless golden chains shot out of the golden vortex, then wound themselves around the 6 Paths reincarnation plate to form a cage. Every single chain was giving off extremely formidable, restrictive time law powers, and the 6 Paths reincarnation plate instantly ceased in its revolution, as if it had been sealed away. Several of the golden chains had also wound themselves around the reincarnation palace master, instantly immobilizing him. Gu Huijin appeared above the golden vortex in a flash before flicking a finger through the air to release a golden arrow projection, which was traveling at an astonishing speed, reaching the reincarnation palace master in the blink of an eye. However, not only did the reincarnation palace master not display any panic at the sight of the arrow projection, a faint smile had appeared on his face instead. Right at this moment, a golden lightning sword emerged out of thin air up above, following which Han Li appeared beneath the sword in a flash. He was already familiar with the situation, having witnessed everything through the reincarnation palace master's eyes, and he immediately lashed out upon his arrival, unleashing a great 5-elemental annihilation fist. The golden fist projection was able to intercept the arrow projection in a timely fashion before it could strike the reincarnation palace master, and a resounding explosion rang out as the arrow projection imploded into countless specks of golden light. "Oh, you're still alive. So be it, I guess I'll just have to take care of you myself." Gu Huijin harumphed coldly, yet right as he raised a hand in preparation to do something, a rapidly revolving golden wheel projection suddenly appeared behind Han Li, and he instantly vanished from the spot before abruptly reappearing in front of the reincarnation palace master. With a sweep of his sleeve, a burst of golden flames from his time-severing torch erupted forth, forming a fiery, golden sword that struck the cage of golden chains in a flash. The golden cage was sliced into two to free the reincarnation palace master, who gave Han Li a grateful nod. A look of dismay appeared in Gu Huijin's eyes at how easily Han Li was able to traverse through his spirit domain and destroy his heaven-locking cage. However, as opposed to pursuing Han Li's duo, he vanished into the surrounding spirit domain again. The golden vortex vanished in the blink of an eye, and the section of the spirit domain that had earlier been destroyed by the Six Paths reincarnation plate also instantly recovered. At the same time, the spirit domain swelled to over 100 times its original size, and it was rippling like a vast, golden sea. Unlike Han Li's more substantial spirit domain, Gu Huijin's spirit domain seemed to have been in a liquid form, giving it a gentle and frail appearance, but in reality, it was nigh indestructible. Tremendous pressure was converging from all directions in relentless waves, bringing it with bursts of invasive time law powers. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he immediately conjured up his own time spirit domain, which was able to ward off Gu Huijin's intrusive time law powers. Gu Huijin's time spirit domain was flashing urgently as it attempted to stop the expansion of Han Li's spirit domain, but it was powerless to do so. However, Han Li's spirit domain had only taken up less than 1% of the total area of Gu Huijin's spirit domain, so it was far from a major concern. The devilish monarch was swept away by Gu Huijin's time law powers earlier, and I don't know where he is right now. His power will be indispensable if we want to oppose Gu Huijin, so would you be able to rescue him as well? The Reincarnation Palace Master asked through voice transmission. Han Li immediately began scouring his gaze over the surrounding area upon hearing this, and his gaze quickly settled on something, following which he made a grabbing motion in that direction. A streak of golden light erupted out of his hand before vanishing into a certain section of Gu Huijin's spirit domain, following which the streak of light returned with none other than the devilish monarch. The devilish monarch's robes were in tatters, giving him a rather disheveled appearance, and an incredulous look appeared on his face at the sight of Han Li. After rescuing the devilish monarch, Han Li continued to scour his surroundings with his infernal devilish eyes in an attempt to track down Gu Huijin, but it was as if he had truly vanished, and not even the slightest hint of his aura was left behind. Gu Huijin's trying to stall for time, the Reincarnation Palace Master said with tightly furrowed brows as he cast his gaze toward the ever-expanding chaotic vortex. Now that he was in such close proximity to the Reincarnation Palace Master, the spiritual connection between them seemed to have grown even stronger, and he was able to sense what the Reincarnation Palace Master was about to say even before the words had left his mouth. With that in mind, he couldn't help but wonder if the Reincarnation Palace Master could also see his thoughts. "What do we do? Is there a way to force him out of hiding?" the devilish monarch asked. Fellow Taoist Han has mastered Myro's great 5-elemental illusion mantra. If we combine our 3 paramount law powers, we may be able to break Gu Huijin's spirit domain, the Reincarnation Palace Master said. Your condition is already less than ideal. If you continue using your reincarnation law powers, even if we manage to defeat Gu Huijin, there's a good chance you'll be claimed by the heavenly Tao, the devilish monarch cautioned. That's still a better outcome than going down with this world. At this point, we have no choice but to go all out, the Reincarnation Palace Master replied. As soon as his voice trailed off, he summoned his dark red spirit domain again to overlap with Han Li's spirit domain. The 2 spirit domains shuddered in unison, and both of them began to glow far brighter than before. This was not an unfamiliar sight to Han Li. The same type of spirit domain resonance had previously been observed between his and Gan Jiuzhen's spirit domains, but on this occasion, the 2 spirit domains were resonating with a far higher level of harmony. As the 2 spirit domains completely fused as one, The mountains in Han Li's spirit domain swelled rapidly in size to form gargantuan peaks, while the river of time transformed into a raging sea. The same thing had taken place in the Reincarnation Palace Master's spirit domain, but he didn't appear surprised at all to see this. "How is this happening?" Han Li asked through his and the Reincarnation Palace Master's spiritual connection. "In a sense, you and I are still the same person, so it's naturally very easy for law resonance to take place between us. On top of that, you've also fully mastered the spirit refinement technique, allowing you to establish spiritual connections with others, thereby making law resonance even easier to achieve. So this is far from surprising," the Reincarnation Palace Master explained. Han Li was enlightened upon hearing this, and he realized that this had to have been another reason why the Reincarnation Palace Master had bestowed the spirit refinement technique upon him. The Reincarnation Palace Master could sense Han Li's apprehension, and he communicated, "I bear no ill will toward you, fellow Taoist Han. Everything I did was for the sake of bringing down Gu Huijin. If you can help me accomplish that objective, I'm willing to hand over full control of the Reincarnation Palace to you. I don't even know if we'll be able to survive past today, so we'll discuss that another time," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Through their spiritual connection, he could sense that the Reincarnation Palace Master's offer had been made in earnest, but he didn't have much interest in power. Furthermore, even if it weren't for the Reincarnation Palace Master's sake, he still had to defeat Gu Huijin, as there could only be one time Tao ancestor. Furthermore, exacting vengeance for Patriarch Myro also served as an additional incentive. With that in mind, Han Li made a hand seal, and his time spirit domain swelled even further in size as a series of swords of golden light came flying out from within, every single one of which was imbued with immense power. The Reincarnation Palace Master could sense Han Li's resolve through their spiritual connection, and he was very glad that they were on the same page. Bursts of dark red light shot out of his spirit domain at his behest, then intertwined with the swords of golden light flying out of Han Li's spirit domain. Thanks to their spiritual connection, they were able to work in perfect synchronicity, and their law powers were also combining together in a seamless fashion. All of the golden swords instantly swelled rapidly to dozens of times their original size, while also becoming clearer and more substantial. A series of dark red spirit patterns appeared over the golden swords as they became infused with reincarnation law powers, and they erupted in all directions to slice through Gu Huijin's spirit domain. One massive gash after another was easily torn into the spirit domain, reducing it to tattered rag. A stunned look appeared on the devilish monarch's face upon seeing this, and he hurriedly conjured up more of the same silver giants from earlier, before detonating them to send bursts of destructive spatial powers sweeping through the surrounding, golden spirit domain. As one of the three paramount laws, his spatial powers were also resonating with Han Li and the Reincarnation Palace Master's law powers to a certain extent, and before long, Gu Huijin's spirit domain was on the verge of collapse. The golden light inside was frantically trying to mend the rifts that had been torn into the spirit domain, but to no avail. Encouraged by the progress that they had made, Han Li and the Reincarnation Palace Master redoubled their efforts, and countless swords of golden light shot forth to strike at the already severely ravaged spirit domain. Finally, the golden spirit domain completely disintegrated into a vast expanse of golden light, and Gu Huijin was revealed, but much to the surprise of Han Li's trio, the entire lower half of his body had already vanished into the chaotic vortex. Furthermore, a series of chaotic patterns had appeared over his skin, including his face, presenting a harrowing sight to behold. The Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch were stunned to see this, while Han Li looked up into the sky with a thoughtful expression. Ever since reaching the great encompassment stage, he had constantly felt as if there were some type of invisible force weighing down on him from above, as if an insurmountable obstacle stood between him and further advancement in the laws of time. The presence of Gu Huijin at the pinnacle of the laws of time had made it impossible for any other cultivator of time, law powers to reach the same heights. But in this moment, Hanley felt as if this insurmountable obstacle had suddenly disappeared. Could it be? A hint of excitement welled up in Han Li's heart as a possibility occurred to him. You're too late. I've already become one with the great Tao and attained the laws of chaos. I'm completely impervious to your law powers now. Gu Huijin guffawed in a deranged manner as his composed facade completely slipped away. An almighty, all-encompassing aura erupted out of his body, and there were all types of different law power fluctuations emanating from within, the most prominent of which was still his original time law powers. He's gone insane, the devilish monarch exclaimed. He's most likely not in a sound state of mind as he's still yet to gain full control over the power of chaos in his body. We don't have any time to waste. If he manages to attain full mastery over the laws of chaos, then even our combined powers will be no match for him, the Reincarnation Palace Master said in an urgent manner, then immediately launched himself at Gu Huijin, followed closely by Han Li and the devilish monarch. Gu Huijin turned to them with a deranged expression as he swept both sleeves through the air, and countless brown arrow projections came hurtling out of the chaotic vortex, every single one of which was over 1,000 feet in length and as thick as a millstone. These arrow projections were also imbued with different law powers, but only 4 types, 2 of which were space and time, which were distinctly separate, while the other 2 had fused as one, making them rather difficult to distinguish, but they seemed to have been the laws of wind and lightning. Both the laws of wind and lightning were geared toward speed, and this quality was further enhanced by the laws of space and time, granting the arrow projections incredible speed that allowed them to reach Han Li's trio in an instant. The 3 of them were caught off guard by the astonishing speed of the oncoming projectiles, yet right as the arrow projections were about to strike them, the devilish monarch abruptly appeared before Han Li and the Reincarnation Palace Master before making a hand seal. All of the space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers instantly fell completely still at his behest, and all of the arrow projections were brought to a halt. However, in the next instant, 4 bursts of law powers erupted out of the arrow projections in unison to shatter the stagnant space, and they continued to race through the air. This brief window of respite was enough for Han Li and the Reincarnation Palace Master to react to the situation, and they combined the powers of their spirit domains to send a flurry of golden sword projections flying toward the oncoming arrow projections. Golden, dark red, and brown light erupted in all directions amid a string of deafening booms, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently, and even the chaotic vortex had begun churning incessantly. The brown arrow projections were extremely formidable, but they were no match for the combination of Han Li and the Reincarnation Palace Master's law powers, and all of the arrow projections were quickly eradicated, but many of the golden sword projections had also been shattered in the process. Han Li and the Reincarnation Palace Master were injecting their immortal spiritual power and law powers into their spirit domains with no reservation, and the 2 spirit domains expanded rapidly toward Gu Huijin while releasing countless more golden sword projections. At the same time, the devilish monarch appeared out of thin air on the other side of Gu Huijin before pointing a finger at him, and a series of silver rifts appeared in the space up ahead. These silver rifts were giving off far more fearsome spatial law powers than normal spatial rifts, and all of them converged toward Gu Huijin at the devilish monarch's behest. The deranged look on Gu Huijin's face became even more pronounced at the sight of the oncoming attacks, and he slit his left wrist with his finger, releasing a large stream of blood essence into the chaotic vortex beneath him. A layer of faint, crimson light instantly appeared over the chaotic vortex, and it began to expand at a far faster rate than before. With a sweep of his sleeve, countless flaming rocks flew out of the chaotic vortex like fiery asteroids to strike the golden sword projections and silver spatial rifts. Unlike the brown arrow projections, these flaming rocks were imbued with 9 types of different law powers. The fiery rocks instantly exploded upon making contact with the sword projections and spatial rifts, creating a scorching sea of fire. 9 bursts of law powers were intertwining with one another in a frenzy within the sea of flames, devouring the golden sword projections and spatial rifts. At the same time, Han Li's trio was struck by a burst of tremendous power from afar, sending them flying back through the air. A pleased grin appeared on Gu Huijin's face as he swept both sleeves through the air once again, and the chaotic vortex shuddered violently as countless balls of lightning, the size of houses, came raining down upon the trio. These balls of lightning didn't appear to have been imbued with any types of law powers. Instead, they were giving off a chaotic aura, and it looked as if each of them contained a miniature world. "Get back! This is chaotic divine lightning," the Reincarnation Palace Master yelled in a panicked manner while making a rapid string of hand seals, and 6 bursts of dark red light flew out of the 6 holes in the 6 paths reincarnation plate to envelop his entire body as he shot back in retreat. Han Li and the devilish monarch didn't know how much of a threat this chaotic divine lightning posed, but they also hurriedly flew back in retreat upon seeing the Reincarnation Palace Master's reaction. The devilish monarch swept his hands through the air, and the surrounding space instantly formed a spherical, semi-transparent cocoon around him. Even though the cocoon was clearly visible, it also seemed extremely distant, as if it were in some type of alternate dimension. Meanwhile, Han Li shrank down his spirit domain to only less than 200 feet in size, making it extremely condensed and resilient. At the same time, he conjured up an immortal golden cloud around himself, and the golden cloud had only just taken shape when the chaotic divine lightning crashed down upon his spirit domain. The entirety of heaven and earth took on a chaotic coloration as everything was completely obliterated. The chaotic divine lightning inundated everything, and a large section of the space that had already disintegrated into nothingness collapsed once again. The spirit domain around Han Li wasn't even able to hold itself together for an instant before it was torn apart, following which the lightning crashed down upon the immortal golden cloud, which immediately began to thin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, most of the cloud had already been eradicated, leaving only a thin layer behind. Han Li was astonished to see this, and he finally understood why the Reincarnation Palace Master had displayed such a panicked reaction at the sight of the chaotic divine lightning. He channeled his great 5 elemental illusion mantra with all his might as his time. Law powers gushed into the immortal golden cloud in a frenzy. Immediately thereafter, he summoned his 5-time law treasures, which began orbiting around him while releasing tremendous time law powers. The nearby space instantly twisted and warped into a golden vortex that resembled a space-time passageway with incredibly formidable time law powers swirling around within, pulverizing anything that dared to enter the vortex. At the same time, a series of black, devilish patterns and black scales appeared over his body as he transformed into a devilish deity with 12 heads and 36 arms. The oncoming chaotic divine lightning crashed into the golden vortex, causing it to tremble violently like a small boat in a raging storm, and despite Han Li's best efforts, the vortex was simply unable to devour the chaotic divine lightning. Balls of chaotic divine lightning exploded around the vortex, causing it to shrink rapidly, and Han Li's five-time law treasures were quickly revealed. As more chaotic divine lightning began to crash down from above, the five-time law treasures were quickly obliterated, and Han Li's complexion turned deathly pale as he threw up a mouthful of blood with an alarmed look on his face. His five-time law treasures were the most important treasures in his possession, and they had helped him overcome countless formidable foes, yet they had just been shattered like fragile pieces of chinaware. While it was true that he could slowly reform them over time, how was he supposed to oppose Gu Huijin in his current state? With the golden vortex destroyed, the immortal golden cloud around Han Li was also significantly weakened, and it was being rapidly whittled away by the chaotic divine lightning. Bursts of destructive power infiltrated his body from all directions, causing his meridians to tremble violently, and even in his most formidable devilish deity form, he was struggling to withstand the assault. He hurriedly channeled his heavenly baleful purgatory arts and the remaining time law powers in his body with all his might, and bursts of tremendous power erupted out of his body to expel the infiltrating destructive power. Right at this moment, the immortal golden cloud around Han Li finally collapsed under the might of the chaotic divine lightning, forcing him to lash out with his fists to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, 36 golden fist projections were unleashed, every single one of which possessed the power to smash a hole in the heavens, yet they were instantly eradicated upon contact with the chaotic divine lightning without so much as a whimper. A vast expanse of chaotic lightning came cascading down upon Han Li, tearing his 36 arms to shreds. At the same time, countless scales were flying off his body, following which his skin and flesh were torn away to reveal the black bones underneath. If it weren't for the fact that he was protecting these bones with all his might by channeling both his heavenly baleful purgatory arts and his time law powers, they would have also been destroyed. His ravaged body was sent flying like a tattered rag, and he reverted back to his human form in the process. The chaotic divine lightning in the sky dissipated shortly thereafter, and the Six Paths reincarnation plate had managed to weather the storm, but several cracks had appeared over its surface, and the dark red light emanating from it had also dimmed significantly. Behind the reincarnation plate was a humanoid ball of light, from within which emerged the reincarnation palace master. His complexion was also extremely pale, clearly indicating that withstanding the storm of chaotic divine lightning had taken quite a toll on him. To his dismay, the devilish monarch's lifeless body was hovering nearby, having already been dismembered into several pieces. Han Li was able to survive the ordeal, but was also only just barely clinging onto life. Did you enjoy the taste of my chaotic divine lightning? Now that both of your little helpers are done, you're the only one left. How are you going to exact your revenge now? Gu Huijin chortled with glee. Bursts of chaotic light were streaming into his body from the surrounding vortex, and his aura swelled to even greater heights. Your chaotic divine lightning is indeed formidable, but it's not over yet. The reincarnation palace master harumphed coldly as he flew back in retreat, while opening his mouth to release a ball of dark red light, within which were several dozen reincarnation law threads, all of which vanished into the Six Paths reincarnation plate in a flash. The reincarnation plate immediately began to revolve rapidly while releasing a burst of tremendous suction, drawing in the bodies of Han Li and the devilish monarch. One of the 6 holes on the reincarnation plate swelled drastically in size as it devoured the devilish monarch's remains, and the reincarnation palace master made a rapid string of hand seals, upon which the reincarnation plate began to radiate dazzling, dark red light that seeped into the space around it. Gu Huijin's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, The devilish monarch flew out of another hole on the Six Paths reincarnation plate, and he was back to peak condition, having just been resurrected. He looked around in a bewildered manner for a moment, but he was quickly able to make sense of what had just happened, and he extended a grateful bow toward the reincarnation palace master. No need for formalities, fellow Taoist Shi. I was able to resurrect you with my reincarnation law powers, but it's cost you one future lifetime, so it's not to be used repeatedly, the reincarnation palace master said, then turned to Han Li to try and bring him back from the brink of death, only to suddenly stop what he was doing as a surprised look appeared on his face. At this moment, Han Li was hovering in midair with only the faintest of auras emanating from his body. The remaining time, law powers in his body had been forced out and dissipated into nothingness, leaving his body completely empty. He was no longer able to feel any pain, and his five senses were also gradually fading. Is this it for me? This thought didn't evoke any fear in his heart. Instead, he felt as if he had fused as one with this world. Everything around him suddenly began to slow down and present itself to him with incredible clarity. He was no longer able to see with his eyes, but he was sensing this world through alternative means. What's going on? Am I about to meet my demise and become one with this world? I've been so careful and vigilant throughout my entire cultivation journey, yet it seems like that was all for naught. Compared with all of the countless cultivators who perished earlier in their cultivation journeys, the only difference is that I was able to live a bit longer than them. I'm sorry, Wanner. If we can be reunited in the next life, I would rather that we were both mortals. Immortality would be out of our reach, but at least we wouldn't have to waste the majority of our lives toiling away in cultivation. A hint of sorrow and resignation welled up in his heart as these thoughts drifted through his mind. Right at this moment, streaks of golden light suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. They were rapidly converging toward him, imbued with bursts of time law powers, but the world was still moving extremely slowly. These streaks of golden light surged into his body as 5 torrents of golden radiance, and they were none other than the 5 types of time law powers that Han Li had been cultivating for so many years through his great 5 elemental illusion mantra. He was rapidly regaining what he had lost, and as his body was filled with time law powers once again, his 5 senses also began to recover. The 5 bursts of time law powers were churning through his entire body in a frenzy, while the passages of the great 5 elemental illusion mantra flowed through his mind, giving him an unprecedented level of understanding of the cultivation art. All of a sudden, it was as if a door had been opened, allowing him to step into a brand new world. More and more time, law powers continued to flow into his body, quickly restoring him to his former peak, but the influx of time law powers showed no signs of stopping. The world's origin chi was also gushing into his body, alongside the time law powers, and his injuries began to rapidly heal. A burst of blinding, golden light erupted out of his body, along with aura fluctuations that were several times more formidable than before, and all of the world's origin chi in the entire Middle Earth Immortal region had begun churning wildly. The flow of time around Han Li abruptly returned to normal, and the reincarnation palace master, the devilish monarch, and Gu Huijin had all turned to him with alarmed expressions. From their perspectives, all of this had taken place in the blink of an eye, with Han Li on the brink of death one moment, then making a breakthrough the next. Looks of excitement quickly surfaced in the eyes of the reincarnation palace master and the devilish monarch. They didn't know how it had happened, but they could sense from Han Li's aura that he was making a breakthrough to become a Tao ancestor. If Han Li could become a Tao ancestor at such a critical juncture, then their chances of victory would be significantly increased. How is this possible? Gu Huijin is still alive. How is fellow Taoist Han able to become the time Tao ancestor? the devilish monarch exclaimed. By taking in the power of chaos to try and transcend beyond the heavenly Tao, Gu Huijin has relinquished the birth of time Tao ancestor. I'm assuming this is something that even Gu Huijin himself failed to anticipate, the reincarnation palace master said. A hint of killing intent flashed through Gu Huijin's eyes as he turned his gaze to Han Li. But before he had a chance to do anything, he was confronted by the reincarnation palace master and the devilish monarch. Gu Huijin's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. His powers had been significantly enhanced after he became one with the chaotic vortex, but the process had also left him unable to move. Right at this moment, dense blankets of dark clouds began to converge from all directions, quickly filling the entire sky, and a burst of almighty pressure descended from above. A combination of concern and elation appeared on the reincarnation palace master and the devilish monarch's faces upon seeing this. They knew that this was the precursor for Han Li's heavenly Tao tribulation, something that he would have to overcome in order to become a Tao ancestor, but failure to do so would spell his demise. Once the heavenly Tao tribulation descended upon Han Li, anyone that tried to approach him would be struck by the power of heavenly tribulation, so even Gu Huijin wouldn't be able to get to him. As one of the three paramount laws, the heavenly Tao tribulation for the laws of time is far more fearsome than for other law powers. I had to make extensive preparations in order to transcend my tribulation, and even then, it was only through some strokes of luck that I managed to emerge unscathed, so there's no way he'll be able to transcend his tribulation completely unprepared. Gu Huijin harumphed coldly, and it seemed that he had regained some sanity. At this point, the entire sky had already turned as black as ink, and all of the dark clouds up above began to swirl, forming an enormous vortex directly above Han Li, who looked up into the sky with a calm expression. Having just died, once, he had gained some new perspective on life, leaving him in a composed and unflappable state. Arcs of black lightning were flashing within the vortex, and at its center was a black hole that led to some unknown place. A deafening thunderclap rang out, and the pressure emanating from the vortex instantly became countless times more fearsome than before, causing the nearby space to tremble and warp violently. Han Li shuddered slightly under the pressure, but was able to immediately steady himself. Countless dense, gray clouds surged out of the vortex before descending upon Han Li, and this was a familiar sight to him, as he had seen the same gray clouds during Taoist Zai's heavenly Tao tribulation. However, the gray clouds that had descended upon Taoist Zai at the time weren't even a tenth of what he was currently facing. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face. Back when he had witnessed Taoist Zai's tribulation transcendence, he had fallen unconscious as soon as those gray clouds had appeared. Now that he was facing his own tribulation, he was able to face the same gray clouds with much more composure. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these gray clouds were formed by countless tiny arcs of gray lightning that were imbued with a type of peculiar power, capable of bringing one's inner demons to the fore. Han Li let loose a low roar as he threw a punch upward, and countless rays of golden light erupted out of his fist like a radiant sun. These rays of golden light were able to tear the gray clouds apart with ease, and they quickly dissipated into nothingness. The power of lightning posed no threat to Han Li, and as for inner demons, he had none to speak of after severing his three corpse souls. The reincarnation palace master and the devilish monarch were both ecstatic to see this, while Gu Huijin sneered. The first tribulation is just the appetizer. The main course is still yet to come. As soon as his voice trailed off, the black tribulation clouds up above suddenly turned a crimson color. Thick bolts of crimson lightning were flashing within the tribulation clouds, taking on the shape of crimson lotus flowers that were giving off a fearsome aura of annihilation. Red Lotus Divine Lightning. Red Lotus Divine Lightning was one of the 36 heavenly lightnings, one that ranked above cardinal heavenly lightning, and what was most fearsome about it was its ability to target the soul, an ability that gave it its alternative name of soul destruction lightning. Furthermore, this Red Lotus lightning was far more formidable than normal Red Lotus lightning, as it was imbued with the power of heavenly tribulation. Before Han Li had a chance to ponder the situation any further, the bolts of Red Lotus lightning in the tribulation clouds converged to form a mountainous, Red Lotus flower that came crashing down upon him. Han Li remained completely unfazed as a ball of golden light flew out of his hand, then transformed into a huge, golden shield of light that hovered above his head. The shield was extremely translucent, looking as if it had been crafted from some type of crystalline material, and there were countless runes dancing over its surface, giving it an indestructible appearance. This was another one of the true mantra sect's defensive abilities that ranked alongside the immortal golden cloud, the high heaven's shield. The Red Lotus Divine Lightning struck the high heaven's shield with an earth-shattering boom, and the shield shuddered violently as the runes dancing over it began to blur. However, it displayed no signs of breaking as it continued to hover above Han Li's head, providing him shelter from the Red Lotus Divine Lightning. All of a sudden, a semi-transparent Red Lotus projection flew out of the Red Lotus Divine Lightning up above, and it passed through the high heaven's shield as it descended rapidly upon Han Li. Han Li wasn't surprised to see this, and he quickly made a hand seal, upon which a complex mark appeared on his glabella, releasing bursts of translucent ripples that encompassed HSI's entire body. The Red Lotus projection struck the translucent ripples, causing them to tremble incessantly, but they were able to keep the projection at bay. After a full 15 minutes, the Red Lotus projection finally faded away, while Han Li remained completely unscathed. But before he even had a chance to catch his breath, the tribulation clouds up above suddenly took on a golden color. Countless thick bolts of golden lightning were racing through the clouds, releasing deafening thunderclaps that threatened to shatter the entire surrounding space. These bolts of golden lightning were giving off extremely formidable and destructive time law power fluctuations, and a grim look appeared on Han Li's face as he identified it to be lightning of time. Han Li hurriedly made a rapid string of hand seals, and his 5-time law treasures appeared around him, and they had all undergone substantial evolutions after being reformed. The 5-time law treasures were revolving incessantly, while radiating incredibly pure golden light and immense time law power fluctuations. Before Han Li had a chance to do anything else, the bolts of golden lightning came crashing down from above at an incredible speed. Thankfully, Han Li was up to the task, and he reacted just quickly, raising his arms to the heavens. The high heaven's shield above him immediately began to revolve rapidly, while releasing a stream of countless golden runes. As the lightning of time crashed down onto the high heaven's shield, countless cracks instantly appeared over its surface, and they were rapidly expanding. Immediately thereafter, the high heaven's shield exploded into countless golden shards that erupted in all directions, but at this point, it had already bought Han Li enough time. As his 5-time law treasures orbited around him, a gargantuan, golden vortex took shape, releasing almighty devouring power that sucked in the oncoming bolts of golden lightning. Han Li stood at the center of the vortex, swaying side to side as the vortex trembled in the face of the lightning of time, but his hands remained as steady as ever, and he was making a rapid string of hand seals. The golden vortex stood firm against the lightning of time crashing down from above, and an impasse ensued. Golden lightning erupted in all directions amid rumbling thunderclaps, causing the nearby space to tremble violently. The Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch were forced to retreat into the distance, and only after several minutes had passed did the storm of golden lightning finally recede. The golden vortex down below also faded away, and it was revealed that Han Li's robes were in tatters, giving him a rather bedraggled appearance, but he remained largely unscathed. Right at this moment, the golden coloration of the tribulation clouds up above quickly faded away, and it reverted back to its original, inky black color. All of a sudden, a streak of purple light descended out of the tribulation cloud vortex, and one end of it vanished into Han Li's body in a flash. All of his injuries were instantly fully healed in the blink of an eye, while a pillar of golden light that was filled with time-law threads rose up from his body, then fused as one with the streak of purple light. The pillar of golden light instantly began to glow brighter than before, and it circled around in the air above Han Li like a roaming dragon, while giving off incredibly formidable time-law power fluctuations that caused the surrounding space to tremble and warp. The Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch had already retreated to a safe distance away, but their footing had become rather unsteady once again, forcing them to retreat even further away. The golden dragon only circled around Han Li for a moment before vanishing into his body, and a surprised look appeared on his face, as he could sense that all of his time-law threads were fusing into one with his body, which was beginning to take on a semi-transparent, golden hue. At the same time, his nascent soul and his soul seemed to have also melted into his body like a pair of ice cubes, and the fearsome law power fluctuations surging out of his body quickly receded. The tribulation clouds in the sky had also faded away, and everything returned to normal. Han Li hovered in midair as he sensed all of the changes taking place in the world around him, and a winding, golden river appeared in his eyes. A thin branch split off from the golden river, passing through the boundless expanse of space to connect itself to him. He raised his hands and looked down at his own arms to discover that his skin had become as thin and translucent as paper, and he was able to see all of his blood vessels and bones, the former of which had golden blood flowing inside, while the latter was as fair as jade. This is the legendary golden meridians and jade bones, so this is what it feels like to be a Tao ancestor, Han Li murmured to himself with irrepressible excitement in his eyes. He then gently closed his eyes as his spiritual sense began to roam through the Middle-earth immortal region, and everything, the destroyed landmarks, the chaotic world's origin chi, and the countless lost lives, were presented to him in stunning clarity. Before long, his spiritual sense had already drifted out of this immortal region to reach others, while the chaotic vortex continued to expand, looming over the entire Middle-earth immortal region like a massive lid. Everything on the ground below was rapidly disintegrating, reverting back to their most fundamental constituent parts before being absorbed by the chaotic vortex in the sky. All of the lifeless bodies that littered the earth were gradually melting away, while the surviving cultivators were darting around in a panicked and aimless fashion. In this doomsday-like scenario, where could they possibly run? At this point, Li Yuanjiu's group had already been separated, and Meng Po was doing her best to protect Yu Menghen as they frantically flew from one place to another for refuge. She had been robbed of most of her power by the 3,000 Dao's divine formation, leaving her significantly weakened, but even so, she still held firmly onto the hand of her prized disciple. Yu Menghen's clothes were dirty and in tatters, but there wasn't much fear or panic on her face. Instead, she was looking at her mistress with a gentle and serene expression. The two of them had only just barely evaded a rapidly expanding spatial rift when a spatial vortex appeared directly beneath them, sucking them downward against their will. Meng Po turned around to give Yu Menghen a look of apology, and she regretted bringing her disciple here. She would have met her demise even if she had stayed in the sect, but at the very least, it wouldn't have been under such hellish circumstances. Yu Menghen shook her head with a gentle smile, reassuring Meng Po that she had nothing to apologize for, then cast her gaze up toward the heavens, wishing to see Han Li one final time before she was devoured by the spatial vortex down below. However, she had only just looked up when a streak of golden light descended upon the two of them from above, then pulled them out of the spatial vortex. "Go inside my domain treasure for now," Han Li instructed as he flew to their side before sweeping a sleeve through the air to conjure up a door of silver light. Yu Menghen opened her mouth to call out to Han Li, but was interrupted by a resounding boom as the sun hanging above the Middle-earth Immortal region exploded violently, plunging the entire Immortal region into eternal darkness. "We'll have to catch up some other time, fellow Taoist Yu," Han Li said in a grim manner, and the two women stepped through the spatial doorway. Meng Po had been observing Han Li this entire time, and she could see the feelings that Yu Menghen harbored toward him from the look on her face. Her intuition told her that the man standing before them was perhaps the biggest hope that all of the countless living beings of this world had for surviving this ordeal. If it weren't for him, perhaps Gu Huijin's plan would have already fully come into fruition. Even as a Tao ancestor, Han Li wasn't able to glean the thoughts of Meng Po and Yu Menghen, and at this moment, he was looking up at the sky as his aura gradually stabilized. Gu Huijin was standing high up in the heavens with his lower body submerged in the chaotic vortex, looking as if he were about to be devoured by it, but his eyes were alight with excitement, as if this were a fate that he would gladly welcome. There was no longer any black visible in his pupils, only a pair of gray vortexes that were revolving incessantly while giving off a peculiar power. On his left, the devilish monarch's hands were clasped into a seal, sending a massive, radiant, silver pagoda hurtling toward Gu Huijin, while a gargantuan pillar of light was also racing toward him from the Six Paths reincarnation plate at the Reincarnation Palace Master's behest. In response, all Gu Huijin did was reach out with his hands, and a pair of huge, chaotic hands emerged from the vortex around him to keep the oncoming attacks at bay. Han Li quickly made a hand seal as he channeled his great 5-elemental illusion mantra, and his 5-time law treasures began circling around while giving off radiant, golden light alongside immense time law power fluctuations. He joined his palms in front of his own chest, and the winding river of time reappeared, as did that feeling of oneness with the world. Inside the chaotic vortex, Gu Huijin suddenly turned his gaze to Han Li as if he had sensed something, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes as he exclaimed, "He actually managed to do it, and his affinity with the heavenly Tao is even greater than what I was able to achieve." The outcome of the half-divination that Chen Tuan had previously conducted surfaced in Gu Huijin's mind, and a dark look appeared in his eyes. Chen Tuan was right. You really are the biggest anomaly standing in my way. You've been lucky to survive to this point, but that ends now. Gu Huijin roared, and as soon as his voice trailed off, a massive ball of gray light emerged from the chaotic vortex around him before hurtling toward Han Li at an astonishing speed. Han Li was already prepared, and he thrust both palms forward at once, sending countless specks of golden light surging toward the ball of gray light. As the specks of golden light converged, the outlines of a river of time gradually began to take shape, and it crashed into the ball of gray light like a turbulent wave. The ball of gray light began devouring the rays of golden light around it, expanding further and further in the process, but also becoming more slow and sluggish. By the time it swelled to over 100,000 feet in size, it had virtually come to a complete halt. Right at this moment, an explosive thunderclap rang out as a line of dazzling, golden radiance appeared down the center of the ball of gray light, and it was split into two, before exploding with almighty power. All of the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers expanded rapidly, and light, debris, and the world's origin chi in the area were erased from existence. Immediately thereafter, all of the shockwaves from the explosion began to rapidly contract, ultimately collapsing the space at the epicenter to form an all-devouring black hole. Gu Huijin's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a river of time abruptly appeared before him hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and Han Li was walking over it as if he were treading a line between illusion and reality. And in the blink of an eye, he was no more than several thousand kilometers away from Gu Huijin. Before Gu Huijin had a chance to do anything, Han Li threw a punch his way, and the five-time law treasures around him instantly vanished into the river of time down beneath him. The turbulent river of time instantly transformed into a gargantuan, golden fist projection that hurtled directly toward Gu Huijin, and it was uninhibited by the space before it, striking Gu Huijin in the same instant that it took shape. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the golden fist projection exploded to fill the entire space with blinding, golden light, and the shockwaves from the explosion obliterated the two giant arms extending out of the chaotic vortex. As a result, the pressure on the devilish monarch and the reincarnation palace master was significantly lessened, and the two of them immediately retreated to close to 100,000 kilometers away. He's using his time law powers way too aggressively. Is he not afraid of being assimilated by the heavenly Tao? The devilish monarch asked through voice transmission, and the reincarnation palace master merely shook his head in response. Moments later, the golden light from the fist projection finally dissipated, and the five-time law treasures flew back to Han Li before vanishing into his body. However, much to Han Li's concern and dismay, not only was Gu Huijin completely unscathed from the attack, his aura had only become more formidable. The laws of chaos can devour all things, so I am already invincible. How much more time law power do you have? Send it all my way. Gu Huijin chortled with glee. Right at this moment, Han Li felt a burst of searing pain in front of his chest, and he looked down to discover that the heaven-controlling vial was glowing red, a color that it had never displayed before. Immediately thereafter, the voice of the vile spirit rang out in his mind. Now that you've become a Tao ancestor, you can attempt to refine the heaven-controlling vial. Hurry, there's no time to waste. What do you mean, senior vile spirit? Heaven-controlling vial asked. The heaven-controlling vial was the first-ever profound heavenly item, and it was born alongside the heavenly Tao, so it contains not just all of the laws under the heavens, but also some residual chaos law powers. In Gu Huijin's current state, you stand no chance of defeating him unless you refine this vial. The vile spirit explained in an urgent manner. Why are you only telling me this now? Han Li asked. There's no time for questions. I was only born when your previous incarnation, the reincarnation palace master, injected all of his time law powers into the heaven-controlling vial. So even though I'm the vile spirit, my knowledge of the heaven-controlling vial's properties is far from comprehensive, and I've constantly been cultivating to try and unravel more of the vial's secrets, the vile spirit explained. Does that mean you were cultivating on all of those occasions that I called upon you but received no response? Han Li exclaimed. That's right. The heaven-controlling vial was born alongside heaven and earth, and it's only revealed all of its secrets to me after sensing Gu Huijin's plans to destroy this world in order to create a new one. Now hurry up and refine the vial. I'll lend you my assistance, the vile spirit urged. Before Han Li had a chance to respond, a rumbling thunderclap suddenly rang out up above, and a pillar of chaotic lightning came crashing down upon him. His 72 sword spirit children immediately flew out of his body on their own. then quickly arranged themselves into a massive sword formation, which released countless arcs of cardinal heavenly lightning to oppose the pillar of chaotic lightning. The two types of lightning exploded in unison, sending ferocious shockwaves sweeping through the entire surrounding area in a radius of millions of kilometers. All of the surrounding space was torn to shreds, releasing all types of violent spatial storms as most of the Middle-earth Immortal region was destroyed in mere seconds. The sword formation formed by the azure bamboo cloudswarm swords also fell apart, and they reverted back into sword spirit children that returned to Han Li's side. Fellow Taoist Shi, Palace Master, I'll have to trouble the two of you to hold off Gu Huijin for a while. I may have a way to turn the tables, but it's going to require some preparation, Han Li said through voice transmission. The devilish monarch was rather hesitant, while the reincarnation palace master immediately agreed. If you don't have a way to stop Gu Huijin, then I suggest you place your trust in him, the reincarnation palace master said to the devilish monarch, then flew over to Han Li's side. The devilish monarch's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he ultimately obliged, and he and the reincarnation palace master situated themselves in front of Han Li like a pair of guardians. Meanwhile, Han Li sat down in midair, then removed the heaven-controlling vial from around his neck before cupping it in his hands. All of a sudden, a burst of bright, crimson light suddenly began emanating from the vial, and it seemed to be able to seep into his body, illuminating his tendons, bones, and meridians the same crimson color. Both the reincarnation palace master and the devilish monarch turned back to take a surprised glance at Han Li, upon sensing what was happening behind them. The heaven-controlling vial had once been under the ownership of the reincarnation palace master, and he had used it in countless battles, but never had he felt the vial giving off an aura like this. Gu Huijin had also noticed that Han Li was preparing something, and he roared, "Han Li, I won't let you get in my way." As soon as his voice trailed off, he clasped his hands together in a seal before thrusting them toward Han Li in unison, and a pillar of blinding, white light erupted out of the center of the chaotic vortex, forming a vast sea of light that swept directly toward Han Li's trio. All of the space in the wake of the sea of light was completely annihilated, leaving behind a widening chasm of complete nothingness. A look of resolve appeared on the reincarnation palace master's face as he stepped forward and swept a sleeve through the air, and the 6 paths reincarnation plate flew to around 1,000 feet in front of him, following which it began to swell rapidly in size. In the blink of an eye, it had already swelled to over 1,000,000 feet in size, standing before Han Li's trio like a gargantuan wall. At the same time, it began revolving rapidly, and the almighty sea of black light was kept at bay by the 6 paths reincarnation plate. However, the sections of the sea of white light that swept past on either side of the reincarnation plate continued onward further into the distance, annihilating what little remained of the Middle-earth Immortal region. Han Li paid no heed to all of this, as he focused the entirety of his attention on channeling his great 5 elemental illusion mantra. His time law powers had taken on the form of countless strands of light, which were connected to the heaven-controlling vial, and for the first time, he had truly entered the vial's internal space. The vial seemed to have been harboring an infinitely large space, within which Han Li was smaller than even the tiniest speck of dust. He was surrounded by a boundless expanse of darkness, within which balls of light of different colors could be seen, some of which appeared as massive as planets, while others were as small as bonfires, and all of them were giving off different law power fluctuations. All of the great Taos under the heavens are in this vial. Han Li began to roam through the internal world of the heavenly controlling vial, and only then did he notice that the surrounding balls of light were not stationary. Instead, they were all displaying different patterns of movement. A hint of agitation began to well up in Han Li's heart. How was he supposed to refine all of these great Taos? Right at this moment, he suddenly noticed that there were some balls of light that were flashing in a rhythmic fashion, as if they were calling out to him. He flew over to them to discover that all of them contained law powers that had some affinity with his great Tao, including lightning and the 5 elements. The closer he drew to the center of the vial's internal space, the sparser the balls of light became, but the law powers that they contained also became more immense. At the very center of the internal space was a massive, chaotic cloud. Floating around it were the 3 largest balls of light that were golden, silver, and dark red in color. The law power fluctuations emanating from the chaotic cloud were identical to those of the chaotic vortex outside, while the 3 balls of light represented the 3 paramount laws. Of course, Han Li had the greatest affinity with the ball of golden light, and as soon as he approached it, wisps of time, law powers began to separate from it before flowing into his spiritual sense. He instantly felt as if his body were full of power, and as he turned his gaze elsewhere, he discovered some hidden details that he hadn't been able to see before. As it turned out, there were countless threads extending out of the chaotic cloud, connecting it to all of the balls of light in this boundless space to form an enormous net. Thanks to his connection with the laws of time, Han Li seemed to have also become a part of this net. Meanwhile, in the outside world, more and more white light was surging out of the chaotic vortex, forcing the 6 paths reincarnation plate back on a constant retreat. As more and more of the white light infiltrated the reincarnation plate, it began to glow brighter and brighter, as if it were unable to bear the influx of chaotic power. "Fellow Taoist Shi, I need your help," the reincarnation palace master implored through gritted teeth. The devilish monarch was already prepared, and he gave the reincarnation palace master a firm nod. Right at this moment, the reincarnation palace master suddenly switched to a different hand seal, and a hole suddenly appeared at the center of the 6 paths reincarnation plate. The chaotic pillar of light that encompassed the entire reincarnation plate instantly shrank down and shot through the hole, emerging from the other side in a more condensed and powerful state. The devilish monarch flew directly toward the pillar of light, and right as the two about to clash, he suddenly brought his hands apart, conjuring up a giant spatial gate that the chaotic pillar of light plunged directly into. In the next instant, another spatial gate appeared beside Gu Huijin, and the pillar of white light shot out from within, having been redirected back at him. Gu Huijin was instantly inundated by the pillar of white light, but his gleeful cackling indicated that this was playing right into his hands. "He's using our attack to accelerate his absorption of chaotic law powers. Once the process is complete and he becomes the chaotic Tao ancestor, he'll have full control over that chaotic vortex, and he'll truly be invincible then," the reincarnation palace master exclaimed in a grim voice, following which the 6 paths reincarnation plate reverted back to its original state at his behest to continue opposing the chaotic pillar of light. The devilish monarch flew back to the reincarnation palace master's side, following which he turned his gaze to Han Li with an astonished look in his eyes. Immediately thereafter, he conjured up a spatial barrier around Han Li to contain his aura so that Gu Huijin wouldn't notice that anything was amiss. Li. Meanwhile, in the heaven-controlling vial's internal space, Han Li's spiritual sense had already transformed into a giant ball of white light. The 3,000 great Taos never existed independently of one another. Instead, all of the laws under the heavens complement and support each other. That is the essence of the heavenly Tao. As soon as he arrived at this epiphany, all of the balls of light in the entire boundless space began converging toward the center. First, all of the 3,000 laws returned to the 5 elements that they belonged to, following which the 5 essential elemental laws converged toward the 3 paramount laws. In the end, all of the laws combined into one before fusing into the cloud of chaotic laws. A burst of dull rumbling rang out within the heaven-controlling vial's internal space, and the chaotic cloud took on a dark green color as it began to revolve rapidly. At the same time, Han Li's eyes sprang open as he sprang to his feet. A layer of faint ripples emanated from his body, and that was enough to shatter the spatial barrier that the devilish monarch had conjured up around him. His eyes were glowing with 5-colored light as he raised his hands to the heavens, and the heaven-controlling vial rose up into the air to hover above him. In the next instant, all of the patterns engraved onto the surface of the vial lit up in unison, while a series of dark green clouds surged out of its opening to form a swirling vortex that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size. The devilish monarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, while the reincarnation palace master exclaimed in an ecstatic manner, "This is it." All of a sudden, numerous massive bolts of lightning sprang out of the dark green vortex in all directions, shattering the surrounding space. The chaotic vortex seemed to have been resonating with the dark green vortex from afar, and its rate of expansion was instantly sped up by tenfold. An incredulous look flashed through Gu Huijin's eyes as his gaze fell upon the dark green vortex. Given his connection to the vortex that was the manifestation of the laws of chaos, he was able to sense the threat that the dark green vortex posed. Realizing that he had to strike, he joined his palms in front of himself, then thrust both hands forward, and countless pillars of chaotic light erupted out of the chaotic vortex before crashing down upon the dark green vortex as a series of gargantuan blades. Han Li remained completely unfazed as a flurry of golden light surged out of his hands before descending upon the heaven-controlling vial, and the dark green vortex instantly swelled drastically in size, resembling the cavernous mouth of an all-devouring beast as it sped directly toward the oncoming blades of chaotic light. As the two clashed, there was no resounding explosion, as one may have expected. Instead, the blades of light sank into the dark green vortex without a sound, but as they pierced halfway into the vortex, the latter began to rapidly revolve, twisting the blades of light together like lengths of rope to form a bridge that connected the two vortexes. As soon as the bridge was established, both of the vortexes began to rumble violently. Chaotic clouds surged out of the chaotic vortex before flowing over the bridge, while plumes of green mist emerged from the dark green vortex, and initially, the two seemed evenly matched, with neither side able to get the better of the other. However, a burst of deafening rumbling then suddenly began to ring out from within the chaotic vortex, and it sped up drastically in its revolution. The dark green vortex was far smaller, and it appeared to have been significantly weaker as well. Before long, the dark green mist rising up from it was beginning to be sucked involuntarily into the chaotic vortex. The chaotic vortex has already devoured all of the world's origin chi in the entire Middle-earth immortal region, and it's continuing to devour more from other immortal regions. In comparison, the heaven-controlling vial is completely outmatched, the reincarnation palace master said in a concerned manner. "Palace master, fellow Taoist Shi, I need your help," Han Li yelled. His entire body had already turned a radiant, golden color as he injected his time law powers into the heaven-controlling vial with no reservation. The reincarnation palace master and the devilish monarch exchanged a glance with one another, then immediately sprang into action, injecting their law powers into the heaven-controlling vial as well. 3 giant pillars of light, one golden, one silver, and one red were rising up from the bodies of Han Li's trio before surging into the heaven-controlling vial. And with this injection of power, the vial began to rapidly expand until it had reached the size of a mighty pagoda. Balls of light of different colors, containing all types of law powers, began flying out of the vial's opening before being guided up into the heavens by a blurry figure. "Senior Vial Spirit," Hanli exclaimed at the sight of the indistinct figure. As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the balls of light began to connect with one another before fusing as one, forming a dazzling, rainbow ribbon of light. The ribbon of light was giving off an unprecedented, yet somewhat familiar conflicting aura. A hint of realization flashed through Han Li's eyes as he sensed this conflicting aura. This was the aura of the heavenly Tao. It was vast and all-encompassing, yet also cold and detached, harboring no empathy for any of the living beings of the world. The ribbon of rainbow light was guided up into the sky by the vile spirit before plunging into the chaotic vortex, while Gu Huijin made no effort to intervene. His action wasn't born from conceitedness. Instead, he had to focus all of his effort and attention on the fierce clash taking place between two vortexes. Of course, even more importantly, he had to speed up his absorption of the chaotic law powers around him. As soon as he became the chaotic Tao ancestor, he would become the embodiment of chaos, a truly untouchable deity. In that state, no one would be able to defeat him, and Han Li's trio would be reduced to ants that he could crush on a whim. You think a mere heaven-controlling vial will be enough to turn the tables? What a joke! Gu Huijin sneered as he swept both sleeves through the air, and the rate at which the plumes of dark green mist were sucked into the chaotic vortex was instantly sped up by 100-fold. The chaotic vortex twisted and warped momentarily before taking on the form of a massive, indistinct human face. Gu Huijin is undergoing the process of Tao integration. As soon as that human face takes shape, it'll be too late for us to do anything, the Reincarnation Palace Master yelled in an urgent manner. The devilish monarch knew that he couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this, and his body swelled rapidly in size, while a pair of huge, curved horns appeared on his head. His handsome facial features also morphed into something horrific and unsightly as he transformed into a devilish creature that was over 100,000 feet tall. As he took a step forward, the space beneath his foot trembled violently, and a series of massive, silver ripples proliferated outward in all directions, only fading away after spreading to tens of millions of kilometers away. At the same time, all of the space in the entire true immortal realm shuddered, as if it were rejoicing in the birth of its Tao ancestor. Following in Han Li's footsteps, the devilish monarch had also surpassed his limits to ascend to Tao ancestor status. Both he and the Reincarnation Palace Master satisfied all of the prerequisites required to become Tao ancestors, but he had never taken this step for fear of assimilation from the heavenly Tao. However, the situation had forced his hand, and he had to attain the power of a Tao ancestor in order to stand any chance at turning the tables. A fervent look appeared in his eyes as he raised his hands up high before bringing his palms together, and the space around Gu Huijin began to warp violently as a burst of immense spatial force compressed toward him from all directions, attempting to sever his connection with the chaotic vortex. A resounding boom rang out as Gu Huijin's body exploded into a cloud of gray smoke, only to be instantly reformed amid a flash of gray light. The Tao integration process is already mostly complete. There is nothing more that you can do to stop me, Gu Huijin chortled. Right at this moment, Han Li's eyes suddenly sprang open as he challenged, "Is that so?" As soon as his voice trailed off, a burst of radiant, rainbow light appeared within the chaotic vortex, and it transformed into a rainbow dragon that was hundreds of millions of feet in length as it roamed through the gargantuan vortex. Standing atop the dragon's head was none other than the vile spirit, with a look of assured confidence on his face. The rainbow dragon flew up into the heavens, then abruptly twisted around and flew straight through the center of the chaotic vortex en route to the dark green vortex down below. As soon as the rainbow dragon flew into the dark green vortex, it began to shrink rapidly while racing toward the opening of the heaven-controlling vial. The chaotic vortex was dragged along behind it, elongating the vortex into a gargantuan funnel, which surged into the dark green vortex before being sucked into the heaven-controlling vial. "No, this is impossible," Gu Huijin roared in incredulity. Despite his frantic efforts, he was unable to prevent the chaotic vortex from being devoured by the heaven-controlling vial, and he was also being sucked toward the opening of the vial with it. In a fit of fury, he was forced to sweep a hand through the air, unleashing a massive blade of chaotic light that severed him from the chaotic vortex, and he could only look on in seething rage as the vortex was completely devoured by the heaven-controlling vial. After devouring the chaotic vortex, the entire vial began to flash with lights of different colors, illuminating it into a translucent state, and a rapidly revolving gray vortex could be seen within it. The heaven-controlling vial remained in its massive, pagoda-sized form, and it was swaying side to side in an unsteady manner. "Senior Vial Spirit, the vial," Han Li began in an urgent manner, only to be cut off by the Vial Spirit, who declared in an agitated voice, "I'll explain everything later. Right now, I have to help the heaven-controlling vial suppress this chaotic power." Han Li didn't dare to ask any further questions for fear of distracting the Vial Spirit. Earlier, he had ultimately failed in his attempt to refine the heaven-controlling vial. However, this was no surprise, given that the power in the heaven-controlling vial was infinitely approaching that of the heavenly Tao, making it impossible to refine even for a Tao ancestor of one of the three paramount laws. "I should have listened to Chen Tuan and gotten rid of you first." Gu Huijin spat through gritted teeth, and at this point, his facade of composure had already completely fallen away. The killing intent emanating from his body was so fierce that even the chaotic power around him was unable to mask it, but Han Li remained unfazed as he smiled and goaded, "Come and get me." "Don't get careless," the Reincarnation Palace Master cautioned through voice transmission. "Right now, he's on the cusp of becoming the chaotic Tao ancestor, and his law powers aren't affected by the heavenly Tao, so he can wield them to his heart's content, while the two of you have to worry about assimilation by the heavenly Tao." As soon as his voice trailed off, the space up ahead abruptly collapsed. Gu Huijin seemed to have become one with the cloud of chaotic, gray mist around him, and countless feelers were extending out of the cloud in all directions, devouring everything that they came into contact with. "What's going on?" the devilish monarch exclaimed. Without the chaotic vortex to provide him with law powers, Gu Huijin has turned to absorbing power from the world around him. This entire space is most likely going to be devoured by him soon, the Reincarnation Palace Master explained. "Fellow Taoist Shi, seal off this expanse of space to make it as difficult for him as possible to attain more power," Han Li yelled. The devilish monarch immediately did as he was told without any hesitation, and two massive wings of silver light erupted out of his back before spreading through the space on either side of him. Within mere moments, the pair of silver wings reconvened, and the entire surrounding space within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers had been encompassed within them. "If I'm going to completely seal this area, then I have to focus solely on that task alone, and I won't be able to take any further part in battle," the devilish monarch said. "That's fine. You focus on sealing this space, leave everything else to us," Han Li said, and the Reincarnation Palace Master also gave him a reassuring nod. With that, the devilish monarch didn't hesitate any longer, as his entire body began to blur. He slowly became one with the silver light barrier that he had just conjured up, and a humanoid statue of himself appeared north, south, east, and west of the light barrier, while his body completely faded away. At the same time, a massive, silver formation appeared above and below the light barrier, while a series of feathers of silver light emerged between them. These feathers were all imbued with the true meaning of the laws of space, and despite their feather-like appearance, they were incredibly heavy. They descended like snowflakes upon the cloud of gray mist around Gu Huijin, and even the cloud of mist formed by chaotic law powers crumbled away under the immense weight of the silver feathers. As a result, Gu Huijin was revealed, and he was looking much different from before. His clothes were in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and he was looking utterly deranged. His legs, which had previously been devoured by the heavenly Tao, had returned, and A was standing in midair barefoot with a pair of chaotic vortexes swirling in his eyes as he glowered at Han Li with ferocious killing intent. Han Li summoned his 72 azure bamboo cloudswarm swords, which combined into one before falling into his grasp. The Reincarnation Palace Master took a glance at him, then turned his gaze back to Gu Huijin, and a look of finality appeared in his eyes. Regardless of the final outcome, the long-running vendetta between them was inevitably going to be settled on this day. 6 pillars of dark red light erupted out of the 6 paths reincarnation plate at the Reincarnation Palace Master's behest before hurtling directly toward Gu Huijin, who abruptly vanished into a cloud of chaotic mist. In the next instant, he passed straight through the center of the 6 pillars of light to arrive before the Reincarnation Palace Master, as if by instantaneous teleportation. Han Li was astonished that Gu Huijin was still capable of mustering up such incredible speed, while burdened by the devilish monarch's spatial law powers. Gu Huijin let loose a low snarl as he reached out for the Reincarnation Palace Master's throat, and a layer of dark red light appeared over the latter's body as it began to dissipate. However, Gu Huijin had other plans, and a burst of gray light erupted out of his body to envelop the Reincarnation Palace Master, forcing his body to revert back to a substantial form. Han Li could only look on helplessly as the Reincarnation Palace Master's neck was brutally snapped, following which his head toppled off his body. Before Han Li had a chance to try and save him, his head was completely pulverized by a kick from Gu Huijin, and with that, his aura completely faded away. A look of grief and fury surfaced in Han Li's eyes as he lashed out at Gu Huijin with his sword, and 72 arcs of purplish golden lightning were sent hurtling toward him alongside a flurry of tremendous sword chi. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was torn to shreds and transformed into a golden pool of lightning that outshone everything around it like a radiant beacon. Gu Huijin was swept up by the pool of lightning, and all of the chaotic mist around him was instantly eradicated. But even as his body was directly opposed to the arcs of purplish golden lightning around him, he was able to remain completely unscathed as he strode directly toward Han Li. He wasn't walking very quickly, but with each step that he took, a cloud of chaotic mist would gather around him, and by the time the chaotic mist dissipated, he would have already traveled over a distance of thousands of kilometers. Hence, it only took him a few steps to emerge from the pool of lightning. At this point, his calm facade had returned, and he looked just as sane and composed as he had at the beginning of the Badhai banquet, but Han Li could sense that his killing intent was more potent than ever. He had truly been enraged by Han Li's meddlesome intervention, so much so that his fury had become entirely self-contained. Han Li slashed his sword through the air repeatedly, sending almighty, purplish golden lightning dragons hurtling toward Gu Huijin, transforming the entire space around him into a vast sea of lightning. However, under the protection of the chaotic mist, he was able to remain completely unaffected, and he was making his way through the sea of lightning as if he were taking a stroll in the park. In the blink of an eye, he was already no more than several hundred kilometers away from Han Li. Right as he raised a hand with the intention of striking down Han Li once and for all, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he stopped in his tracks. He then turned to discover that the Reincarnation Palace Master's headless body had vanished, while the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate had begun slowly revolving on its own. Immediately thereafter, the 6 runes on the Reincarnation Plate lit up in unison, while a burst of dark red light appeared over its center, and the Reincarnation Palace Master emerged from within. As soon as he made his return, 6 bursts of dark red light shot out of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Plate, then intertwined with one another to form a dark red cage around Gu Huijin. "I knew you wouldn't be that easy to kill," Gu Huijin said with a faint smile, seemingly completely unsurprised by the Reincarnation Palace Master's resurrection, and he dispelled the dark red cage with ease with just a raise of his hand. However, as soon as the dark red cage was eradicated, Han Li abruptly appeared by his side, having taken on his devilish deity form with 3 heads and 6 arms. His 5-time law treasures were glowing radiantly behind him, and they suddenly flew into his body in a flash. His 6 giant arms began to glow with dazzling, golden radiance, and he unleashed 6 great 5-elemental annihilation fists at once. A series of chaotic vortexes emerged around Gu Huijin to meet the 6 great 5-elemental annihilation fists with unerring accuracy and devour them whole. Han Li remained undeterred as he continued to lash out with his fists. If 6 punches weren't enough, then what about 600, 6,000, 600,000, 6 million? All that could be seen of Han Li's arms was a series of blurry afterimages, as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Gu Huijin. Initially, Gu Huijin was able to ward off the attacks with ease, but as Han Li's fists picked up more and more speed, it was often the case that the power of one punch hadn't even fully faded before the next 100 punches arrived, and each punch was imbued with sufficient power to shatter an entire continent or punch a hole in the sky. As the fist projections layered on top of one another, they formed a massive cocoon of fist intent around Gu Huijin, trapping him within its confines. After 10 million punches, each successive punch that Han Li threw sent shockwaves erupting from the cocoon of fist intent that had taken shape around Gu Huijin to shatter the surrounding space. Even the resurrected Reincarnation Palace Master was forced back into retreat, unable to offer Han Li any assistance, while the devilish monarch was also astonished by the tremendous power sweeping through the space within the spatial seal that he had created. Right as Han Li's 16,720,000th punch fell, the accumulating pressure finally became too much, and it was released in the form of a devastating explosion. A scorching, golden sun rose up from Gu Huijin's body before erupting outward in all directions, and the Reincarnation Palace Master instantly retreated to millions of kilometers away, followed closely by his 6 Paths Reincarnation Plate. The devilish monarch also withdrew his spatial seal without any hesitation and appeared beside the Reincarnation Palace Master. In the next instant, the blinding radiance surging out of the golden sun swept over the two of them like an almighty wave, and the space around them was completely obliterated. Immediately thereafter, a burst of immense suction force erupted out of the epicenter of the explosion, sucking in all of the remaining world's origin chi and the minute dust particles in the air, and only after what seemed like an eternity did the destroyed space manage to stabilize itself again. Through his special connection with Han Li, the Reincarnation Palace Master was able to sense his location, and he cast his gaze in that direction to discover Han Li surrounded by a bunch of sword spirit children. He had no visible injuries, but he was panting heavily from exertion. The sword spirit children were unable to speak, but they were flying around him in an attentive manner, as if they were examining him for injuries. After throwing over 16 million punches in such rapid succession, he had been utterly exhausted, even with his newly attained power as a Tao ancestor, and it was only thanks to these sword spirit children's lightning teleportation ability that he was able to safely escape from the epicenter of the explosion. Han Li released his spiritual sense to search for Gu Huijin, but was unable to locate him. Even so, he remained on high alert. There was no way that Gu Huijin would be so easy to kill, particularly after he had taken in so much chaotic law power. He cast his gaze toward the heaven-controlling vial to discover that it had reverted back to its original size and was hovering in midair while flashing with green light. Much to his relief, the explosion just now hadn't damaged it in the slightest. The Reincarnation Palace Master and the devilish monarch exchanged a glance with one another, then began flying toward Han Li, but right at this moment, a gray vortex suddenly took shape in the distance, and Gu Huijin stepped out from within, completely unscathed. What was even more disheartening was that his aura had become even more powerful than before. You had some good surprises lined up for me, but let's see if you have any more tricks up your sleeves. Gu Huijin jeered as he reached out to make a grabbing motion, sucking the nearby heaven-controlling vial into his grasp. Immediately thereafter, a burst of tremendous power erupted out of his hand as he tightened his grip around the heaven-controlling vial, attempting to crush it. In response, a layer of dark green light surfaced over the vial to resist Gu Huijin's crushing grip. A hint of surprise flashed through Gu Huijin's eyes upon seeing this, and he began exerting even more force. An urgent look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he instantly vanished from the spot. In the same instant, a streak of sword light came hurtling toward Gu Huijin from behind, aimed directly at his heart, only to be kept at bay by a burst of chaotic light that abruptly appeared behind him. The streak of sword light looked as if it were about to be devoured by the chaotic light, but in the next instant, it appeared beside Gu Huijin before racing toward his right hand, which was holding the heaven-controlling vial. As it turned out, the devilish monarch had used his spatial law powers to redirect the streak of sword light toward Gu Huijin's hand. Gu Huijin's hand was severed at the wrist, and it tumbled down with the heaven-controlling vial still held within it. Immediately thereafter, a spatial vortex appeared directly beneath the vial amid a flash of silver light. Right as the vial was about to fall into the vortex, wisps of chaotic mist suddenly surged out of Gu Huijin's severed hand to reconnect it to his arm, and in the blink of an eye, it was reattached to his body. Gu Huijin cast a cold gaze toward Han Li's trio with the heaven-controlling vial back in his grasp, and instead of attempting to crush it again, he slowly pressed it into the center of his own chest. His skin and flesh slowly caved in, and the vial was devoured into his body bit by bit. The heaven-controlling vial began to tremble slightly as if it were trying to resist, but its struggles were quickly stifled as it was suffocated by a cloud of chaotic mist. Immediately thereafter, a burst of fiery gray light appeared within Gu Huijin's chest to envelop the heaven-controlling vial. He's trying to refine the heaven-controlling vial. We have to stop him, Han Li yelled in an urgent manner. How? He's already mastered the laws of chaos and attained a near-indestructible body. The devilish monarch asked with tightly furrowed brows. I have one more trick that we can try. If it doesn't work, then I'll have nothing left, the Reincarnation Palace Master said after a brief silence, then disclosed his idea to Han Li and the devilish monarch through voice transmission. It's worth a try, the devilish monarch said after hearing what the Reincarnation Palace Master had to say, while Han Li was looking a little hesitant. You are the key to this plan, so banish your timidity. I'm sure you won't disappoint me, the Reincarnation Palace Master said with a smile. A look of resolve appeared in Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he gave the Reincarnation Palace Master a firm nod. With a consensus reached, a carefree smile appeared on the Reincarnation Palace Master's face as he began flying toward Gu Huijin. Gu Huijin, you were belittling me earlier for not knowing what it's like to be a Tao ancestor. Let me see if the scenery up there really is as depressing as you claim it to be, the Reincarnation Palace Master said as he drew to a halt several 100,000 kilometers away from Gu Huijin. It's already too late. Both of your companions made breakthroughs to become Tao ancestors during the course of this battle, yet they're still powerless against me. What makes you think you'll be any different? Gu Huijin sneered. The Reincarnation Palace Master offered no response as the Six Paths reincarnation plate behind him began to revolve at his behest, and a series of reincarnation runes flew out of it before descending upon him. As more and more of these reincarnation runes fell upon him, the dark red light emanating from his body grew brighter and brighter, illuminating his emaciated figure to give him the appearance of deity of death. At the same time, reincarnation law threads began to surge out of his body to connect him to the Six Paths reincarnation plate, and 6 pillars of dark red light immediately erupted out of the reincarnation plate before flowing into his body in reciprocation. The Reincarnation Palace Master let loose a thunderous roar, and the dark red light around him began to dance like flames, giving off formidable reincarnation law power fluctuations. Gu Huijin thrust his palms forward upon seeing this, and a chaotic vortex instantly took shape before hurtling toward the Reincarnation Palace Master at an incredible speed. In response, the Reincarnation Palace Master also thrust his palms forward to release a pillar of dark red light that clashed against the chaotic vortex, and the two were evenly matched as both drew to a halt in midair. Right at this moment, the devilish monarch also sprang into action, arriving behind Gu Huijin in the blink of an eye before bringing his palms together, and all of the space within a radius of dozens of kilometers was compressed toward the center. The compressed space began to creak and groan as it took on a glass-like appearance, and Gu Huijin was immobilized within it. Even with the combined might of the 3 paramount laws, you still can't touch me, Gu Huijin chortled. Rays of chaotic light began to surface over his body as he prepared to transform into a chaotic vortex once again to absorb the attacks directed at him. But the devilish monarch had other plans. Bursts of spatial law power fluctuations surged out of his body as an inky black vortex began to take shape behind him, and it began to close in on the pair of wings on his back. However, he paid no heed to this, as he continued to maintain his law power output with all his might. Meanwhile, the Six Paths reincarnation plate behind the Reincarnation Palace Master was revolving faster and faster while also shrinking incessantly in the process, and at the same time, his aura was rapidly elevating. In the blink of an eye, he fulfilled his destiny, taking the final step on his cultivation journey to become the Reincarnation Tao ancestor. Bursts of reincarnation law powers converged from all directions before funneling into the Six Paths reincarnation plate, which was revolving at an astonishing speed, having already transformed into a blurry ball of dark red light. At the same time, Han Li sprang up into the air as he channeled his heavenly baleful purgatory arts and his true spirit bloodlines with all his might, instantly transforming into a massive devilish deity with 12 true spirit heads and 36 arms. Each arm was wielding an azure bamboo cloudswarm swords, which were being swung rapidly through the air to create bursts of swirling power that came together to form a gargantuan, golden tornado. His 5-time law treasures were all revolving around the tornado, connected to one another by arcs of golden lightning. Within the golden tornado was an almighty sword formation formed by Han Li's other 36 azure bamboo cloud swarm swords, giving off a terrifying aura. A hint of wariness surfaced in Gu Huijin's eyes upon seeing this, and he forcibly tore apart the spatial restraints imposed upon him by the devilish monarch, following which a beam of chaotic light erupted out of his chest to bolster the chaotic vortex up ahead. Thanks to this influx of power, the chaotic vortex was able to gain the upper hand over the pillar of reincarnation light released by the Reincarnation Palace Master. In response, the Reincarnation Palace Master let loose a loud roar, and the ever-shrinking Six Paths reincarnation plate behind him completely disintegrated into a ball of pure, dark red energy that flowed into his body, instantly replenishing him to rejuvenate his sunken cheeks and emaciated body. All of a sudden, his powers were elevated to transcend beyond their former peak, and it was as if he were an almighty deity with full control over the cycle of life and death. Gu Huijin, you cannot transcend beyond reincarnation, nor will you ever be able to return to the cycle of reincarnation. The Reincarnation Palace Master condemned with all his might as his body began to rapidly wither away once again. This time, he went even further beyond his limits, sacrificing himself altogether as his body disintegrated into a ball of pure reincarnation power, just as the Six Paths reincarnation plate had done earlier, then tore its way through the chaotic vortex before plunging straight into Gu Huijin's body. All of this had taken place in a split second, and there was no time for Gu Huijin to react. All of a sudden, it was as if the cycle of reincarnation had fallen stagnant for a moment, and all over the living beings under the heavens, regardless of whether they were fleeing for their lives, resigned to their fate, or completely oblivious to the collapse of the heavenly Tao, every single one of them was momentarily dazed. It was as if their souls had left their bodies, but this feeling only lasted for a fleeting instant before the cycle of reincarnation returned to normal, and everyone's souls returned to their bodies, with the exception of a single person. Gu Huijin's soul was still drifting out of his chaotic body. In this instant, he finally realized what the Reincarnation Palace Master's plan had been, and a horrified look appeared on his face as he frantically tugged on the space before him, trying to return to his body, but a burst of golden light had gotten there before him. Han Li's 5-time law treasures had already fused into the golden tornado, transforming it into a giant sword that came crashing down from the heavens with indescribable might. Immense waves of time, law powers came sweeping out of the golden sword, causing everything to fall still in a stationary snapshot in time. Only the almighty sword that was imbued with the power of Han Li's heavenly baleful purgatory arts, Great Five Elemental Annihilation Fist, an almighty sword formation continued to crash down from above before striking Gu Huijin's soulless body. A gargantuan rift silently tore its way through the entirety of the Middle-earth Immortal region, and the expression on the face of Gu Huijin's soul instantly stiffened before it disintegrated, following which his chaotic body also began to dissipate bit by bit. It was as if the entire world had been robbed of all color and sound, and only after close to a full minute had passed did a ball of dark green light suddenly fly out of Gu Huijin's chaotic body to hover in midair. Immediately thereafter, a string of deafening booms rang out as the almighty golden sword that had claimed Gu Huijin's life finally faded away, and Han Li was revealed, having already reverted back to his human form. His complexion was deathly pale, and blood was trickling out of all of his orifices, while plumes of black smoke were rising up from his left shoulder. By the time the black smoke cleared, it was revealed that his entire left arm had already been claimed by the heavenly Tao. He raised his only remaining right arm to wipe the blood from his face as his body trembled uncontrollably. A door of silver light appeared beside him, and Nangong Wan flew out from within. She was immediately dumbstruck by the scenes of unfathomable destruction around her, following which she snapped back to her senses and hurriedly latched onto Han Li's arm to support him. Gu Huijin is dead, Han Li declared in an expressionless manner, seemingly feeling no joy at the monumental feat that he had just accomplished. The unrest in all of the immortal regions and the lower realms gradually subsided. Is it finally over? Countless living beings across all of the realms and immortal regions were looking up at the gradually clearing skies, feeling as if they had just woken up from some terrible dream. This was a cataclysmic disaster that had almost destroyed the entire world, but it definitely wasn't the only one in history. The majority of living beings were forgetful creatures, and as long as a realm wasn't truly destroyed, as long as there were surviving living beings in the realm, then new chapters of history would continue to be written. In the wake of the calamity, the old equilibrium had been shattered, while a new one was gradually being established. It was often the case throughout history that the arrival of new eras came in the wake of disasters. In the underworld, Gan Jiuzhen was staring at the boundless river of reincarnation, and all of a sudden, she seemed to have sensed something as tears began streaming down her face. Right at this moment, a streak of dark red light descended out of the sky before landing in front of her, causing her to reflexively backtrack a few steps. However, as she caught a clear glimpse of what it was that had landed before her, a myriad of emotions instantly surfaced in her eyes. The ball of dark red light faded away to reveal the Six Paths reincarnation plate, and on its surface was a faint symbol that resembled the face of the reincarnation palace master. Gan Jiuzhen raised a hand to stroke the symbol on the reincarnation plate, and a determined look appeared on her face as she vowed to herself, "Father, Mother, I will become the reincarnation Tao ancestor and resurrect you both." Ali. At this moment, Han Li was standing high up in the sky above the broken Middle-earth immortal region, looking straight ahead in silence. Jin Tong flew over to stand by his side in her human form, and all of a sudden, the space where the chaotic vortex had previously been situated cracked open, following which 100 bedraggled figures flew out from within. The group was led by 8 Tao ancestors, namely Li Yuanjiu, Kai Rong, Chen Ruyan, Tao ancestor Bai Yun, the rotund woman and the corpse-like man from the devil realm, and Bai Zi and the bald man from the primordial land. The cultivators behind them were split up into 3 camps, marking their affiliations to the heavenly court, the devil realm, and the primordial land. There was not a single gray realm cultivator to be seen, while true Lord Kang Wu's trio was also absent, and it was clear what fate they had met. Liu Lair and Lekema were standing behind Bai Zi and the bald man, while a group of around a dozen Devil Realm cultivators were gathered behind the rotund woman and the corpse-like man, among whom were Shi Pakong, Shi Jingyan, and the late great encompassment stage Devilish Prince. All of them were carrying a multitude of injuries, and it seemed that they had suffered through quite the ordeal. Han Li wasn't surprised to see them, as he had already sensed that they were still alive. They had been sucked into a spatial storm, while the heaven-controlling vial was devouring the chaotic vortex, and they had only just managed to free themselves. No one dared to speak in the wake of the boundless, terrifying aura emanating from Han Li's body. In the end, it was Bai Zi who took it upon himself to break the silence, and he asked, "What was the outcome of the battle, fellow Taoist Han?" "Gu Huijin is dead, and the 3,000 Tao's divine formation has been vanquished," Han Li replied in a solemn manner. The primordial and devilish Tao ancestors heaved a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this, while the cultivators behind them erupted into cheers, while the heavenly court cultivators clearly had much more mixed feelings on the matter. Tao ancestor heaved a forlorn sigh, and a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart as he turned to look back at the small group of surviving Heavenly Court cultivators behind him. Part of the reason why he had joined the Heavenly Court was due to Gu Huijin's promise to help him overcome the restrictions of the Heavenly Tao. But his loyalty to the Heavenly Court was undeniable, and he had always served with diligence and dedication. Not long ago, the Heavenly Court had reigned supreme over the entire true immortal realm. Yet now, this tiny group was all that remained of its core cultivators. These people had only managed to survive under the combined protection of himself and two other Heavenly Court Tao ancestors, both of whom had been devoured by the 3,000 Tao's divine formation. The 3,000 Tao's divine formation devoured Tao ancestors far faster than it did other cultivators, perhaps because Tao ancestors were closer to the heavenly Tao. "Where is the devilish monarch?" the rotund woman asked. "Where is the reincarnation palace master?" Li Yuanju asked at the same time. "Both of them have also met their demise," Han Li replied, offering no further elaboration on the matter. A contemplative look appeared on Li Yuanju's face upon hearing this, as was the case for Chen Ruyan and Kai Rong. As for the cultivators of the devil realm, they were much more surprised than grief-stricken to hear of the devilish monarch's demise. In fact, the devilish princes and princesses present weren't displaying any sorrow whatsoever. If anything, they seemed ecstatic that the throne had finally been vacated. However, the late great encompassment stage prince then suddenly put on a grief-stricken facade as he yelled, "Father's death must not go in vain. Gu Huijin may be dead, but his heavenly court accomplices still remain. Let's all combine our powers to eradicate the heavenly court once and for all." His rallying call was immediately met with support from all of the cultivators of the devil realm, while Bai Zi and the bald man were also rather tempted by this proposition, but both of them were looking at Han Li. They knew that he was the most authoritative figure present. An alarmed look appeared on Tao ancestor Bai Yun's face as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a flurry of white clouds, which enveloped the heavenly court cultivators behind him before he turned to flee the scene. "You're not going anywhere," the corpse-like man from the devil realm yelled as he set off in pursuit as a streak of yellow light. He had shared a very close relationship with He Lan, the seductive woman that had perished in the 3,000 Tao's divine formation, and even though they hadn't become Tao partners, the corpse-like man was still extremely resentful to the heavenly court for her passing. He made a grabbing motion in Tao ancestor Bai Yun's direction, and a massive, withered claw appeared above the latter, giving off bursts of viscous, yellow light and an intensely nauseating stench. A vast expanse of surrounding space collapsed beneath the massive claw as a yellow spirit domain erupted out of it before rapidly descending upon the heavenly court cultivators. A grim look appeared on Tao ancestor Bai Yun's face as he stopped in his tracks and prepared for battle, but right at this moment, a streak of golden light appeared between the two of them in an instant. The giant claw was instantly repelled by the golden light, while the yellow spirit domain disintegrated upon contact, following which Han Li appeared between the two combatants. "What are you doing, fellow Taoist Han?" the corpse-like man asked with a surprised expression. "The true immortal realm has just undergone a major ordeal, and it needs to rest and recuperate. Now that Gu Huijin is dead, all past vendettas should be forgotten. From now on, none of the major powers are to seek vengeance or create conflict with others, and that applies doubly so to you Tao ancestors," Han Li declared in an authoritative manner. His aura was even more formidable than that of Gu Huijin during his peak as the time Tao ancestors, and his voice was heard across the entire true immortal realm. In this instant, all cultivators across all of the immortal regions were struck by the urge to kneel and kowtow in the face of the aura of unmatched authority that had descended upon them, while fearful looks appeared on the faces of everyone in close proximity to Han Li. Now that Gu Huijin is dead, our primordial land's vendetta against the Heavenly Court has already been settled. As long as the Heavenly Court doesn't commit any further crimes against our primordial land, I promise that we won't instigate any conflicts, Bai Zi immediately declared. Li Yuanju, Kai Rong, Chen Ruyan, and the rotund woman also quickly accepted this arrangement, while the corpse-like man was staring at Han Li with a look of fear and indignation in his eyes. Any objections? Han Li asked without bothering to even look at the corpse-like man. But his boundless aura abruptly descended upon the latter, causing the space beneath his feet to explode violently. His expression changed drastically as his entire body began trembling uncontrollably. Unable to bear the weight of Han Li's aura, his legs slowly gave out from under him as he fell to his knees. Fellow Taoist Duan Mu means no offense to you. He's merely still grieving over the demise of fellow Taoist He Lan. Please spare him this once, and we'll do everything you say, the rotund woman hurriedly urged. Han Li took a glance at her, and his aura slowly receded. The corpse-like man was panting heavily, and the fear in his eyes had become even more pronounced as he gazed upon Han Li. "Looks like you already understand," Han Li said in a calm manner as he turned to take a glance at the late great encompassment stage devilish prince, who instantly stumbled back in retreat as his complexion turned deathly pale. "I do not wish to kill anyone, but if anyone dares to make any further inflammatory and instigatory remarks like you just did, then this will be their fate." Han Li swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and dozens of massive, golden vortex instantly appeared in the surrounding space, all of which were giving off extremely fearsome devouring force. All of the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was shredded with ease before being devoured by the vortexes, and everyone was made to feel like a collection of tiny rafts sailing over a turbulent sea, prone to capsizing at any moment. Even the likes of Li Yuanju and Chen Ruyan were unable to control their bodies, let alone the cultivators of lesser cultivation bases present, and they could sense that the golden vortexes were still only displaying a mere fraction of their power. Otherwise, everyone present would have already been devoured. Everything within the vortexes was being twisted and warped by tremendous time law powers, and no one was under any illusion that they could possibly survive inside them. Right at this moment, all of the golden vortexes combined into a single, gargantuan vortex that descended upon everyone, who frantically attempted to resist, but the law powers in their bodies were rendered completely stagnant by the immense waves of time law powers sweeping over them. Hence, they could only look on in helpless horror, but right as they were about to be devoured by the golden vortex, it abruptly dissipated. The restrictive time law powers acting upon everyone quickly faded away, while the nearby shattered space also mended itself, and it was as if all of that had been nothing more than a harrowing nightmare. However, the almighty power of the golden vortex had been emblazoned firmly upon their minds, and it felt to them like the most essential power of the heavenly Tao. Even just a casual display of power from Han Li was already beyond what Gu Huijin was capable of at his peak. They were certain that if they had displayed even the slightest hint of dissent toward Han Li in that moment, then they would have been erased from existence by the almighty power of the heavenly Tao. All of the Tao ancestors turned to Han Li, genuine awe and veneration in their eyes. "You're all free to leave," Han Li declared, and the rotund woman was very relieved to hear this. She extended a deep bow toward Han Li, then immediately sped away with the Devil Realm cultivators, quickly vanishing out of sight. The corpse-like man had also departed with them, too afraid to even look in Han Li's direction. Bai Zi and the bald man also quickly departed with the surviving cultivators of the primordial land, and upon their departure, Liu Lair took a glance at Han Li, but refrained from approaching him. Even though the two of them were separated by no more than 1,000 feet, it felt like an insurmountable gulf. "Wait for me, Brother Rock. One day I will stand before you as an equal through my efforts," Liu Lair vowed to herself as she departed with Bai Zi and the bald man. In the wake of their departure, Tao ancestor Bai Yun approached Han Li with the heavenly court cultivators, and they extended a collective bow of gratitude toward him. "Thank you for saving us, fellow Taoist Han," Tao ancestor Bai Yun said with a look of genuine gratitude in his eyes. "I simply didn't want to see any more bloodshed in the wake of such a calamity," Han Li said in a calm manner. "In any case, I will remember what you did for us today, fellow Taoist Han. If you need anything from me in the future, feel free to call upon me, and I'll be sure to do everything in my power to repay you," Tao ancestor Bai Yun said in an earnest manner, then departed with the remaining heavenly court cultivators. "Why are you three still here?" Han Li asked as he turned his gaze to Li Yuanju, Kai Rong, and Chen Ruyan. Li Yuanju took a glance at the other two essential Tao ancestors, then said, "Now that Gu Huijin is dead, the position of Supreme Lord of the Heavenly Court is vacant, and I'm sure everyone will agree that no one is more entitled to that position than you. Would you be interested in filling the role? If so, the three of us will lend you our full support." Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and he realized that he had given the three of them some false signals by saving Tao ancestor Bai Yun. With that in mind, he declared in a categorical manner, "Don't misunderstand, I have no desire for power." Li Yuanju's trio was very surprised to hear this. Many of the true immortal realm's Tao ancestors have perished during this calamity, so all of the immortal regions will inevitably go through a period of turmoil. As essential Tao ancestors, the three of you should return to your sects and make preparations to ensure that this period of transition passes as smoothly as possible for the true immortal realm at large, Han Li said. Li Yuanju's trio exchanged a glance with one another, and all of them could see their own relief mirrored in each other's eyes. With that, the three of them departed together, but right as he rose up into the air, Li Yuanju seemed to have sensed something, and he turned back to discover Han Li cupping his fist toward him, a salute from afar. Li Yuanju faltered slightly upon seeing this, then returned the salute before speeding away as a streak of light, and before long, Han Li was left alone with Jin Tong. "Why were you in such a hurry to dismiss those people, fellow Taoist Han?" Jin Tong asked. Han Li offered no response as he shot up into the air while bringing Jin Tong along with him, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in the extra heaven sphere. From there, he flew a little deeper into the extra heaven sphere before drawing to a halt, upon which a slight grimace appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Jin Tong hurriedly asked. The space above Han Li began rumbling violently as rays of golden light shone down upon him, and his body was beginning to fade away. Only after a long while did the rumbling cease, and the golden light faded away, while Han Li's body returned to normal. "The heavenly Tao is already beginning to claim your body," Jin Tong exclaimed with a grim expression. "I was forced to use too much law powers during the battle against Gu Huijin, and that's left me on the brink of being assimilated by the heavenly Tao," Han Li explained with a wry smile, and Jin Tong was stunned to hear this. She had already endured several battles as a Tao ancestor, so she was also beginning to suffer the effects of heavenly Tao assimilation, but it was to nowhere near as severe an extent. "Do you have a way to counteract it?" Jin Tong asked. Han Li remained silent with tightly furrowed brows. He had only just become a Tao ancestor, and he didn't have anything like Gu Huijin's divine Tao seal at his disposal, so there really wasn't anything that he could do. "I have a way to help you escape this predicament," the vile spirit suddenly declared. "What's your solution, senior vile spirit?" Han Li hurriedly asked. "Once one becomes a Tao ancestor, the effects of heavenly Tao assimilation will become inevitable and irreversible. Gu Huijin's divine Tao seal can only delay this process, but it doesn't address the problem at its roots, the vile spirit said. Do you have a permanent solution, senior vile spirit? Hanli asked as his eyes lit up slightly. You're very fortunate to have the heaven-controlling vial in your possession. The vial was born from chaos, so it can hold any and all law powers. If you want, you can inject your Tao ancestor law powers into the vial, reverting your cultivation base back to the peak great encompassment stage, and you'll no longer have to worry about heavenly Tao assimilation. However, the heaven-controlling vial has already taken in Gu Huijin's chaotic law powers, so injecting your time law powers into it, in addition to that, will most likely force it beyond its limits. The vile spirit replied. What will happen if its limits are exceeded? Hanli asked. It'll cease to exist, which means that if you do this, then you'll permanently lose the heaven-controlling vial, so it's up to you whether you pursue this option or not, the vile spirit replied. Hanli fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Now that he had taken Gu Huijin's place as the Time Tao ancestor, there were no longer any obstacles standing before him in his pursuit of the great Tao. He could easily become the foremost figure in the true immortal realm if he so wished, enjoying unmatched control over all of its immortal regions and the countless lower realms beneath them. Wasn't this what he had always aspired for when he had first set foot on the path of cultivation? However, immediately following this thought came the recollection of the scenes in which the likes of Bone Emperor and other Tao ancestors had been devoured by the heavenly Tao, putting him into a state of internal conflict. The conversation between him and the vile spirit had taken place through voice transmission, so Jin Tong was oblivious to what had been discussed, and she merely thought that Han Li was still thinking of a solution to his predicament. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Han Li finally made up his mind as he declared, Senior Vile Spirit, please help me regress my cultivation base to the peak great encompassment stage. I'm willing to give up the heaven-controlling vial. All right, then let's begin, the vile spirit answered, and for some reason a hint of elation had crept into its voice. The heaven-controlling vial rose up into the air to hover before Han Li at eye level. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to conjure up a door of silver light, and Nangong Wan flew out from within. I have something to take care of, and I'll need you two to stay far away in the process to ensure your safety, Han Li said in a calm manner. Jin Tong faltered slightly upon hearing this, but didn't ask any questions as she flew back in retreat with Nangong Wan. Even though Nangong Wan had been in the flower branch domain this entire time, she had been keeping a constant eye on the situation unfolding outside. She had a feeling that Han Li was about to make a monumental decision, and that left her feeling a little concerned, but she had full confidence in him, so she didn't raise any questions either. Han Li pressed a hand against the heaven-controlling vial, and the immense time law powers in his body surged into the vial. A ball of dark green light appeared within the vial, and it was as if it were a bottomless abyss, able to take in boundless time law powers without any trouble. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon sensing this, and he immediately increased his time law power output, causing the heaven-controlling vial to glow even brighter. Right at this moment, a thick beam of dark green light shot out of the mouth of the vial before vanishing into the space up ahead. The nearby space split open to reveal a golden space-time passageway, which devoured both Han Li and the heaven-controlling vial. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Nangong. With fellow Taoist Han's powers, I'm sure he'll be able to overcome this problem, Jin Tong reassured. I'm not worried. He asked us to wait for him here, so let's wait, Nangong Wan replied with a calm smile, and Jin Tong couldn't help but admire her composure. Situated within the space-time passageway, There was boundless space-time power raging around Han Li, but all of it was easily kept at bay by the green light emanating from the heaven-controlling vial. What's going on? This bout of space-time transmigration felt different from the past. It's fine, the heaven-controlling vial has automatically conjured up this space-time passageway in response to your time law powers. I'm now going to take in your Tao ancestor law powers using the heaven-controlling vial. This is the most important part of the process, so don't get distracted, the vial spirit warned. Han Li nodded in response as he focused his full attention on channeling his time law powers. A burst of golden light that was even more radiant than the sun erupted out of his hand before surging into the heaven-controlling vial, and a golden line that resembled a crack appeared on its surface. Han Li's aura was instantly significantly weakened, but at the same time, the ever-present pressure of the heavenly Tao hanging above his head had also waned slightly. This was naturally a very encouraging sign of Han Li, and he continued to funnel his Tao ancestor law powers into the vial. As more and more golden light surged into the heaven-controlling vial from his hand, more and more cracks appeared over its surface, while his aura rapidly declined. After an indeterminate period of time, as the final ball of golden light slipped out of Han Li's hand, his aura abruptly declined to the peak great encompassment stage. "Thank you, Senior Vile Spirit," Han Li exhaled as he removed his hand from the heaven-controlling vial. The Vile Spirit offered no response. Right at this moment, the heaven-controlling vial suddenly began to tremble violently, and the dark green light within the vial was also flashing erratically. Han Li hurriedly sprang back in retreat upon seeing this, and a ring of golden light surged out of his body to ward off the surrounding space-time power. All of a sudden, the heaven-controlling vial exploded violently into countless balls of green light, which converged to form a green-haired child that appeared to have been around 7 or 8 years of age. It was very difficult to tell the child's gender from their physical features, and they examined their own body momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Finally, after all these years, I'm finally free from that accursed vial. You must be Senior Vile Spirit, right? Congratulations on escaping the heaven-controlling vial," Han Li said in a calm manner, seemingly completely unsurprised by this turn of events. "Oh, you already knew about this?" the Vile Spirit asked. "I had a feeling that you were plotting something during the lengthy periods of silent cultivation that you underwent, and on top of that, I've become extremely sensitive to the thoughts and feelings of others after mastering the spirit refinement technique. Even though you're not a living being, I was still able to gather some clues during our communications, so I had a rough idea of your intentions," Han Li replied with a faint smile. "Very impressive," the Vile Spirit chuckled. "I'm surprised you dared to work with me even after figuring out my plan. I knew you were plotting something, but I didn't detect any ill will or animosity from you. On top of that, even though I've regressed back to the great encompassment stage, my understanding of the laws of time hasn't diminished in the slightest, so I'm far from defenseless and vulnerable," Han Li replied with a faint smile. The Vile Spirit burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I should have known not to expect anything less from you, Han Li. While it's true that you've returned to the peak great encompassment stage, you still have to be careful in your future usage of time law powers. On top of that, you can rest assured that I bear no ill will toward you. Instead, I am extremely grateful to you. It was only thanks to your willingness to sacrifice your Tao ancestor law powers that I was able to escape from the heaven-controlling vial. There's no need to thank me. This was mutually beneficial for both of us. What are your plans from here onward, Senior?" Han Li asked. "Now that I've finally been freed from the heaven-controlling vial, I'm going to explore the true immortal realm, and if possible, I would like to go and take a look beyond the true immortal realm," the Vile Spirit replied in an excited manner. Are you referring to the underworld and the gray realm? Han Li asked. Your view of the world is too narrow, fellow Taoist Han. Surely you don't think that the true immortal, the gray realm, the underworld, and the devil realm are all that exist of this world. The vile spirit chuckled. I know that all of the immortal regions of the true immortal realm exist within the primordial land, but I don't know about anything outside of that, Han Li replied. The true immortal realm, the underworld, and the gray realm were all born from the very initial chaotic space, as was the heaven-controlling vial. According to the earliest memories stored in the heaven-controlling vial, the chaotic space is a boundless place, and it's impossible to know how many realms like the true immortal realm it's given rise to. How about it, fellow Taoist Han? Are you interested in exploring this world with me? The vile spirit proposed. Han Li's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this, but he then shook his head as he replied, I admire your lofty aspirations, but I am truly exhausted after this draining ordeal. On top of that, there are still people awaiting my return, so I won't be able to accompany you on this journey. I see. That's fine, to each their own, the vile spirit replied with a hint of disappointment in their voice. Senior vile spirit, how are we supposed to get back without heaven-controlling vial? Han Li asked. That's not a concern. I am the vile spirit, so I possess some of the same abilities as the heaven-controlling vial. At the very least, I can take you back without any issues. Having said that, I can sense that there's something that you still want to do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hesitated for so long when choosing whether to relinquish the heaven-controlling vial, the vile spirit said. An image of Yuan Yao surfaced in Han Li's mind upon hearing this, while the vile spirit waited in silence with a knowing smile. There is indeed one more thing that I want to do. Would you be able to help me, Senior? Han Li asked as he extended above the vile spirit. You humans are so strange. Why the obsession with love and romance? They couldn't matter less in the grand scheme of things. I can help you fulfill your wish, seeing as you've helped me so much, but I won't get involved in your personal affairs, the vile spirit said, cupped their hands together before their chest to conjure up a ball of green light, within which was a translucent little vial that was very similar to the heaven-controlling vial in both appearance and aura. This is all that remains of the heaven-controlling vial's power. You can use it as a temporary heaven-controlling vial and do whatever it is that you need to do, the vile spirit said as they tossed the vial to Han Li. Thank you, Senior, Han Li said as he caught the vial with an elated expression. Given your current mastery over the laws of time, you should be able to find the right point in time to return to. However, you'll have to act fast because there's not enough power in this vial to allow you to linger in the past for long, the vile spirit said. I understand. Thank you, Senior, Han Li replied with a nod, then extended another grateful bow. All right, fellow Taoist Han, this is where we part ways, the vile spirit said as they waved Han Li farewell, then sped away into the distance. Han Li was about to wave back, but the vile spirit had already vanished out of sight, leaving him to lower his hand in a sheepish manner. He turned his gaze to the transparent vial in his hand, then pointed a finger at it, and a beam of golden light shot out of his fingertip and into the vial. A layer of green light surfaced over the vial, and the nearby space-time power instantly began to ripple, as if it were being manipulated by the vial's power. Han Li closed his eyes as he sensed the nearby time-law power fluctuations through the vial, and it was a feeling that was both familiar and alien at the same time. Moments later, his eyes sprang open, and the green light emanating from the vial enveloped his entire body as he sped deep into the space-time passageway. Han Li was completely unaffected by the surrounding space-time power thanks to the green light around him, and he was flying extremely quickly, while the vial was becoming more and more transparent by the second. A hint of urgency welled up in Han Li's heart upon seeing this, and after flying for a few minutes, he suddenly drew to an abrupt halt. "This should be about it," he murmured to himself as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of dark green light that sliced open the space-time passageway. A burst of blinding, white light erupted out of the rift that had been sliced into the passageway, and he hurled out from within, upon which he found himself situated in the sky above a vast desert. The nearby space trembled violently before collapsing in the face of Han Li's almighty aura, and he hurriedly channeled his myriad acupoint tranquility technique to restrain his aura and law powers to the best of his abilities. Even though his cultivation base had regressed to the peak great encompassment stage, his control over his own aura and time law powers had improved significantly. The nearby space didn't collapse any further, but it was still rippling violently like the surface of a disturbed lake. Hanley had no time to waste, and he immediately released his spiritual sense, upon which a look of urgency and dismay appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Shoot! This isn't the spirit realm." Without the vile spirit's help, his control over space-time transmigration was rather lacking. The problem was that this was a completely unfamiliar realm to him, and he could sense that the power of the translucent vial in his hand was still seeping away. All of a sudden, Han Li vanished from the spot amid a flash of golden lightning, then reappeared in a massive, fortress-like structure, residing within which were many scaled beings. The space around Han Li was still rippling violently, causing the entire fortress to sway and quiver. All of the scaled beings were greatly alarmed by this, and the ones with the most prominent cultivation bases among them immediately pounced at Han Li, but weren't even able to get close to him. With no time to waste, Han Li drew the most powerful one of the scaled beings into his grasp before searching their soul. "So this is the yellow sand realm. Thankfully, it's not too far away from the spirit realm." A look of relief appeared on Han Li's face as he tossed the scaled being aside, then vanished from the spot amid another flash of golden lightning. All of the scaled beings were left to exchange flabbergasted looks with one another, wondering if that bizarre sequence had been a hallucination. The scaled being that had been briefly abducted by Han Li felt as if they had just brushed shoulders with death, and even though they were unharmed, they were still trembling uncontrollably from lingering fear, somewhere on the Thunder continent in the spirit realm. Han Li emerged out of thin air amid a flash of lightning, and his spiritual sense instantly encompassed the entire spirit realm with ease. In the next instant, he vanished from the spot amid another flash of lightning. Ali. Deep within the endless sea was an island that was only around 15 kilometers in size, and it was surrounded by ocean as far as the eyes could see in all directions. At this moment, there was a vast blanket of 5-colored tribulation clouds hanging over the island, giving off an incredibly fearsome aura, and hovering beneath the tribulation clouds was none other than Yuan Yao. Her white robes were flapping audibly in the fierce wind, and she was making a rapid string of hand seals with a solemn look on her face. There were 72 glowing, azure flying swords hovering around her, and the radiant light emanating from them came together to form an azure sword lotus flower that was several acres in size, forming a watertight protective barrier around her. Additionally, there were several more treasures hovering around her, and there was also a group of several women hovering in midair in the distance, observing Yuan Yao from afar. These women were none other than Nangong Wan, Yan Li, Ice Phoenix, and Silver Moon, all of whom were at the grand ascension stage. Before long, the blanket of 5-colored tribulation clouds had already swelled to several hundred kilometers in size, and all of a sudden, it began to churn and rumble violently. Yan Li was looking on with a concerned expression, while her hands were unconsciously balled up into tight fists, and her concern was mirrored in the eyes of the women around her, as all of them silently prayed for Yuan Yao's safety. Yuan Yao's brows furrowed slightly as she looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, as if she had realized something, and she began making hand seals with even greater urgency, bracing herself for the storm to come. Lights of different colors began to emanate from the protective treasures around her, illuminating her stunning features, which currently carried a grim yet determined expression. Right at this moment, a storm of fire descended out of the tribulation clouds, and the nearby air temperature swelled drastically. The entire surrounding area turned a fiery red color, while all of the vegetation on the island was incinerated, and the ground was reduced to molten lava. Massive volumes of the nearby seawater was also evaporated, rising up into the air as plumes of white mist, and the surrounding seawater gushed in to fill the void, only to be instantly evaporated as well. Yuan Yao remained calm and composed, but beads of sweat were beginning to appear on her petite and delicate nose. She swung her arms through the air, and the azure sword lotus began to revolve around her while releasing countless streaks of azure sword chi to oppose the oncoming firestorm. However, the firestorm was only becoming more and more ferocious, and after around 15 minutes, Yuan Yao's complexion was beginning to pale, while her entire body was drenched in sweat, causing her white robes to press tightly against her skin. The azure sword lotus around her remained as radiant as ever, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that tiny cracks had already begun to appear on some of the flying swords, indicating that they were nearing their limits, and her other protective treasures weren't faring much better. Right at this moment, the firestorm abruptly ceased, and the scorching heat in the surrounding air quickly dissipated. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Yan Li and the others heaved a collective sigh of relief upon seeing this, but the concern in Nangong Wan's eyes only became more pronounced. Yuan Yao took a moment to catch her breath, then quickly took a blue pill, but before she had a chance to refine the pill, the tribulation clouds up above suddenly converged to form a gargantuan, five-colored vortex, at the center of which was a gaping black hole. An arc of purple lightning flashed through the hole, following which numerous millstone-sized balls of purple lightning appeared, serving as a precursor to the terrifying lightning tribulation to come. Countless balls of purple lightning came crashing down upon Yuan Yao, presenting an even more formidable test than the firestorm from earlier. Yuan Yao gritted her teeth as she made a string of hand seals, injecting her remaining magic power into the sword lotus and her protective treasures. The azure sword lotus swelled to close to twice its original size, while releasing countless streaks of azure sword chi, which intertwined to form a series of sword dragons that rose up toward the descending balls of lightning. Immediately thereafter, the protective treasures around her also rose up into the sky alongside the azure sword lotus. A string of violent explosions rang out in rapid succession as the two sides clashed. The balls of purple lightning were far more formidable than the azure sword lotus and the accompanying protective treasures, and within mere moments, everything was destroyed, while the balls of purple lightning continued to descend toward the defenseless Yuan Yao. At this point, her magic power reserves had been completely depleted, and a wry smile appeared on her face as she accepted her fate. "Looks like we'll never meet again, Brother Han." She closed her eyes as she bade farewell to this lifetime. "Don't give up, Yuan Yao," Yan Li yelled in despair, while Nangong Wan closed her eyes as a single tear slid down her cheek. The four women all wanted to help Yuan Yao, but they couldn't even get close to her in the face of such a fearsome heavenly tribulation. Countless balls of purple lightning crashed down upon Yuan Yao, and the deafening thunderclaps drowned out Yan Li's heartbroken sobs. The protective spiritual light around Yuan Yao was instantly torn to shreds in a preview of the fate that she was about to suffer. Right at this moment, An antiquated golden mirror abruptly appeared above her out of thin air, releasing a protective, golden light barrier that encompassed her entire body. The golden light barrier was able to keep the barrage of purple lightning at bay with ease, saving Yuan Yao from what appeared to have been certain death. After waiting for a while, Yuan Yao opened her eyes in befuddlement, wondering why the heavenly lightning still hadn't descended upon her, and she was stunned by what she saw. In her mind, it was surely impossible for there to exist anyone in this realm capable of opposing the might of the heavens. An indistinct figure appeared nearby amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and it was none other than Han Li. Thank heavens I made it in time. A look of relief appeared on his face as he caught sight of Yuan Yao. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to have been infuriated by his intervention, and they swelled to 10 times their original size while releasing an almighty aura that knocked Nangong Wan and the others unconscious, sending them plummeting toward the sea below. Han Li hurriedly swept a sleeve through the air upon seeing this, conjuring up a gentle bed of golden light that caught them before carrying them to safety. Immediately thereafter, the tribulation clouds up above began to churn violently, and countless balls of purple lightning that were several times larger than before came crashing down upon the golden light barrier, causing it to ripple violently. Han Li gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, then made a hand seal to bolster the golden light barrier, allowing it to keep the might of the heavenly tribulation at bay with ease. Yuan Yao stared in a slack-jawed manner at the balls of purple lightning that were exploding on the other side of the light barrier, feeling as if she were in a dream. After a full 15 minutes, the barrage of purple lightning finally receded, while the 5-colored tribulation clouds up above faded away to reveal a long, white rift in the heavens. A pillar of white light descended from the rift to envelop Yuan Yao, and an ecstatic look appeared on her face as she exclaimed, "I've transcended the heavenly tribulation. But how?" She quickly turned her gaze to Han Li, then said in a respectful manner, "Thank you for helping me, exalted Immortal. May I please know your esteemed name so that I can repay you in the future?" Han Li offered no response, as a faint smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, a burst of tremendous suction force acted upon Yuan Yao, and she was sucked into the white rift above by the pillar of white light. Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief, then turned his gaze to the small vial in his hand. At this point, it was already close to completely transparent, clearly indicating that it didn't have much power left. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to him, and he returned to the space-time passageway using the power of the vial before flying even deeper into the boundless expanse of space and time. Moments later, he tore his way out of the space-time passageway once again, and this time he appeared in the sky above a murky sea. Han Li stood in midair with his hands clasped behind his back and a reminiscent look in his eyes. The gentle sea breeze was caressing his cheeks, bringing with it the damp and salty scent of the sea. This place was the endless sea near the heavenly south region, where he and Violet Spirit had arrived after emerging from the belly of a Rahu. The spiritual chi here was very sparse, but Han Li's soul felt very comfortable and at ease here, as if it had returned to a familiar embrace after years of wandering and hardships. This was a sense of security on the spiritual level, and it couldn't be compared with anything else. Han Li took a few deep breaths, but didn't linger here for long before vanishing from the spot, following which he appeared above a mountain range. It wasn't a particularly large mountain range, and his gaze was focused on an area formed by around a dozen connected mountains of different sizes. The area had been claimed by a mortal sect, namely the Seven Mysteries sect, the origin place of his cultivation journey. In a small valley near the disciple cabins of the Seven Mysteries sect, a black-robed young boy was diligently practicing his saber techniques. The boy was none other than Li Feiyu. With what little power of the heaven-controlling vial that remained, Han Li had decided to go back and pay his childhood friend a final visit. Li Feiyu's robes were soaked with sweat, and his saber-wielding arm was red and swollen, but he gritted his teeth through the pain and continued to train without rest. Han Li gave a nod of approval upon seeing this. Li Feiyu's immaculate dedication to his training had always been the primary reason why his saber techniques had been so outstanding. Meanwhile, the heaven-controlling vial was becoming more and more transparent, indicating that its power was quickly running out. Han Li pointed a finger in Li Feiyu's direction, and a streak of black light shot out of his fingertip before vanishing into the latter's glabella. Li Feiyu remained oblivious as he continued to train diligently. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he was just about to return to reality when something suddenly caught his attention. A dark-skinned young boy was making his way out of the God Hand Valley with a dazed look on his face, seemingly absent-mindedly thinking about something. It was none other than a young Han Li. As he followed the young boy with his gaze, Han Li noticed that the heaven-controlling vial was laying on the ground not far away, waiting to be discovered. However, if the boy were to continue on his current trajectory, then he was going to walk right past it. In a split-second decision, Han Li gave the heaven-controlling vial a slight nudge from afar, and it discreetly moved several inches to the left. "Ouch!" the young Han Li exclaimed as he fell to the ground while clutching at his own foot. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, what little remained of the heaven-controlling vial's power was finally exhausted, and it faded into nothingness. A space-time passageway appeared behind Han Li, and he offered no resistance, allowing it to suck him in. Meanwhile, both Nangong Wan and Jin Tong were waiting in the extra heaven sphere with agitated looks on their faces. All of a sudden, a space-time passageway appeared nearby, and Han Li flew out from within. Nangong Wan and Jin Tong immediately approached him with ecstatic expressions. Ali. Countless millennia flew by in the blink of an eye. In the black soil Immortal region, there were hundreds of glowing ascension formations on an ascension platform, beside each of which stood a guiding cultivator. The black soil Immortal region was connected to countless lower realms, and occasionally, an ascended cultivator would appear in one of the formations before being led to a dense cluster of nearby buildings by the guiding cultivators. Right at his moment, a black-robed young man appeared within one of the ascension formations amid a flash of blinding radiance. Half of his body was charred black, and he was currently unconscious, clearly indicating that he had undergone a very rough tribulation transcendence. Even in his unconscious state, he was still clutching tightly onto the black saber in his hand, and it was as if it were an extension of his body. The black saber seemed to have been an essential immortal treasure, and even though it was currently riddled with cracks, it was still giving off astonishing saber intent. The guiding cultivator standing beside this formation was a white-haired, middle-aged man with an abnormally elderly appearance. He swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of white light, which descended upon the black-robed young man, and the latter's injuries quickly healed, following which he returned to consciousness. As soon as he woke up, he immediately turned his gaze to the black saber in his hand, upon which a pained look appeared in his eyes. "My name is Gao Sheng. Welcome to the Black Soil Immortal region," the white-haired man said with a smile. "My name is Li Feiyu, and I come from the North Wind Realm," the black-robed young man replied as he looked around with an amazed expression. Gao Sheng faltered slightly upon hearing this name, and noticing the change in his expression, Li Feiyu asked, "Is there a problem?" "Not at all. It's just that you share the same name as a renowned and almighty figure of our true immortal realm," Gao Sheng explained with a smile. "That's quite the coincidence," Li Feiyu remarked as he raised an eyebrow. Gao Sheng resisted the urge to conduct divination on the young man as he smiled and said, "You're in luck, fellow Taoist Li. The Black Soil Immortal region is one of the most prosperous immortal regions of our true immortal realm, and it's home to the True Mantra sect, the #1 sect of the true immortal realm. I am currently serving as a guiding envoy for the True Mantra sect, and our sect welcomes all ascended cultivators like yourself. Would you be interested in joining our sect? I've only just ascended to the true immortal realm, and I don't know anything about this place, so I don't want to join any sects just yet. May I trouble you to tell me some basic information about the true immortal realm first, Senior Gao?" Li Feiyu asked. Of course. The true immortal realm is a boundless place comprising thousands of known immortal regions, one of which is the Black Soil Immortal region. All immortal regions encompass vast territories, and the average immortal generally spends one's entire life in a single immortal region. In terms of cultivation base, the sequence goes True Immortal, Golden Immortal, High Zenith, Great Encompassment, and Tao Ancestor, in ascending order. Generally, it takes millions, perhaps even tens of millions of years to progress from one stage to another, and Heavenly Lord Han of our True Mantra sect is a great encompassment cultivator, also the undisputed most powerful cultivator of the true immortal realm. He's the one that I mentioned that shares the same name with you, Gao Sheng said with a hint of reverence, intermingled with some other emotions. Heavenly Lord Han, didn't you just tell me that that senior's name is Li Feiyu? Li Feiyu asked. Back when Heavenly Lord Han first ascended to the immortal realm, he used the alias of Li Feiyu for a very long time, so technically, Li Feiyu is his second name, Gao Sheng explained. I see. May I ask Heavenly Lord Han's full name? Li Feiyu asked in a curious manner. That would be surname Han given name Li, Gao Sheng replied. Han Li, Li Feiyu murmured to himself with a contemplative expression. For some reason, the name had struck him with a sense of familiarity. Hush, Heavenly Lord Han is an extremely revered figure in the true immortal realm, so do not refer to him directly by name. You could get in big trouble if you're overheard by the wrong people, Gao Sheng hurriedly cautioned. Thank you for the warning, Senior Gao, Li Feiyu replied as he hurriedly looked around, only allowing himself a sigh of relief upon confirming that no one had been eavesdropping on their conversation. It's fine, just make sure to keep that in mind, Gao Sheng said. Senior Gao, if this Heavenly Lord Han is only a great encompassment cultivator, then how is the most powerful cultivator in the true immortal realm? Didn't you just say that there are Tao ancestors above great encompassment cultivators? Li Feiyu asked. For some reason, he felt very eager to learn more about this Heavenly Lord Han. That's a long story. Heavenly Lord Han is the most legendary figure in the history of our true immortal realm, and I can tell you stories of his feats for 3 days and 3 nights and still only cover the tip of the iceberg. For now, let's head to the Ascension Palace to have your identity registered, Gao Sheng replied with a smile. Li Feiyu raised no objections to this, and he was led to the cluster of palaces in the distance by Gao Sheng. Li. Inside a valley in the Black Soil Immortal region, there was a small stream flowing through lush, serene forest. Deep within the valley were several bamboo pavilions, outside of which was a pergola with several figures seated under it. One of them was none other than Han Li, giving off the aura of a mortal with no cultivation base to speak of, and nestled up against his side was the white-robed Nangong Wan. A burst of tremendous reincarnation law power fluctuations was emanating from her body, and she had reached the peak high zenith stage. An adorable little girl with her hair arranged into braids was running around them in a slightly unsteady fashion, chasing after several intricately crafted wooden cats and dogs. The wooden cats and dogs were darting around as if they were living beings, and the little girl was thoroughly entertained. There were two more people under the pergola, namely Taoist Zai and Violet Spirit, playing a game of Go on a stone table, while Han Li and Nangong Wan observed. At this moment, Taoist Zai was seated on a wheelchair, and he was in a similar state to the past Chen Tuan, with half of his body fatting into the nearby space, but he didn't seem bothered by this at all. He was placing his stones down with immense speed and conviction, and his black stones had already taken up a large area at the center of the board. Violet Spirit was wearing a purple dress, and her cultivation base had reached the mid-great encompassment stage. Her white stones were also holding their own, staking a firm claim over the four corners of the board to encircle the black stones at the center. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly turned to a certain direction as a faint smile appeared on his face. "Did something happen?" Nangong Wan asked. "The reincarnation of a past acquaintance of mine has just ascended to the black soil immortal region," Han Li replied. "Should I notify Sister Yuan Yao to look after them?" Nangong Wan asked. "There's no need for that," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. He was a self-dependent person who didn't like to accept help from others in his previous life, and it looks like he's the same in this lifetime as well. Perhaps we will be fated to meet in the future. If not, then I'll simply let him be. Right at this moment, the clear sky suddenly darkened as the black soil immortal region welcomed a rare bout of snowfall. Han Li stood peacefully in the snow, but not a single snowflake fell upon him. He cast his gaze through the layers of space up ahead, and he was able to see the entirety of the black soil immortal region and several of the nearby immortal regions. Moments later, he closed his eyes as he exhaled, and the nearby snowflakes were blown away like fluttering feathers. The immortal world arc has officially come to an end.